right now. So we're just here to play our game, you know. We kind of have nothing to prove to them, so we're confident.
Okay, I heard from your coach Seal that it was a little bit harder to find scrims in the beginning. So how is that looking now?
After we won PSG, it got a bit better because some teams actually wanted to scream us. But like before, we we were losing to every team, so it was really hard to find scrims. We had to scrim some LPL mix, you know,
Hmm.
some players that are off season right now. But they are actually pretty solid, to be honest. I think they were better than most of the teams in World, so it was fine.
Oh, the mixed team. Okay, I
Yeah.
see. I also saw you do the jersey swap with Canyon. Can you tell me about that?
Bro, that was insane. Like he's my biggest idol in league. Like he's the guy that I look up the
Hmm.
most. So Chris has a friend in GNG, so he messaged them, and he said that like he actually wrote like a big test saying why I should take off my jersey to take the picture of Kano.
Oh,
And I mean,
hello,
it was
chat.
really insane. I hope you can
Oh,
actually like do it again, like and meet
oh,
on
thank you
other
so
internationals, so we
much.
can do it again because it's so
Thank
cool
you.
when you see those players that you used to watch a lot, you know.
Yeah.
So it was
Oh,
it was just
blessed
really cool.
Kathy.
Lovely. It's a magical moment, I'm sure.
Yeah.
Well, obrigada e boa sorte.
Obrigado, obrigado. Nice Portuguese. Nice
Thanks.
Portuguese.
Morning, gang.
Unbelievably based. Having Canyon as your go jungler, great taste.
And then
Also
shirt off for the
having
jersey swap was a
guts
good
to
idea.
just
Oh
pull
my
it out
days.
as a meme. You love to see it.
Yeah, this
Oh,
fan,
fantastic.
when they were about to lift their trophy in the LTA South was like,
They just
"Wait
took
a
their
minute,
jerseys off. It
I
was
have
just
to
like
take my shirt off." And
Canyon
then,
kept
there was
his
a really funny
shirt.
moment in the pre-press
Fantastic.
conference before LTA Grand
Do you want to
Finals.
just hit the
They're
lamp
like,
on while you're there,
they're
Al?
on to me. Not sure if I can do it.
Well, hopefully he can take his shirt off again today for him. At least
This
if
will
they
call
manage
with,
to
okay,
pull
so
this
folks, we're gonna get
upset,
Trajan in,
it's
who
Fabulous.
is a
It
CBLOL
wouldn't
expert
be the
for
first time
many
that
years,
Brazil does
and a
it.
friend of
I
ours who came
remember
up at the same kind of time that we
2016,
saw.
INTZ versus EDG. Nobody saw it coming, but they managed to pull this one.
Yeah, that was a massive upset. It was especially meant a lot to those players specifically. Revolta had talked about how he'd studied Clearlove so much at that point in time. Clearlove was his favorite jungler, was constantly just
Let's go
studying
Yang.
bot.
Yang was great.
And
I
this
enjoyed
was
watching
huge.
him
Like,
back
this
in
is
the
a
day.
massive,
Oh, my days with the
massive
old
upset. Obviously, this is a best
trackers
of
knives
one.
in the jungle.
Today is a best of three. It's gonna
Talkers
be
on the
a little bit
Syndra, old
more
Syndra as well,
difficult.
with the
But yeah,
ridiculous
like
level
this
6 spike.
INTZ team, I miss them so much. These were such a fun group of guys, and being there in San Francisco to kind of see this upset was amazing.
All right, so thinking about the matchup that we have here today, I remember we had Shrimby on the desk when we did the draw show, and looking at those odds, he's giving it 75% for BLG, which is understandable. but if
Hello,
he
how's
can
it
do
going?
Is
Long
that
time no
the
talk.
case?
It's gonna come down to
Good
Emily.
So I
morning.
have a quick
Habits.
telestrator that we're going to kind
Hello,
of
hello.
Okay, so for chat to introduce our friend here, this is CJ, also known as Trajan, friend of ours who's, well, we came up casting around about the same time, around about, what, 2020, 21, something like that. We went on to do a load of LGL stuff. Trajan did something very similar with CBLOL, so we both kind of got like our own kind of minor region camaraderie from those days.
Oh, yeah.
And given that we got Viva Cade stars, we figured, well, why not go talk to someone who
Knows this team?
blatantly knows a lot more about this than we do. So how's it going, man? Good morning.
It's going good. I mean, you know, we came into this world with our representative team doing a lot of hedging and a lot of like expectation management, I think.
That is such a very
CL.
elegant way of putting it.
Yeah, it was very like, look, I think he said more or less paraphrased, we're not in the business of fantasy. We're just gonna
That's a
do our
great
best,
line,
guys,
though.
and let's all have a nice time. It was very good.
Is that the sequel
but
to Paramore's hit single, Business of Misery? You know, I think that's the name of the song, you know.
yeah, not in the business of fantasy by Coach CL. But yesterday, last night, he posted one word on Twitter, and it was confia. And if anyone knows what that means in Brazilian Portuguese, it means trust.
Okay.
So yeah, maybe he's coming around,
Yeah,
you
watch
know,
out for that.
to
And,
the
again,
magic-based
they didn't have
thinking.
the best performance so
But-
far in
Just
Brazil.
one quick thing as well. Do you have a Twitch handle so I can put you in the
Finalists
Twitch title?
Here in this matchup
Yeah,
I forget.
CJ_Trajan
against
is my.
finalist BLG. Let's check out what
My
happened in this
Twitch
best
handle I
of
think
three.
is just Trajan CJ. Yeah.
I'm gonna say it's that.
If it's wrong, we'll know soon enough.
We'll find out.
It looks to be. It looks to be you. Yeah.
Hey,
I guess in that case, questions, expectations for this game. If VKS were going to beat BLG, how would you expect it to happen?
There's a saying.
Beware a man with nothing to lose. The streets are saying BLG's ass, right? Streets are saying
oh, we are streets.
We are the streets, and we're saying their ass, so that's fine.
As learned LPL scholars, you agree BLG's ass, but
yeah.
it's. I don't think stylistically this is a great matchup for VKS. Like, I think the strengths. Well, a lot of VKS's success and failure comes from whether jungle and support are feeling good at the time. And then they play well together, and then they spearhead the early game, and then Trimby and Nasamas shot call really well for like very competent laning from Miru and very competent team fighting from Mateus. So it's the fact that I think we're shadow gaming today for BLG, right? We're not beta.
We're starting at Shadow. If he fails, then they'll sub in
Yeah. So if the BLG jungle collapses again, right, that could be great for us. And I think Nasamas has not been to international before and could do with his opponent not being quite as settled. I think that does play well for us. Given that you guys have watched a lot more BLG, what is the vibe on Elkanon in the bot lane right now? In the midst of the BLG suspicions, like how is the bot lane faring? Because I think that's pretty important.
I'll start because I know but basically, Elk has been playing actually really well. I think this tournament he has been the player I've had the least issues with. Like there was that Caitlyn game actually, he very nearly carried it by his damn self. Is looking good. On has done okay for the first 10 minutes, and then tried to do the patented on roams. He's like, aha, I have cheated your vision line. I have not cheated your vision line. Shit, I am dead. And it's like, and On as a player is fantastic from ahead of the curve because he has a really intuitive read of where you won't expect him to be. And so he cheats rotations, he cheats vision lines, and that's all well and good as long as he has actually done that. And if he has not, he has wandered into the enemy jungle to die a horrible death. And it depends what version of On we're getting, because On, when he's on form and playing with Shadow and other people to make crazy things happen around the map,
Munchables in the teaser, let's go!
Let's go, Munch! It's going to be great. Otherwise, we're going to have some issues. Yeah, I think Elk in general has probably been the best member of BLG at this tournament so far.
Yeah, so like, the bot lane for VKS, their laning has always been the weakest part of that lane. It's
that's
better
a
than
problem.
it was,
yeah.
But the laning is not great, and I think that especially if On is on form and he's making creative smart decisions as opposed to creative crazy decisions, they could basically, you can destabilize VKS early on, and I think that's what we saw in games 1 and 2 at Worlds, was they got destabilized early on, and then their decision making goes to hell in a handbasket, and they just kind of can't really do much. Just like the inexperience of Morteus and Nasamas really shows at that point, and I think they're also very momentum based. They're quite emotional. You know, even with now Trimby involved and Miru involved.
Trimby's always been emotional, yeah.
He's a very emotional player, and that fits into Brazil very well. I mean, he's right at home in the LCA South CTC ball again, but it does not make for the best international consistency.
Yeah, and I am looking forward to the midline matchup, because I actually think that, look, Knight's actually still been doing pretty fine. I think he's actually been, yeah, I think realistically the two players on BLG you look at and go like, well, okay, they're still kind of pulling their weight on Knight and Elk, I think. I think everyone else has like more eyebrow raises about them. But yeah, I think BLG have a ton of stylistic issues in terms of, and these technically these issues even existed last year when they went to World Finals Game 5, but they were so good they could hide them. They are very, very disrespectful about objective setups. They typically just like, well, I'm going to go for a late reset, I'm going to come off of a side lane around the objective instead of just setting up at the objective first. Their reset timers are kind of ass. They never get to the objective first and actually hold the objective first. But what they were doing, you know, when they made it to finals of MSI and Worlds was basically just retaking the objective site. Kind of, they were playing it more like bloody Valorant. You know, they're retaking the pit rather than actually sitting there at first, and it makes it very entertaining to watch. But also, if they're not threading the needle well, it basically just puts them at, like, such a poor setup for the objectives that they're fighting from behind, and they trust their team fighting instincts. And I don't think their skirmishing and team fighting instincts have been nearly as good as at their peak either, which is the problem. The stuff which is still very good, though, is laning phase. Laning phase on the whole has still been very good for bot lane. Knight's been a bit more shaky in that, but whatever, he's still been fine. Bin, we've seen some great and some poor from him. So the problem I have with this matchup is just that I think that BLG might just smash lane, and I don't know if there's that much you can do to mitigate that.
Yeah, I think BKS need to come in really hot. They have now achieved their first series win, which is like they're very happy about that, very much on a high after it, and that for BKS is a very positive thing because it gives them a lot more confidence. That the first 2 games really sucked away their confidence, and I was very worried about the PSG match for that reason, that they might just sort of tumble into the abyss, which they not quite do. But now they got the win, and you know everyone is talking quite a lot about how BLG have been much more beatable than usual, even with Trimby's kind of continued hedging of like, you know, he gave them like 75% chance to win or something, right? It was like because their players are just so good. He very much agrees with you guys on that. Like their players are so good, it might just not matter. But if BKS can get a good start, then they can potentially actually they've got the brains in their heads to outmaneuver BLG. I think
I can agree with that.
No, they've actually, I'd say, look, they've been an exciting team to watch. They have impressed me. Even if they do go out here, I mean, the fact that they won an elimination match versus PSG is already, I'd call that a net win, given expectations.
Progress, bro.
Yeah!
It's not bad. I think it is Shadow starting as well, just for the confirmation. We expected it, but there it is. Actually, to be fair, after Shadow's last performance was a world where they switched base one straight back in, and it would have been the case. But either way, here we are.
And for the record, I personally don't... Oh, so there are some fun things about the jungle swatch, which we'll be finding, by the way. So, you'll notice Kiana isn't banned. That's not actually as much of a factor for Shadow in, because Shadow is not necessarily the Kiana player. Beichuan has been learning from Beifeng, who is the best Kiana in the world. They are friends. So Beichuan is BLG's Kiana player.
I actually didn't realize
I was learning this, Kira was saying this, basically. Is another Scotsman. I tell you what, I've been doing... Yeah, I've been very Scots-pilled over many years of podcasting with Kira now at this point. Yeah. You have the more legible accent, you'll be proud to know. But yeah. But yeah, if Beichuan comes in, we go.
It's like Russian chess players that will help each other, you know.
Right, yeah.
We've got the Kiana expert in to help Beichuan sort
but I don't know if you've seen the win rate for LPL Kiana, but it's something like 9-1 this year.
I think it lost 1 game.
It's lost like 1 game. Like this character, like the LPL plays Kiana, just underline it and deal with that and ban it if you have to.
I think actually the games which LPL won against LCK and then CFO won against LCK as well, I think, were they?
Pretty much all Kiana games,
all of the Kiana games?
Yeah, LCK does not manage that champion very well.
What the hell's going on with this draft already?
Alright, so
okay.
I was going to say that like the Nico first pick makes a lot of sense on. He had a bit of a stumble on it in some of the majority of this year. He's basically been undefeated on it.
But why would you Trundle now?
I mean, okay, Shadow was one of the when Trundle first came right back into meta, Trundle was basically slamming it blind on WE. He really likes this champion. Just expects himself to be able to fight with it.
So many nerfs since then.
I know. What I will say though is Nico plus Ziggs. Okay, I'm also going to expect that this is going to be the Ziggs mid for Knight into the Azir. It's not going to be outplaying.
True. That'll be fine. I just think the Trundle is so out of place, no?
It is a Shadow thing, and I think Kiana
I agree with Trajan. Yeah. I think the Sion already banned is already a big factor.
Yeah.
Because I like the Sion ban. As a BKS fan, I hate it because I think both Sion has been really good, and like we saw what Goku did on Sion to Bin, right? We saw like very much the Bin should not be losing to this guy, but into Sion there was a big problem there, and I think that's a great ban. But then why are we trundling now? I'm not sure. The steal away of the Kiana is interesting. I don't believe we actually played it once in regular season, like in the region, not just BKS.
Is Desamas a player you would expect to play it?
Chances to make this
really like Pantheon was probably his most played by the end. This is like a different Pantheon, you know, it's like everyone was everyone's most played. And like he's best. Well, how effective is Kiana at leading the early game into mid game?
It's not awful because so the thing about Kiana is that you have your clear speed is really high.
Insane.
So while Trundle is stronger at like level 3 at just overall whatever, Kiana can kind of just not interact with Trundle, because even if Pillar gets thrown down, just doubly over the other side of it. You can go invisible with your Grass Blade, and you know, Trundle only does damage when you can, you know, auto attack. So Kiana on the whole is pretty good against the Trundle matchup. I mean, I think on the whole this is looking great for VKS. The thing is, they probably want, like, Alice. Well, you can't go Alice now. The problem they're going to run into is, against Trundle, you really want to have Alistair or Braum, because they're tanks which don't care about resist getting shredded, because their tankiness comes from % damage resist, so either Alistair or Braum shield. But because you've locked the Karma, you can't do that. I don't actually know how you get any sort of frontline.
That is slightly scary. So there's I think they've gone for the Ambassador. I think it's probably the route they go.
Oh, we'll have to sync up when we get into it.
The only response basically they've gotten has been this Karma.
Because even the Trundle makes Cassandra 4 a little less.
Yeah, and I am looking at this. I think if they go Nico here as well, like, your ability to pop someone as BLG is pretty ridiculous here.
You'll need one extra bit of CC from BLG. If you go Nico Kai'Sa, very strong lane. I mean, there's no Ezreal, but I mean, it could be Civic, Karma, VKS, that'll be fine.
Civ is probably fine. Yeah, again, like, I think it's VKS are just playing for how much DPS can I get out, because their actual ability to start a fight is very reliant on a free-balled Ambassador ult or a really good Kiana ult.
Brazil needs no front line if they wall. That's so valid.
We've given bin Jax, fellas.
So last year that would have been instant death. This year actually Bin has not been that potent on Jax. He's been okay, but he's not been crazy.
Oh, please lock the Heimer.
Just
do it.
I mean, just for the Wadid Hjarnan vibes.
Yeah.
2018
RNG G2, one of the best series of all time.
Karma Varus is a lot of lane prio.
Yeah, and I think, like, so it gives them the ability to not get shoved around so much in lane. Now, I'm still scared with the 2v2 just looking at name tags, honestly. But Morteus, Varus was the first champion that Morteus started to turn heads on at the start of this
Right,
season.
okay.
He's definitely competent and trusted
on both styles, or?
Both styles, yeah. Cool. He's a standard fight guy and a poke guy, he can do either.
Cool.
Up the quality if I can here on YouTube.
Is what scares me, really. But I think that Mira 1 Azir, cool. Morteus Varus with the Karma, cool. Definitely going to cover that lane a little bit. But I think, I guess Bo Alice has also been probably the guy who's been the biggest good surprise at Worlds.
To be able to actually survive in these fights. When I'm looking over at Jax,
I guess it does Jax hit.
Right.
Yeah. Feed's stuttering a bit, guys. Let's see what we can do to solve it.
You're not randomly streaming. So I found this out once. I was funnily enough, I was watching Cowboy Bebop with my partner. And this is a while ago now, and I was streaming over Discord, so we could watch it at the same time. And it started just like randomly lagging, and I realized YouTube autoplay had been on in the background, and it had gone on from the wonderful 30 minutes of silence interrupted by Cricketune to just 8, and the video, I shit you not, was just like a certain shade of yellow for 2 hours, and it had no sound. It's just a YouTube video with yellow, presumably for people that wanted to see that one shade of yellow.
Yeah, for people who don't have a key light, you know, you just put like a certain light on your monitor in full screen.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Are you streaming anything else?
Because Bin on this Jax, I think, is also going to outscale in the side lane. So
okay, hopefully that's.
I'd be glad to know you're not missing a level 1 5v5 as far as I can tell.
Macro game to be able to win it out for VKS. I'm already not feeling that confident.
All right, so here's a couple of numbers for you guys as we're waiting on the minions to spawn here at the beginning of the game.
Yeah, sometimes they are, actually.
And 29 on Jax in his career. That is more than a 2/3 win rate in pro play. On is 16-4 on Nico, so 80% of his game.
So I'm at 115.
Okay, do you want to wait at 120? Yeah, cool.
Yeah.
So the numbers
16, 3, 2, 1. Go, and we should be synced.
29 games on Jax.
Okay.
Twitch feed on.
And you're trying to convince me that the Jax is
Okay, it seems to be alright now.
We've actually not had any problems with that before, so.
Yeah, don't know what was happening there. Anyway, it's been solved.
Yeah, so for those of you who are surprised about the Ziggs mid, this is something that BLG started doing through the year and then just mysteriously stopped. But basically, like, historically, Knight, he is an Azir player, but it's not something which you like want to see him on, because while he's fine on it and he can play it for the comp, it's not really what wins you games in its own way. He'll do it for the comp, but he won't necessarily do it because he's Knight, So he started basically giving Ziggs Knight to the Azir to the other team, and then picking the Ziggs into it. We have the Titan swap, so Kaiser's going to get out of this early game against the Varus Karma as well, which is probably good for BLG on the whole. But yeah, so the Ziggs mid is actually something that we saw a decent amount a little earlier in the year, and for some reason they just stopped doing it.
Yeah, but yeah, it's something Knight practice basically to have an answer to Azir.
A big Ziggs mid enjoyer. I'm glad that it has an actual space in the lane and not just an APA champion.
I'm glad that Ziggs mid has kind of recovered, like,
go on, Ben.
That's actually not bad, CV2 there, taking a bit of damage off. But, I'm glad that Ziggs mid kind of recovered from the awful year of 2014, which basically taught everyone to hate Ziggs. If you weren't around in Season 4 chat, basically, at that point, the meta became, because of Pawn and Dade on the Samsung teams, they figured if you could just take heal or ghost on those mid laners, you could just pick infinite wave clear mid lane mages, so Xerath Ziggs were the two big ones.
Wasn't Nidalee a little bit? There was the Athenes and Holy Grail builds as well.
So Nidalee was around, but this was the wave clear mid meta. So you had basically Ziggs Xerath, and they would just wave clear forever. This was before Baron buff gave minions resist and stuff too.
Just gave you regen or whatever.
So basically Ziggs would perma-clear, and even if you gave up a Baron, they could stall up until the late game where you could beat them with late game macro and all better scaling comps.
Let's see what the Trundle can get here.
Okay, that's not a bad pillar, actually.
Still knocking back a little bit, but because Miru has the shift,
Bit of an early flush.
he can get away to the safety underneath the turret. But Summoner Spell blown. That's just telling me
the thing with VKS is like once they brought in Miru in Split 3, like that was what solved this team. The team were like had most of the same pieces, but it just did not work until Miru came in, and then they became kind of mid jungle merchants for a while, and Miru was like the key to success at any point. The fact that he's on against Knight in this match as well is a little sketchy, and we'll see how both mechanics are, I suppose.
Shadow is dead too.
Oh, they're kind of juicy.
Oh,
Jesus Christ!
Okay,
so Batron's coming in game 2.
I'm gonna put this out there. We have seen Shadow fumble dives bot with Elk before. When he first moved to the roster, there was some atrocious early dives.
I'm sorry, Batron's coming in after that. But like, why would you flash then? But like, why would you think you have the damage then? Why do you think that was gonna work?
The forecasted BLG jungle collapse.
God!
Absolutely abysmal power dive from
I'm just full of pain.
No, the thing is, right? Look, Salmonite, we knew in our heart of hearts, BLG were not like a good team. Okay, no, they're a good team, but they were a very flawed team. We knew that. Like, that was obvious, and we were telling people about this the entire year. This is still far worse than anything we've seen. Their play at Worlds has been probably some of their very worst this entire year. Because even when they were being shit in LPL, they would win early game and then throw late game. This is just abysmal. This is just awful.
Yeah. But getting a play like so last year when Pain finally qualified to Swiss, like for the got to main stage again for the first time for many years, it was a swift 0-3ing out of Swiss stage, but we had the one moment where Titan and Curry 2v2 killed Gumyushin Carry.
Yeah,
for that moment, like the energy was unbelievable. Now we've had a similar moment here in a very kind of
unspeakable violence.
An unspeakable, like, 5-minute disaster for the stronger team. Now, last time, it didn't really matter, because it was T1, and that was kind of a T1 moment. But we'll see if the 4BLG can get
You know what's even crazier about this? Wall didn't even need to use flash.
No, he did it! He still got it!
I sat here and I'm like, oh, well, he's 2 kills, pretty strong. And I'm like, he still has flash.
He
can flash the pillar if he wants to. Anyone else coming up?
He missed his ult.
He goes and stop and gets the dash from it. With
Ambessa,
like,
I wonder whether he could ult Trundle and then sort of like hop away after and be a bit cleaner and get some damage on it.
Judicial with the flash.
Elk does not have flash and is about to have a Kiana with Brutalizer saying this is not a fun time for you. Good flash. Trimby has to flash? That's not bad. That's not bad.
Yeah, that's not bad at all, actually.
Not that Chains of Corruption. I think he's dead. Oh no! Elk, go on! Oh baby! On is just better, guys.
Dude, this is like someone's gone. You've gone scuba with no license. It's a bad dive.
Oh, they've got the bends. They've got the bends. There's nitrogen in the bloodstream.
I just can't believe that. This, folks, this is like, this is Worlds. How are we doing this? How are we doing this at Worlds? This is going to be like the best period of the year for gameplay. What are we doing?
This is a former world finalist. This was the world finalist from last year with the same roster, guys, nearly.
Oh god.
Trimby? Trimby? Having fun? Having fun, that's not a bad heal.
Oh, Karma.
That's not a bad heal.
Knight's ult was a little off center. I mean, it's still a hit, but
yeah.
I was reminiscing.
On's gone back and got on the alternator, and now he's gonna walk onto the map and burst someone. Yeah, that's exactly what happened.
We're gonna look back at the dive.
I was reminiscing yesterday. Because we were talking with Vestian, because Vestian's on from PCS. Lovely bloke, actually. Been really cool chatting with him. But I was talking about how when games get slow, obviously, like, you find just random stuff to say. And I was reminiscing the Nymaera Hey Catch, where I remember, particularly back then, because we were casting a lot together, there was that one point where you're like, yo, my dude, can you just stop saying random shit for once?
I can't keep up. I don't have good blood in my veins, so I cannot receive what's being offered.
The problem is, there is a point now where me and Alex kind of know instinctively where we're going with things.
I have to say,
what?
I've definitely chilled out on that a lot more, because what I've realized is at tier 2 it's good because it makes you stand out. At tier 1 it's just like, my dude, shut up and talk about the game.
it's question mark spam at tier 1. It's like, what? To be fair, I would be the same with my brother in the exact same.
They're both precisely
unintelligible.
But there is a matter to getting other people in on the joke. That's the real trick we had to learn. It's like, okay, how do we get it so everyone else is in on the joke with us? Otherwise, it's like, what have I just heard? This has been 5 minutes of incomprehensible Star Wars noises. You know, that's not. It's not really League of Legends, is it?
That's the auto-generated YouTube subtitle.
Yes. Oh my god. That stuff is so wild right now. Yeah.
Yes.
We are for hire.
Mr. Speaker, we are for the big. For those who remember the Chinese back into English subs from Star Wars back in the day.
Getting Grubs for VKS is not bad.
Big.
You've got a Varus Karma.
And Azir with Nash's build.
Yeah. No, this is not a bad comp for VKS to hit turrets plates at some point. I swear to God, if BLG drops again, look, all respect to CBLOL, but if we drop a game to fucking CBLOL,
shouldn't happen, bro. Shouldn't happen.
It shouldn't, and yet that is the world we live in.
Here's the thing, right? Is this hopefully?
Grimby?
Yes, Flash still. Oh no, he doesn't. I'm completely wrong.
He's just dead. Nice.
He's completely stuck.
Karma hates Trundle the moment her flash is blown.
That's true.
It's a really tough time, especially because the best Karmas in the world, for my money, are realistic. The most aggressive ones are LPL Karmas. So Honor's a big Karma player, and he's a very good Karma player, but he runs Karma as a pick champion. So he will speed himself up and then mantra W people to get massive heals, so they can't kill him to stop him, and just tether you in place for a second and a half. And it's pretty ridiculous, but it means you actually do have to run at people, and as a result, people like Trundle go, "Why have you done this?"
That's my jam.
Pulls ever so slightly into
such
the
a
lead.
base Zig build, dude.
Hate
tier, ditch tier, straight into the loons. Buy a gun.
I didn't realize you were you're very American today, CJ. That's not very Scottish of you.
The Scottish Highlands changer, man, Sam.
Look, I have a lot of history with competitive target rifle shooting. Okay.
Oh shit, really? I can believe that, you know.
Okay, so this is tell you what the weirdest lore dump I ever heard while I was on broadcast was. You know Beautiful Crow? Used to do some LGL stuff with him. I was on cast with him, and he was like, "Yeah, I can just fit myself into a suitcase, by the way." I'm not talking about the game anymore. What do you mean you can contort yourself into a He's a contortionist. He works with the circuit.
Yeah, he's a fire dancer and a contortionist.
So he can contort himself into a suitcase. I'm like, what?
That is sick.
What do you mean?
But it was genuinely the most like, where did this come from?
Oh god, it was so strange. Speaking of other random
party icebreaker.
Yeah, I found out this
come out of the
recently.
suitcase.
So I was speaking about this on stream the other day too, but I was recording some content for Ghost of Yote, and I was doing it with Monty, Doa, Wolf, and Rich, but Wolf from LCK. I was chatting. It's like one of the weird things I found about the game is that like the sword clashes on the PS5 controller. They've actually found like the haptics to feel really quite like metal on metal, and I know that because I used to do fencing, so I actually did like a fair amount. That's a weirdly like familiar sensation to myself. And then Wolf was like, "Oh yeah, I used to do fencing as well." I'm like, "My dude, what? Why have I?
Why have we never talked about this? Yeah,
it's a fairly like niche sport as far as things go, and you even fence the same sword as me. So Wolf from LCK also does epee, which was a interesting discovery I made the other day.
I think we're about to have some violence, guys. BLG in the river first, my goats.
It's never happened before in the history of League of Legends. They do occasionally, but like it's just not a. It's not a
how they lost to MCOY was basically saying, well, we have to fight this objective. Oh, go on. That's good. There comes the Kaiser.
Okay.
Sweep display talent's not bad, but it's on the clone mostly. Yeah. So, as I said, on from ahead of the curve gets to do this kind of thing. On from behind the curve just runs into blind bushes and dies. So this is a good on game so far.
With a really nice ultimate.
Trying to crack into Nico's zigs without vision control.
Yep.
Miserable.
But like typically BLG, this is actually where they and this is still the option later. They're not always great at playing around that. Where they'll actually rather play through lane and skirmishes around that rather than the actual objectives themselves. So there is a chance. Yeah. But my worry is now that Hugh face checks on this team at all, and Trimby is 0-3, and while I've cast him back in EU when he was big in his Enchanter meta back in 22 and whatever, he's always been an Enchanter player, but this is not a good game for an Enchanter when you're behind now.
It's tough. Congratulations to Elk, by the way, on 500 kills.
It's kind of crazy, actually, because his first international event was 23.
But he just had a string of very successful, very long international runs.
As you said, MSI 23, Worlds 23. He's had MSI 24, Worlds 24, and then he had MSI 25. So that's only 4 international events.
Yeah, that's still not bad. But
that's kind of insane.
But I suppose he got like 25 kills each.
And it was a run to finals in Worlds and MSI 24.
Yeah, no, so he's pretty...
And it was finals of MSI 23 as well.
Yeah, and
so
there's big
3
runs.
international finals.
So like 100 kills across like 10 series or whatever
in
each
double
time in double elim.
formats.
That's probably more than doable, especially because Elk is not exactly a low engagement player, shall we say.
Yeah. Still kind of surprised given how many crazy international... Yeah, I mean, I would have thought that some other players would have had more international events, but maybe maybe I'm overselling that.
To give some hope to Trajan here, we have seen this year On get crazy leads on Nico, and then stall out at Rocket Belt, and then go for massive flashy plays that individually look fantastic, and then you realize that no one else has ults or is on the same screen, and so he ults 4 people by himself and dies for it. And that's not bad at all.
Flash.
That's a little worse, but the kill is still good.
You take that.
I mean, this
Boal's in a good spot this game.
Look, I mean, if Boal ever hits an ult onto On, the engaged threat goes way down from BLG. I was about to say, well, I actually think Kaiser might be a bit of a bait, because with barrier and ult, you can just ult away from the Ambassador.
Yeah.
So there's a term which I'm trying to coin, because I think it really sums up a key concept to the game, particularly in LPL, called full contact team fighting, where, say for instance, Boal jumps onto Elk. BLG and LPL, one of their biggest play patterns is to not jump to the defense of the AD carry, but jump on your carries instead. So it's basically like trading off pieces. And the thing about Kaiser is that if that happens, you can then ult out of the initial pick, and you can also survive as well. But it's like using offense as defense instead.
I think, so like, Boal, the history of this player is he was originally an Aurelia one-trick, like super high elo Aurelia OTP, that everyone was like, why isn't this guy getting a shot in tier 1? It's been so long, he's clearly so mechanically gifted and stuff, and he was always actually struggle in tier 1 when he was forced to play like normal champions, and the teams that he was on weren't very good learning environments. Now we'll see if he can 1v4, I suppose.
TP, that's not bad.
Doesn't have
buying, but Zig's up.
It's actually 1v5.
I'm good aggro juggling, by the way.
Battle Herald.
He gets 2! Oh, On is my go. He's gonna get shoved onto the turret and may die for this. He splashes away.
That might not have been the best.
Oh, but it looked great. It looked so good.
It was funny. and Knight got the kill as well. It's going to be some big bombs coming through. But so Bowl, like one of the first when we started to see him turn the season around from looking like he was kind of the missing link in VKS and the like maybe you need to replace your top laner to have this roster work. He had some really big Ambessa plays that would specifically be like game-winning teamfight impact on Ambessa. Just I guess I think Ambessa feels like sort of the Gen Alpha Aurelia. It's like the modern League of Legends Aurelia.
I can agree with that a bit.
I'm diving 7,000 times in a team fight and you just can't catch
Aurelia for the TikTok generation.
Yeah, and so Bowl takes to this champion very well.
There's some truth to that. I think the other thing is obviously Ambessa, you can play weak side better, you have more defensive tools, you don't have to just dive in, you can dive out. So I can see how that is an analog there. But I will say, I feel like Aurelia at one item probably spikes harder than Ambessa. Emiru is going to be just about alright. Bloody hell,
Knight didn't quite have ult. If there was an ult, hang on, he might still kill it.
Oh, Rocket Bell nearly got the Nico route after.
This is getting to be a bit of a problem now. BLG are very happy playing around lanes like this.
Yeah.
If you're playing through lane, BLG are happy. And it is a problem that Knight is now exceptionally fed after that inner turret. And is on a champion that can one-shot anyone on the enemy team at like 2-3 items.
Yeah, Shadow and On have been dictating the entire pace of the game. Since like Shadow died top, they have been completely in control of the pace. And we haven't really seen them play since VKS, besides that like counter gank from Basamis, but...
It's really hard, I think, because Tremby's just not a factor. I think it's a problem.
Yeah, you need to get like Barasol into range or an Azir shuffle maybe, but he's been Ziggs pushed in all the time, and...
Yeah, they're in a great spot.
I don't know, we can't really contest jungle space. We're struggling to contest jungle space at least.
They just don't have a lot of great tools to start them, and that is going to make it so...
Oh, do you have a, based on like expected winners BLG T1 coming out of today, do you have a favorite draw for next round, or are you particularly invested in any of the other teams?
I think so. The draw and like the way that Swiss has unfolded, I think has been quite interesting to me. I think people the conversation.
Hang on, that's probably that's kill, isn't it?
It is.
Nice, good shit.
There we go. We'll take that. So like, I felt like people were. Can we just not put you back against the wall for 1 second?
Yeah. On does these plays quite regularly.
Yeah, and like
when it works, it's great. Anyway, so
it felt like people were starting to decry Swiss as unfair before anyone had been eliminated.
Yeah.
Which feels like you're not.
This is not bad for Wall, actually. I don't think he lives, but
he's given it the old college try. But I think.
Yeah.
So like, it was like before the first qualies and eliminations that people were saying, "Oh, this is like this format clearly doesn't work," and it's like you have to look at the actual output at the very end before you can decide if it's fairly working or not, right? Because the point is to sift through all the teams, and realistically, you should probably have, by region strength, like 3 or 4 LCK teams, 2 or 3 LPL teams, and then 1 or 2 spots for best of the rest is like the kind of, I think
the most expected outcome, yes.
Yeah, and realistically, it's like the best of the rest is like CFO, Fly, G2. I'd probably say CFO even more considerably.
Yeah, I had CFO as a semi-finalist caliber team if they peaked, you know.
So unless that doesn't happen, I don't think anyone can say the format doesn't work properly yet, right? Because even if some of the runs are absolutely heinous, like the 100T run is really funny. Should they ever qualify from Swiss? No. Are they gonna qualify from Swiss? No. So the system works, you know what I mean? Like even if they had a really tough run, even if they had an easy run, they should not theoretically have been a top 8 team regardless of what
Oh, he's using shuffle.
Yeah, unfortunately does survive. Attacking mirror a lot is good.
Doesn't use the ult, which is fine.
Also, I want to go on to your point, CJ. I completely agree. I also think it doesn't account for teams actually putting themselves in bad situations. For example, Genji lost to AL. They end up at 1 and 1. That is sometimes the way of it. BLG lost games. That's the reason they're playing against people like VKS, because they've lost games. So, playing against BLG, this sucks. Yeah, because BLG sucked. This is the way it works.
We are focused an intercon angle. I mean, maybe a little bit. Okay. Oh, this is good. This is good. Very good. That's very good. Okay, so now Knight gets to satchel a tower. Is there any contest? God, VKS, my dudes.
Very clean from BLG.
They just can't walk up.
And On and Bin just say you can't get over. Just don't lose this. We got it.
Fight at the end.
Fight at the end's not bad. Bin's
not
taking a lot of
bad for
damage.
Wall,
Shadow's gonna
actually.
flash out.
Bin's...
Ultra
Miru. Oh, and the goal goes in as well. Oh, I see it, Miru. You wish you had that flash now, mate. You really do, don't you?
Jesus.
Yeah.
So if you look for more here, this is they're on wards.
I'll also say, like, Knight did just single-handedly win that objective.
Yeah, he did. That was really nice.
He stopped the recall, got a huge chunk onto, was it Trimby before that as well? He took the tower while he was doing it as well. Knight just went off on that last fight.
Yeah.
VKS is crumbling.
Ben's looking from beyond the tower, by the way. Are they going to get so many turrets? Oh, boy. Okay, anyway, keep going,
In domestic play, I think VKS, given how important Miru is to the formula working, despite the fact the other pieces have improved as a result of his addition as well, when the mid lane doesn't have impact, I think VKS suffer greatly, and Miru has been very effectively shut down by the draft and just Knight around.
Yeah, he and Shadow have basically permanently ensured that Miru never has flash. So how many times have we seen him have to shuffle and then flash to get out of a Trundle or a Nico to look at? And for all he's only died the once, it has led to Knight just having an incredibly free time this game. And that's never a good sign if you are against BLG.
Because right now, BLG are running the rift.
And it is one of those heartbreaking moments.
To put a cap on the
obviously a little bit
the
Swiss
conversation as well. But what's like we don't Swiss all the way down to like its logical conclusion as well. We don't we do qualify and eliminate 2 at once, so there is still one element of RNG if you could get a better or worse matchup for your elimination matchup, as opposed to playing that and going to a final round.
Oh,
poop by on though.
Sam, do you mind just putting Trajan up a little bit on stream? So says chat.
I will do what I can.
And so like we in theory you could play it all the way down to like have PSG versus Fnatic as like the final elimination to try and like sift it all the way down, so it's not full perfection Swiss right down to the extension. And Swiss with this regional seeding does not deal well with.
That's not bad, you know. Oh, no arrow. No arrows on cooldown. Okay, I think this game, the wheels have come off a bit now. You can't Interdapticon anymore. You can't. I think Trimby getting picked off so much early kind of throws this game into the abyss. Not that it would be easy even if he was even.
They can't punish Morteus because Elk's too low. He did actually land the second arrow there. I was on to
he did hit the ulti, but he didn't have his Q or his E up to actually pop the.
Yeah, in fact, Zale's calling out Alex
with like a big Baron steal or something. Like the Ziggs is such a good pick to deny that style of play.
So you're at 0 HP whenever you look for a style, pick. Yeah. But yeah, I was interested to see it, like, at the 2-2 draw, is there any, like, matchup you'd want to see? Or do you particularly care beyond the CBLOL teams? Are you invested in them?
No, I really want CFO to make it. I think, like, that's very important for international league competition, that CFO get rewarded properly for playing so well. Any other ones that come through? Because, like, if there was, like, a world where if VKS manages to somehow get past BLG, there's an absolutely cursed MCOY VKS qualification match after
which would be hilarious,
Which would be hilarious.
I don't know what would be more funny. Either that or like FlyQuest MCOY and FlyQuest lose to 2 EU teams to bomb out. That would be like peak.
MCOY is a truly cursed representative in the final qualification match, regardless of what happens, I feel. And that is probably the team that can spur the like Swiss did not do a good job this year kind of discussion. It's like if
fair.
Regardless of what happens with that.
Good pillar.
Well.
Someone has to flash.
Doesn't deal super well with like a surprise, like the LPL first seed completely
just disintegrating,
like BLG is doing, and like when the regions are seeded in the way they sort of have to be, if you're going to do any kind of regional parity and not just do full like global ranking top 16 teams, then that's where it can't deal well.
Oh, the
I
double
don't think any
route.
format can deal well with that.
Well, no, and I think that people go, oh my god, T1 seed 4, that's so unfair. It's like, well, yeah,
oh my god,
that's not bad. Disarmus can't, doesn't get the smite fight, and on Miru in place. The fight after's not bad from Boal, but Elk glides it.
Knight just flashed over to get in range.
Yeah. Miru's trying to get his soldiers in range and can't. Oh, it's not been a fun as a game.
By the way, On did some. Hang on, he's teleporting for the push.
On did really well there. He made sure the Miru got to do nothing.
Yeah, but did you see what he was doing? Where he was recalling, basically faking that he was the clone so he could get the root onto them. So he was like pretending to be the Nico clone.
Genius.
It's good mind games there. And then like Knight just put a shit ton of damage, then flashed the Baron wall to get extra skill shots.
Nice. I mean, in fairness, VKS said exactly what you do. It is a low percentage play, but it is the play you have. So take the 20% flip, because otherwise the game is done. I am always a fan of teams taking the gamble here, because let's be real, what have you got to lose? The game is already gone, you know?
Yeah, you can't sit back and do nothing. And they have really struggled to make any kind of positive move. And yeah, it's encouraging that BLG left the door open. For,
I mean, this is BLG. They always do.
This
is BLG. They do this. Disarms is dead. Okay.
Just no ability to face check the entire game.
Yeah.
I mean, who does face check from behind this game?
No one.
Yeah. It's like,
no choices for that.
I have face checked a Trundle Nico, and then Ziggs has pressed R. Well, shit. It's like...
They're already at plus 6,600 gold on this one.
So where do you go from here as VKS? What's the plan?
So they're going to keep banning Sion probably, but I think Vol can be happy enough with what we saw from him, so I'm fine with him to keep Bruiser matching. Whether there's like a rumble to be found anywhere in this top lane, I'm not sure. I've been like kind of soft on rumble recently, but I think normally what BKS do is they just go, okay, we didn't have a good time there, let's just slap Miri on Akali and see what happens. And they might just slap Miri on Akali and see what happens.
This 6 damage is insane, by the way.
It's mental.
Yeah.
I mean, he has got 3 items. He's got the death cap in, and no one's got resist.
Yeah.
And the pen boots.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Spell Slinger's shoes, actually, you're absolutely right, Al. Yeah. Sorry, Trajan, go on.
It's so good. Like, the New Horizon feels so nice on Ziggs. And
Yeah.
Are you a big Ziggs player yourself, Trajan, is what I'm getting?
I'm a hefty Ziggs player.
I knew it.
Many years.
Hefty. I'm not... The use of hefty with
No, I vaguely remember talking to you
like
about this
feeling.
before.
This is great.
Yeah, dude. This like when I used to just go by CJ, which is like basically my name as my handle. I changed it at one point just to do something a bit more unique. And about like 2 days after I changed it, I realized I should have changed it to Siege, like the word Siege.
Yeah.
I play Ziggs, I play Zera, I play Mel. Like I like artillery champions as an archetype, and it also is basically close enough. And people have called me Siege as just like a shortening of CJ. Like
there you go.
A nickname
That's it.
like that. So I
have you ever considered getting into Rainbow Six? No, no reason.
Exactly, right. And then I could have become the forefront of Siege casting.
Yeah. Siege is insanely complex for people who don't know that, by the way. Siege might be the most complex esports out there, because people have like full books on plays. It's that complex. It's kind of insane actually.
But you have a book and map.
Yeah.
Yeah, like five, and then you like factor in every different like picks and bans of operators, and like the pixel precise setups for both attack and defense on every site in every map, and like
I don't think you kill that elk. That's hang on, my dude. There was actually a world where Mateus could ult flash there. Oh bloody hell! Oh Jesus Christ! Where did they go? Where did they go?
Yeah. Okay. Well, maybe he does just kill them.
Okay.
Yeah, but I say
extension, I suppose. Yeah.
Elk is still mostly at full HP here, by the way. Oh, here goes on! No, boy!
Let's wrap this one up, lads.
Yeah.
On doesn't even die for this. Oh boy, oh boy.
This was a frankly unfair Ziggs game.
Yeah.
You picked zero tank into like if you're playing range versus range, Ziggs wins almost every one of those matchups. Ridiculous. Well,
the start was
Trimby did say there was like a 75% chance for BLG to win. I just don't think you can win with a game like that, a team comp like that, which forces you to play from ahead and forces you to be ahead of BLG. I just don't think that's the play. I think G2 had the right of it. I think you pick stuff like Anivia, poke Varus, and you're like, I'm going to sit an objective with a front line. I don't care.
On the side of VKS, but you can
if that bot dive had turned into double kill for Disarmus, to double kill for Elk and 1 kill for Morteus, maybe they feel a bit better about trying to contest their Disarmus' own jungle in the next like 10 minutes, or double kill for On, not
If I'm a BLG fan,
On
I am incredibly concerned.
took that alternator by and
that top lane dive was
smashed the rest of the lane phase with it.
Why are we diving onto an Imbesso in that situation?
I think we simultaneously see here in the way that the
God, what was that top lane dive though from BLG? I mean, there were still worries in this game for BLG, right? I mean, that top lane dive, realistically, this is one of the reasons why the lane swap meta has been kind of so important to track because the thing about the top lane kind of lane swap protection switching until 4 minutes is that a lot of champions that can't survive 1v3 dives can survive 1v2 dives. So if you just have like Aatrox, or in this case Ambessa, yeah, they would often die in a 1v3 dive at level 3, level 4, what have you. But in a 1v2, I mean, Trundle's good damage early on, Kai'Sa is too with a single target Q, it's not bad, right? But in a meta like this where you can't bring a third person with a CC support or something like that, then it is risky going for dives like that, and I just don't... I didn't see that recognition from Shadow and Elk there that, yeah, this is realistically not going to work.
And Elk kind of
I need to run some adverts, is what I gotta do.
This team fight towards the end of it,
it didn't even seem
really
close
started
to working,
with that blown flash, with delaying the back, and
the BKS dive at least was like forgetting the tower and not letting the tower ramp up happen, or miscalculating that number very slightly miscalculating on Morteus' side perhaps, and like it could have been great but just about fumbled, and then the BLG one just did not look like it was ever gonna work.
Yeah, no, there are sometimes, the thing is that in the past, there'd be players that were like, look, this just doesn't look like it's going to work, and BLG would prove me wrong. That's become less of a thing this year, really. And I think in Winter, there was still like a little bit of that illusion left in Winter where it was like, okay, sometimes Knight is just so goddamn good, it doesn't matter. And it really was Knight in Winter, because the rest of the team was really off the boil. I think when we got round to MSI, that was when even Knight's sturdy back started to creak. And, I mean, I say that, they still reached top 4 at MSI, which is kind of insane given the state that the team was in. Then Beitron was out for a while. They said it was because he had, like, wrist and shoulder issues, right? He had shoulder issues, yeah. And he needed to take some time off for some, like, joint pain and stuff like that from bad posture, I think it was. Yeah, they recovered after having... We've started calling them polyamory gaming, PLG.
Yeah.
For when one honeymoon buff isn't enough.
It's so good.
So they just keep switching back and forth. It's the first time they've genuinely run a 6-man roster. Because before that, it was just like, look, if you're playing badly, we'll just sub you out. Like and it's not. Yeah.
It's like 15 people in here.
How many of these people in the back are actually extra junglers they want to bring in? You know, you can't have this stuff too far from mind.
They have the factory assembly line of junglers just trying to players to just feed into the meat grinder.
Oh my god, is that JJ in the background?
To be fair, BPS is much better.
We want to see more.
Okay, so like, you want to get Miru on something that has simple, easy to execute agency. Like, I mean, Akali is not necessarily simple, but that's like, for him specifically, it's good. But something like Annie or Aurora, where you can walk up and do a 3-hit target combo and pop somebody, and then you give Samus something to play with that. So like, even if it's Xin, if it's Pantheon, if it's Sejuani, like anything like that, they can just move around together. I don't like. I like the fact that Trumi can go back to Enchanters. Like, I think that the catches did cause a big problem here, but the Varus Karma was working really well in the bot lane. It covered Morteus and Trumbi's laning weaknesses. It gave them a good enough matchup to play it out evenly, which is all that I really want them to be able to do into BLG. So I don't hate that.
Don't show that shuffle again.
It's such a great point that like no one has ever missed Flash more than Miru missed Flash in that exact moment.
Well, that's a start to the day.
Yeah, and I think he's done. They've done like the Annie Pantheon or something recently, and I don't think they won that game, but it was not due to the Annie Pantheon not necessarily working. Like, it's just such a simple method that BKS need to be able to play through mid jungle in the early game, and then Bowl is completely fine, it seems, to just be left on his own and to his own devices.
Yeah, I think that's been working okay for them, actually.
And so many fans.
Do you need a break for anything?
I need to go to the bathroom break.
Okay, cool.
Like,
you
completely
do that.
I'll return shortly.
So like amazing.
Can you get me another coffee, please? Thank you.
To be here, and I'm really happy because
if you want to, you'll get like a soggy letter in the mail in about 2 days.
You're gonna get some slightly dodgy coffee grounds.
Just like
I always learn a lot.
Hey, thanks for the gift sub. Okay, thanks sir for the gift sub there. But how you been doing anyway? It's been a while since we caught up actually. What's you been casting recently?
That's where
mostly focus. My focus has been UK and
cool.
and Brazil, just kind of the combination of the two. So we're still doing the LTA South, which we'll probably change it back to CB LOL.
CB LOL.
So it means that like the merch that I got for doing CB LOL at one point has now circled back around to being relevant, which is good. It's no longer a vintage collector's item. It's now just the accurate branding, which kind of takes my net worth down a bit, I suppose. But it's good merch, so I like wearing it.
Oh, Harold says hi from Twitch chat, by the way.
Hi, Harold. One of my common co-casters, co-deskers on.
Tell you what, UKEL and like the UK scene, we've had some good folks come through there. I do miss being more involved in that scene. It's just it's so hard to kind of. I mean, I think everyone who kind of like does take a step up at some point, whether that's from tier 3 to tier 2 or tier 2 to tier 1, like there's only so many hours in the day.
Sure. Like, and for me, that has been my approach to casting always, because I've always had a day job, so it's very much been pick and choose what you can spend time on.
Be efficient about it.
To avoid potentially sort of the Nymaera burnout, you know, to coin the phrase. I've casted 7,000 games in 3 weeks.
I couldn't in good faith I couldn't in good faith like recommend what I do to anyone really. Like I've somehow threaded the needle with it and made it work, but I don't even think I've been that efficient with my time. I've just done a lot of stuff.
It's probably still the global speedrun PB of starting to tier 1, like
grassroots,
world record.
True.
But that did take an ungodly number of games and hours,
and a lot of luck.
Yeah, right, and that kind of makes sense. That's ultimately it's the same factors. It's just you compress them into a very small amount of time.
Because I mean, because basically a couple of very thank you for the other gift sub there, Zeref. Really appreciate you. But a couple of factors really came into line at that. One, COVID gave me the time and space, because I wasn't doing anything else anyway, to be like, yo, you got a lot of time on your hands, do something. Sam and Lexi being around and being like, okay, we want to start doing something. There's no English broadcast for the LGL, let's try it. And then actually the next year, so it wasn't 2020, but 2021, DFM did well enough for people to actually need our expertise. That was really big. And so that was one side of the coin. And then the other underrated side of the coin was, I did a lot of, obviously, UK stuff with you there as well, but also there was university esports. And I ended up doing a cast with Ex-Scoundrel through the big university competition, UE Masters in Europe. And he then recommended me to NLC when he had a guest day on LEC, because in 2020 and 2021, late 21, a lot of the NLC casters, so Orcs, Hipbrain, Jamada, and Ex-Scoundrel, they were all guesting up into LEC, and he was like, well, okay, well, I've now got an LEC spot, an NLC spot free, and he recommended myself and Sam through that as well. So that actually also helped as well, and that was not connected to the LGL at all. That was just being in the right place at the right time from university sports.
It for sure, like, especially in, I don't know if it's the same in all esports, so like, I mean it probably is fairly consistent, but like a lot of the way that when that kind of opportunity opens, the gap that has been left, the first question is asked to the previous talent that held that spot, right?
Yes.
And they're like, that's the person that is judged to be the person who would know a good replacement is the previous caster. So being appreciated and being thought of well by the current casters in the job you want to have is a very good way to be first in line, or first on their minds when they're thinking, okay, who should replace if I have something else to do or can't do it.
Yeah. And I think, it really does depend who, because sometimes talent managers do their own thing and it's not always on the talent. It really depends on bits and pieces like that. For instance, Ex-Scoundrel used to recommend a lot of people to LEC. So when you saw guests around about, 2020, 21, 2019, I suppose, as well, Quickshot would go to Ex-Scoundrel and ask him because he had a better ear to the ground. So a lot of the guests around them were through that. Nowadays, it's a little bit of a different system because I think the talent managers have it like... actually, at first, around about 22, when I was first in LEC, I gave a lot of the names to LEC because I'd just come out of the system there. So I was recommending... you were on the list, actually. So recommended yourself, people like Middlecart, Aragon, Solari. This is like 3 years ago now, so I can't remember everyone because this was like But yeah, back then, that was, I recommended the people. Obviously, a lot of people, say like, oh, but you recommend people that you work with. Well, of course, because at that point I have experience of whether.
Yeah, that you can trust whether you know if they're good enough or not. Like, only if you work with them can you really get a good sense of how they are as a professional sort of peer, as opposed to just like a person you've seen cast.
Yeah. So there's logic to say, you know, recommend the people which you've cast with and you believe in their work, right? But yeah, but then I think basically after that point, that was kind of like getting the talent managers and stuff like that kind of more familiar with the scene at that point. Obviously, after that point, they've had their ear to the ground and now they've got their own thing in there. So it's less about talent inputs at this point, but that's because the talent managers have now had several years to kind of get more familiar with the scene which they were stepping into.
Yeah, but like for me at least, like when I went out to start casting, my original goal was just to cast anything live. That was like the only actual goal I had, because I knew I wasn't planning on becoming a full-time, like,
you have a day
it's
job.
not feasible for me to travel. I already have a day job, and like, you know, I can't just uproot my life at this point to move to Berlin to like cast a split of whatever even. So like, it would have to be bits and pieces, but would never be the full like sole focus. So it was like easier for me, I think, to cap expectations, which does help a lot when you're like trying to move up a casting ecosystem.
Yeah.
Avoiding getting, because at some point there are bottlenecks that will catch people, and being like in a better position to handle being at that bottleneck.
Well, yeah, obviously what helped Sam and I was that we upped and moved from London to Berlin on 2 weeks' notice, because I was basically told midway through December, yo, oh yeah, that was something in terms of other lucky stuff too. EMEA Masters Summer 21. Because I'd done some guesting on NLC, they're like, yo, we'll give you a day online for EMEA Masters. And then Goldborg was ill during that tournament, so I ended up getting an extra 3 days, including a quarterfinals, which was one of my first casts with hip brain as well, actually. And because I did well on those days, and the person who was in charge, it was essentially the talent manager before the current one, person in charge of it, ended up being like, yo, we'll give you an LEC offer. Can you move out in 2 weeks? And I'm like, in COVID, post-Brexit, sure, why not? Let's go. And we did it in 2 weeks. And I've often ummed and ahed whether that was the right decision, because the amount of stress has been ridiculous. But it has led to, you know, a lot of good stuff for me. So
yeah, there was like luck that got you kind of out there in the first place, but then following bad luck that then kind of stifled the exponential curve for a bit, but you'd already made the move.
Exactly.
So there wasn't really, you were kind of committed at that point, you had to make do, which
yeah. Okay, so VCast on blue side, do you think they're a better blue side or red side team, or does it matter?
I don't think it really matters for them. I don't think they necessarily thrive with a single power pick, and I think that they do have decent enough depth to play, especially with like stylistically they can play multiple different ways. The Wukong for Desamis, you know, obviously this is like not speaking of great action early on for them.
Level 6-1 I spoke.
Yeah, so like Bin on the Rumble, so from what I've heard, it seems like Bin's Rumble has been a little suspicious as well, but I mean generally he just kind of has been. I probably would have prepreferred to see the Xin Zhao in Desamis' hands, just as something that's a bit more.
A lot of teams are first picking the Wukong. I don't know, it's just, I think particularly once you have, well, I think it's just got like, it's got the best jungle matchups and teamfight impact across the average. Where like you're kind of you have better scaling than the other AD junglers, which helps. You have okay matchups as every jungler. You're even one of the better matchups into Trundle, actually. Obviously Trundle's out, and I think my problem with the Wukong blind pick is that if you ended up going Wukong, you can't pick Trundle in a game 1 of a series, and then you Scion on the other side, and there's no counter to the Scion. So then you're playing Wukong into the Scion. That feels less good, and the Scion is completely unhindered. So that's normally a problem. So you've got Boyle on a tank now. There's no Trundle. I mean, Bin on Rumble. Bin on Rumble's a weird conversation, because some people will kind of say, oh, you know, he's fantastic. He played 3 games of it in Worlds Finals last year. Bin has never been, I would say, exceptional on Rumble. He's very good at laning phase on Rumble, but his ults are kind of ass on the whole, which is obviously quite an important part of Rumble's kit. He occasionally has great games on it, but like, he's definitely leveled up over time, and particularly in a matchup like this, BLG getting like a mid-game 1-2 item spike kind of comp with Bin having agency is not great for you, I don't think.
Yeah, I fear that we might have LS frothing at the mouth again here, and we might be drafting the patented BKS 0 damage comp for the 2nd time in a row. Now, it worked last time for no reason, but like the Miryu Talia, he's good at Talia. He plays it well, he's got good catches, and like I say, it does enable unlock him to move around the map. They banned away the Aurora, fine. I probably would have preferred something that has a little bit more damage early on, and it really needs like a Sivir or something that does a lot of damage
So,
for
yeah,
Mateus.
on the topic of that LS thing, by the way, when basically VKS locked in, I think it was Sion, Talia as solo lanes, and Sivir as AD carry. I do actually agree that on the whole, solo lane pairing, Sion Talia, in this case even Cassante Talia, some of the lowest damage you can have from solo lanes, and that can be a problem. Because what it ends up sometimes doing is locking you into a single carry comp. Where this starts to get better, though, is when you have point-and-click setup for the Talia, and as you were saying, just basically, that makes it an easy combo, which is better for Mirror. So if you have, like, a Nautilus now, you feel better about that, but obviously the Nautilus is banned. BLG are actually playing respect to that, which is good, because Nautilus Talia is a combo which BLG used to use a load, because it turns out when someone's CC'd in front of you, Talia don't need to hit skill shots, they're rooted. It's a stationary target.
He was on Isurus, they won split 1.
So
he goes over to VKS,
I think
they
that
win split 3, right? Like, this guy, to me, is by far LTA South Player of the Year. Like, if there was that...
It depends like how confident we're feeling. Okay, we have actually gone for the Sivir. Fine. Like, so at least we're going to have some sort of play game, but it is remarkably similar to what they did before. But they executed really well in that. I think it was an Alistair game that Trimby had that game, right? And that
yes,
was
it
like,
was.
you know, the Alistair Talia mid lane like catch was like, you know, top 5 plays of the first week of Worlds, right? So it was definitely very strong, and they executed really well on it. Obviously, the weaknesses are there.
I'm not going to trust any of this stuff until he actually locks something in. This one, of course,
Bard. I mean, I like picking Bard as a we need to like just upset the apple cart in this game kind of champion.
It's good guess is Rumble too. Rumble really hates playing against Bard because you just throw an ult at him and then Talia ults in as well, and then Rumble can't really do much. Oh, we're gonna get Knight LeBlanc? Oh, that'd be so sick. Oh, we haven't seen Knight LeBlanc in so long. Oh, that'd be so sick. Come on. I really like it in this comp too, because like you can bully out the Talia. You have a ton of mid-game. Come on, do something fun, Knight. Come on. Come on, Knight. Let's do something fun.
Give us the juice.
Oh, let's go!
There we go.
Knight LeBlanc, Knight is one of the best LeBlanc players of all time. This guy's so fucking good on this pick. Now, he's not going to do that much to say, like, Cassante, obviously, but there's, like, Talia, Sivir, Bard, all of which kind of hate playing against LeBlanc, really. Talia used to be very good into LeBlanc, and then basically, LeBlanc players realized that you could freeze the wave outside your turret because Talia kind of auto-pushes if she ever casts Q. It's what we call the Aurelia spot, because Aurelia used to do this all the time. I think Aurelia's not been meta for, like, a long enough time that people forget this. If the wave ever gets outside of LeBlanc's tower, and you don't fully crash it in, LeBlanc jumps over it, chains you, and Talia don't live to extend we get Knight LeBlanc.
Yeah, I just seen. I'm coming back for a second. I'm still making coffees.
Okay, cool.
I had to clean the velvetizer.
I washed it out. Oh no, but I cleaned it out, didn't I?
I'm still a bit on the bottom. Honestly, I'm just being bitching because I'm like this. But I'm still cleaning it. But it'll
literally rinsed it out, mate. And
coffee is coming shortly.
It used like 30. It was completely cleared. I used it like 30 minutes ago. It's not a problem. Yeah.
But my velvetizer.
I get weird. I get this is my personal.
Obviously the setup
right.
Like as a specific, like as it is my specific human thingies.
Top 3 LeBlancs of all time or now? Foxy. Top 3 LeBlanc all time or now? If it's all time, I mean you have to put Faker as number 1. And it's not even close actually. Yeah, Faker. Yes, of course. It's Faker all time.
For some reason,
all time.
For some reason, I heard. For some reason, I didn't hear Faker. I heard BDD. It's like, oh, I can see it, but it wasn't my initial call.
What? Whoa! There's not even a shared syllable.
I know. That's the reason I was like, how did I hear this? I think it's because I'm putting the headphones on at the time, so I think I just misheard.
He's just got BDD on the mind.
Yeah,
I do. It's true.
I think you have Faker. I think you have Showmaker as well. I think Showmaker's there, and then third place gets weird because I think it's between Rookie, Knights. Perks actually does deserve an honorable mention.
Because I think that 2017 era when he was doing that, when he beat RNG, it was on that incredible LeBlanc.
I mean, I'm just remembering back to 2018, 2019 when Rookie just did unspeakable things on that
true.
Pick. I mean, it's between like. I think the top 2 are Faker, Showmaker. I think those two are. I mean, yeah, I think they're my top 2. Honestly, third place is a really hard one. I think at that point it's going to dealer's choice. I would say Rookie just out of whatever, but actually, like, I think Knight can also be in there. Perks could actually be in there too. Actually, Perks was insanely good at that pick. which is actually kind of crazy to say given how many good LeBlanc players there were. But in terms of like right now, it's kind of hard to say right now. The only person who's actually been playing is Showmaker. That's the problem.
Okay. Oh, there's a barrier for Milk. So I'm assuming you've had a chat about comps already, by the by. So it seems like I'm seeing like big skirmishing from BLG, really good scaling and team fighting from VKS, with actually a really good bot lane because between Sivir and Bard you've got crazy shove.
So I like that they have double range into on an Elk just to try and again cover the 2v2 weakness that VKS has. So I think they should be relatively comfortable.
Oh, Caps LeBlanc as well. Obviously needs to be up there. My bad.
Oh yeah.
As a like OG TSM fan, I have to mention like 2014 Bjergsen.
He was exceptional at it. Him and Jensen were probably the best in NA at various points, I agree. On LeBlanc specifically as well, yeah. No, yeah, I think people have this habit of underrating Bjergsen's skill level because of his last couple international runs where like he did things like the Zillion and it got mashed when it mattered, you know. There were bits like that, but that kind of peak Bjergsen era 15, 16, 17-ish, like, was legit good. Like, that, part of the reason why people believed in 2016 TSM was that they went to things like, it was the IEM they went to and actually won the damn thing. Like, it was a big deal.
It's like the greatest moment in North American League of Legends.
Yeah.
That tournament win, really. And then, like, the other one is, like, that TSM squad kind of somewhat, like, slightly impostery, but, like, making it through to quarters and then losing to Samsung White, I think.
The big one.
Taking a game when no one else took a game in the whole bracket from them.
There was,
Cloud9 took a game off White, because it was the Meteos
Cloud9 took a game off of White, TSM took a game off of Blue.
That's the one, yeah.
And apparently they were like the worst matchups for it because Cloud9 were doing better against Blue, TSM were doing better against White. I think it was.
You can see that actually,
yeah. But then obviously, I mean, the biggest moment in North American history was probably the TL victory over IG MSI 2019.
And the COG.
The thing is that that gets overruled because they got smashed in the fastest international best of 5 at the time in history against G2 in the finals.
But before TL showed up and got the new fastest luck.
Yes.
In an international festival.
Yeah. Holy crap.
NA setting records.
Yeah. Is there coffee still?
There is. Yeah.
I'm saying this out of personal vested interest in gaining more caffeine intake.
Out of the conversation, I wanted to see where things were at.
Yeah.
So rude on.
It's the one of my favorite things is full build Poppy where you just hit level 3. And let's be honest, Poppy doesn't really need anything else besides level 3.
QWE, yeah, that's basically what is required for this champ.
Ooh, Knight actually trading pretty well there considering. Darkseal first back, my man. Knight is the famous Magi's librarian.
Big book haver. Yeah.
Yep.
Voracious reader, BLG.
Yeah. Yeah. I like to refer to it as light reading, but people kind of... But I feel like Death Note is just outside of the community conscious now that people forget that Light was like the main character in that.
Yeah.
Like, goddamn, that's actually kind of clever, but is it really? No, it's just people are less familiar with it now. Okay, that's fine. I mean, the laning phase is like going pretty well for BLG. I mean, top lane Bin's getting the shove on, whatever. But it's not crazy or anything. I mean, VKS is surviving.
Again, this is like, against BLG, like VKS, like the #1 order of business is just survive the laning phase and see what happens. So, we're surviving. Surviving is the word I would use at this point.
Not a great Dragon Star from BLG, actually. This is not great from Shadow. Shane, for Knight kills Mira here.
Oh, it's a horror.
It's, yeah. Well, Knight LeBlanc has got a kill and 2 stacks on the Darkseal, and his rotation's coming back up. Oh god. Oh, does Knight get another one? No, Elk gets it, okay. Yeah, Montez might get one back. Does he get... Oh, gets one.
Yes, Alright, we got something, but it's on Tribby.
Yeah, it's a kill on Tribby. If it was on Montez, you'd feel a lot better about it. And now Knight has 3 Darkseal stacks. I mean, I don't know what Hunter rune he's going towards. Sometimes you go... Actually, LeBlanc goes a couple of different items. Sometimes you go... Sometimes you go Alt Hunter, which is, you know, generically very good for your combos. Sometimes you go Treasure Hunter for the burst an extra gold, which can really change the way that you play the game. Yeah, there's a couple of... Oh, hang on, is that the new chroma for the IG skin? IG LeBlanc? I think it is, actually. Because that's... They just released that, I think, the LeBlanc skin, IG LeBlanc chroma. It's like the elite chroma or whatever it is. Yeah, I didn't like them as much on release, but I've come to respect them more and more as time has gone on, because they actually do give you the feeling that they are part of the same team, where some of the skin lines, I feel like that is less the case.
Yeah.
And LeBlanc, I think, is just one of the first champions that comes to mind when you think of, I do not want early kills going to this champion. His ability to...
Such a pleasure to see Knight LeBlanc back, actually. He did thread the needle really well onto the... As soon as he hit that chain on Mira, I'm like, this is now a losing fight for VKS. Because you get like the guaranteed Q pop, it was kind of doomed.
And considering it's not just LeBlanc, it's
another incredibly ominous Hextech alternator purchase.
True.
Player that is giving me the
Yep.
LeBlanc is the champion you don't want that.
He's going to buy a gun.
The player that you don't want to have the early kills. He was really killing it on the Ziggs last game, and now
anything else interesting built? Or well, no, it's just standard builds, really. Nothing crazy.
I think, like, I just want them to do something. Like, that's what a lot of, like, you know, a lot of, like, quote-unquote minor regions coming towards you. You kind of just want them to do something and not just get steamrolled over. And I think that was, you know, because we were mentioning the unfortunate occurrences of, like, all international players and, like, the biggest charge levied is, like, hoping would stick do something.
Harold does raise a very good point. When are we going to get the Halo Elite skins in League of Legends? I mean, we've got the IG Elite skins. When are we going to get just, like, some random, like, 4-split Jor Alien shit on our Rift?
Right now the Guns have started off.
Sorry, I completely interrupted you mid-point. That is, again, it's a bad habit, but go on.
That's absolutely fine. It's like, and so we have like a Bard, and that is like a do something champion, right? It's a champion that forces action to occur, and the Talia. So last game, they got shut down, and the draft of BLG was so good to just be like, well, now you're behind, you actually can't do anything.
You're dropping waves, you're going to lose at least one power play here. So BLG, take one grub,
just needs to be getting to the 15 to 20 minute window without getting one shot by Knight 7 times.
Yeah, I mean, your anti-LeBlanc tech is not fantastic in this game.
No.
How did Shadow end up dying, by the way? I didn't see that.
It was an early skirmish, and that's where they picked up the one. I think it was 1-for-1. No, was it 2-for-1 total?
2-for-1. It was 2-for-1.
Yeah, it was the 2-for-1.
VPS
Yeah.
picked a fight. They tried to catch Shadow, but didn't quite get all the damage they needed down.
Right.
And then Knight counter-killed Miryu, and BLG chased them into mid lane. They actually had a good bin Rumble ultimate.
Yep.
And,
that's unusual.
But there were a lot of low health bars that VPS were able to grab them back.
There was a you know Hupu Esports, like the Chinese reviewing site.
Yeah.
They had some comments to be said about 369's Rumble the other day, basically comparing the LPL Rumble players, being like, Bin has the laning phase, the Shy has the ults, and 369 has nothing, basically. Which is a shame, because actually he has been a
very good Rumble.
This is a good. It's the do something.
Oh,
no!
they missed the Q! Oh,
it doesn't matter.
It
doesn't actually matter. But Trimby, my dude, like you. Trimbus.
In fairness, that heal was possibly required there.
Right.
As opposed to like
I thought it was like, you know, you get multiple. I thought you had multiple Trimby and it's Trimbii.
Or a Trimboid as opposed to Rhombus and Rhomboids.
Yeah, you know, it's you've heard of the Roman Triarii. Now get ready for the Trimbii.
The Trimborii.
In the exact style of the Rome Total War voice.
Yes, exactly.
Yes! I knew you would get this.
Oh, what a
Trimborii.
Sometimes I can catch, very rarely.
Oh, that is the deepest cut I could have asked for. Yeah. Thank you so much, CJ.
Holy crap.
If you didn't play original RTW,
funnily enough, I did have a 5-hour video in the background a week ago or two of a guy doing a modded campaign playing as the rebels and just like taking control of every single rebel army that came up across the map and playing a campaign like that. Very cool. It's one of the saddest points in the game where you had the Marion reforms and you lost Triarii as your really good mainline spam. And I was like, what do you mean? What do you mean I have to thrive off of mercenary hoplites for the rest of the game? What do you mean?
Genuinely, because though, like cavalry is so busted in that damn game that it's so quick you can't not have spearmen. Yeah. It's like an actual requirement.
Yeah. Damn, what a game. That is in my top 10 all time, by like easily Rome Total War.
Also the piano music. Victoriana.
That wasn't piano, that was on a harp, wasn't it? Yeah. This is unlocked like a whole like set of memories.
It's haunting me now.
Rusty corner of the mind.
Yeah. Oh. I need to close that door. I've got to focus on League of Legends. Very different part of the brain.
Stuff it all back into the cupboard.
In we go. There we go.
Like, well, Mira has Merc Treads now, so he's less a threat from the double AP solo laners. One thing which I'm really quite worried about is I think BLG is still quite good around playing around sideline matchups. Even with the Talia Global, my problem is LeBlanc has a good time into both these sideline matchups. Cassante very rarely gets to do much against the LeBlanc. You can sometimes get on the wave first. This isn't a bad pick, but he has flash and heal. I don't think it leads to that much, no?
Nice shove into the wall, buys a lot of time, keeper's verdict.
He
walks
gets
away.
out without using a summoner.
Oh, he uses heal, but that's still fine.
I'm glad that Trimby's doing stuff, though.
I mean, Trimby being proactive is what this team needs, and that's a good sign.
It's not really converting into much though.
What did you make of like Seal's Duma posting on Twitter midway through the event?
It's very Seal.
It's so like, yeah, I mean, the fact that they had like perhaps the most cursed travel, like esports travel that I've ever seen.
Well, isn't like a 50-hour flights? Yeah.
Twice, like in the same string, like having to like have your flight cancelled, wait a full day, then have it cancelled again, like, and you're just stuck in the airport, like absolutely ruinous travel. And then like once you're there, and it definitely like when they in games 1 and 2, they looked like they had been in an airport for 50 hours. They did not look like they were themselves. And then I guess the problem was like
no scrims.
Because we had a bad start, no one wants the scrims anymore because everyone thinks we're washed and trash. So yeah, I mean it's pretty unfortunate. I think that CL, despite how well he hedges, he does have a lot of faith in the team, and I think his 5-year plan is to make it out of Swiss. Like that's a
5-year plan.
I'm glad he's having that kind of plan, though.
Yeah, but like, I mean, 3-year plan is like, oh, that's a good flash away. Actually, I mean, needed to be Shadow charge pursuit. This is the problem with this LeBlanc in the sideline. Howie.
Just picked up Ludens, by the way, and sword boots. Wizard with a gun. Wizard with a gun. Harry Dresden, is that you?
No idea what that is.
Dresden Files is a very famous wizard with a gun. He's a private investigator in Chicago who also happens to be a wizard, who also happens to have a cult in his pocket. But there we go. On is possibly about to experience a gun.
Yeah, it's nice stuff.
Nice moves from VKS fighting him off.
I don't know anymore.
Light is. I don't know. This is not bad for.
I am terrified.
Yeah, this is not. If that ult was a little sooner, that would have been very good, I think.
Mira's back and just loses all his HP. That's nasty. Oh, where's the next cooldown from Knight? He's flashed over the Q. Nicely done. No, they can't. No, they can't.
Nice.
And Shadow gets such value out of that Crescent Guard, by the way. But Knight, actually not by Bin. That's a really good ult. Stop him going back. That's a really good angle. Bin survives as well.
Oh, minions!
He's fine. It's just better. It's just better. That ult from Bim was actually legit because it meant they couldn't retreat to the tower.
Dude, Knight is having such a chill time. But like, so this is the thing which I also talked about leading up to the tournament as well. Like, BLG are very good when they have high mobility, like when they have high mobility team fight teams where they can go from one side of the fight to the other very quickly. If you give, and with stuff like Corki, Shinzao does technically count as well, or the LeBlanc, which can dash from kind of one target to the next from quite long range. They're very good at chaining one kill into the other.
Bingo. I mean, IG were really similar, actually, because often what they would do is they would not draft it. So IG would often do this thing where they would draft very low CC, but a lot of target access. So like Neferi is probably the best example of that, right? Where you can ult in, you've got loads of target access, but your CC is death. Oh, bloody hell, Knight.
It's a 15-minute for Knight.
Yeah, it is. Oh, last auto! Go on, Knight. There we go.
Oh my god.
He's 14 stacks on the Medjais, by the way.
Holy crap.
He's bought the book.
It's just a Knight diff, bro.
It's such a Knight diff.
The fight is so playable if Knight is like 15% worse.
Yeah. He's not though, is he? Oh, Morteus is not going to have a lot of fun. Oh, he nearly gets Trimby, actually.
I don't think he kills there.
I don't know. With the Magi,
I think his electrocute was down. If with electrocute,
at that point.
Yeah.
Back up. Oh, they've got a... Oh, dear. Knight can do it again.
Coming around again.
On? Oh, nearly. I like the idea from On there, actually.
Yeah, On actually got the bot back from the W, because the Bard portal does count as a very slow dash, so it does actually interact with dash, anti-dash things. Okay, saves that turret at least, but, yeah. Well, I'm not gonna lie, this series has been a bit of a night diff. The Ziggs was also...
Has Harold's hello to CJ been passed along, by the way?
Yes, I have. We have, because we stream in 3 different places and we kind of come in, Sam and I kind of leave the room at different points, trying to track what we've actually talked about in chats has become a learning experience over the year. There was a point where we were streaming in 4 different points because of TikTok as well, but then streaming League on TikTok is very easy to get random strikes despite them being not valid. Hang on, Knight doesn't have flash. There is
that was odd. He's still...
he wanted... Oh, he's dead. He's dead. He's dead. Oh, okay.
I'm gonna lose it.
Oh, Trippy's there.
Yes, okay.
And they go to the Magi
so the reason why Knight did that is that you want to just hop short while the minefield is down, so you can immediately react to the shove without popping the rocks.
Oh dear.
By the way, that's also that's a couple of stacks back to the Magi's.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, he gets the assist. Nice.
Oh my god.
So like that explains why he doesn't. That explains why he doesn't think Shadow wants it. It's got Crescent Guard, and there's no all out anymore. Cyclone back's not bad.
Yeah, Shadow dice.
Yeah, that's awful.
Oh my god, that's a good fight.
Meant to BOG throw. Patented BOG throw.
So one thing which we do have to mention, I was saying that BLG pretty good in side lanes and stuff. Knight does also randomly die in side lanes too this year, way more than last year.
He's looking at the server.
Holy shit! Hang on, whoa! 2K lead for Knight just went down to nothing. By the way,
they just because all the shutdowns went over.
Just like double shutdown went.
Watch out for Knight's coming around the corner. Jaws music.
Oh, Bin. Jaws music. Yeah, and
so
Bin
that's back to 10 stacks.
Okay, fine.
1 for 1.
Hang on, Knight. Why did you just have? Okay, it's fine. Whatever. Trimby? I'm not sure about that.
Relax. This is what I mean, like, you can see as soon as they get one good play, suddenly Trimby's like,
you can also just... And you can also see on the other side too, just like, when Knight is in the driving seat like this, the game does become all about Knight. Even though, like, the rest of BLG can sometimes fumble, like, if Knight is ahead of the game does become all about him. And, like, for a lot of this year, it was kind of just, does Knight pop off or not? Because the rest of BLG was struggling. That being said, I don't think the rest... This is a bad fight from BLG. I don't know what Shadow's thinking. Just, you are not tanky enough to go into Wukong Kasance. Not at that point.
Yeah, but maybe just like, guys, we're winning so hard. It's like, no, Knight's winning so hard.
Yeah.
You guys are even. Like,
This is a regular thing.
Yeah.
Regular day at the office.
Okay, we cut the gold lead. We got kill for Morteus. We got triple for Miryu.
This is about as good as it gets.
Who cares? Yeah, we got shutdown for Ball. We're now even again, but Knight is still 3 items. That's like so
interesting. As now Miru, 2 items completed. Those Magi stacks.
Future Strength went over to VKS, so.
Knight's looking for an angle, but again, we return back to this net neutral game.
He has flash backups, it's harder to catch him right now, which is the problem. And the problem is, if you have to spend a load of cooldowns blowing that flash, he then gets his regular cooldowns back up, and then you're still in trouble. So it used to be like a multi-part plan where you catch out Knight to get his summoners, survive, and then punish him after. This is actually where you might be able to win a fight against BLG though, because again, their objective setup is not fantastic.
I'm so scared of... I'm more scared of Knight in a team fight with this, because there's so many more factors to like keep track of.
Yeah,
and forget where the Knight is, and then...
And there's a lot of mobility as we've been talking about.
Oh, Shadow.
He's okay.
Yeah, but he's lost his ult and half his HP for free.
He's lost a third, but yes, I see your point. On the flank, on the flank, on the flank, they know him now.
I don't know, BLG's objective control again is just not great.
Does it matter? No.
Yeah, again, because Shadow didn't have ult and lost a load of HP, it's just a free drag into VKS. BLG are not good at objectives.
Okay.
They're way better at playing around like random pick attempts or whatever than anything else.
Are they going to Atacon it? They are. They are. They're going to Atacon. They are on it.
Both their blue trinkets on that.
Yeah, they do. They've got no idea. They are. BLG are on Atacon right now. For sure. No. If I made it. Okay.
But VKS doesn't know.
I don't really think BLG as a squishy team wants to be on Atacon much, do they?
Alright.
Yeah, they trick it with that.
And I'm super impressed with how
Okay,
patiently
good.
they
Right,
navigated
full
it as
reset.
well. You
No
broke it
change
down
to gold, dragon
beautifully
secured.
just because of all of the pieces, how well they
Knight
tracked
successfully
everything. And we come back to
cycled.
this scaling
Yeah,
conversation, specifically around this Sivir.
No, I mean, Miri's got a ton of gold now comparative where it should be at. And like, Knight dropped a lot of farm looking for plays, but BLG, like that overplay from Shadow, particularly in that top lane around Krogs, is a bit to the point. I don't know, I think that I've not been impressed by Shadow today, folks. I'm not been impressed with him.
If he loses here, it will be base one. It will be.
Yeah. And again, what does he bring to the team? So typically Shadow's a little bit more self-centered as a jungler. He plays for individual advances, whereas Beige One plays more for his lanes. But realistically, they're fairly similar. And the problems that BLG have are completely present with both junglers in. It's not really an individual jungler thing. That's not bad for Knight. A lot of damage on the clone though. But W cooldowns on still rank 1 clone as well, because Wukong tends to max it last still.
Hang on, Shadow, it's only on a ball.
I don't know, I think this is not bad for VKS.
We lost the TP, so it'd be nice to find something, but also just not dying would be...
Yeah, I think if Knight can find a chunk on a Mortaire something here, he's pretty happy.
Problem is that Boal is just kind of marking Knight a little bit.
Also, BLG's range is not that great at this point, and the...
LeBlanc is their range, basically.
Yeah, and actually Mortaeus is beginning... Shadow is gonna die.
Shadow, man.
Really nice. Actually, not bad from Shadow, he got out. Weaver's walk. He's going for the back line.
Where is Miru going?
Knight,
what is Miru doing? Hang on a second, Elk's caught.
Flash out. Knight blew up the jungler though. They lose Bin for that.
Yeah, and they lose a lot of HP as well.
It's 1 for 1.
Knight gets 4 Magi stacks out of it.
All they have to do is get Miru in range to tag someone with the Rylai's. Once they're slowed down, you're going to get chased down, you're going to get taken out there. They're able to force the fight here.
BLG, bad late game. I don't know, I think this is actually a very winnable game for VKS. I think that Knight was...
I like the way they played this push out. They're confident, clearly.
Yeah, and I think particularly when BLG look a little bit skittish around objectives like this, Shindao is a champion that gets punched for that very easily because he's looking a little bit free right now. Everyone's on reset. Everyone's on reset.
Boal's here, but I don't think it's going to be too late.
Wukong's on reset. They can use the Bard ult. Wait, no, Bard ult's down.
Yeah,
so this is just free.
Oh, VKS.
Bad resets.
On Divine Save, he's fine. Look at Knight. Knight gets to the backside, forces 3 back. If he forces 3 back, which is kind of enough, I think.
Shadow is caught out again.
I don't think that matters. He does a fair amount of work on the way down. He'll die for it. Look at Knight. Watch Knight at the back end, and Mortaeus is going to die. Mortaeus is going to die. Has to flash. Bloody hell, the burn. Oof. Ooh, flash on Civ is not a bad option here, and Knight can keep hunting for more on the resets.
He's not done. Disarmus Trimby, protect your boy.
Still hunting. Disarmus is going to try to look for him, make sure.
So, I mean, how's Knight feeling about this? Is he's
gonna hop over this now. Watch.
He clones down still.
He gets the ult for that as well. So you burn flash on Sivir, ult on Wukong. Can you turn that into anything else? Probably not right now. You can probably shove a tier 1 top is what they're pinging for. And again, that's just a W cooldown on that.
By the way, folks, VKS do have 1k gold lead.
Yeah, they do. It's mostly, ironically, on the Cassante.
Ow.
They are doing a good job at not dying tonight on repeat.
Yeah.
So they haven't accelerated him any more than he already is, which isn't saying that much, but...
Yeah, they gave him 1 kill in that big scuffle around bot lane before the Atacon. That's about it in the last 5.
And it feels like in a team fight like that, he's gonna kill someone. It kind of just matters
who it is, yeah.
You can play it.
I mean, losing the jungler there did cost Atacon, which is rough. And again, it's a relatively high kill game, so there's been a fair amount of petals going down.
I just want there to be a LeBlanc Syndra meta again, just for players like Knight and Showmaker to just show their stuff off. Rookie as well, you know.
I think Showmaker is my favorite, like, multi-KP player now. I think
he's just such a character.
He's so cool. I love the way he plays. I love his pool. He's great in interviews. Like, I think he's just, and I think he might have the coolest tag in all of them.
It's a cool name.
Yeah. Sam, do you mind just pumping Trajan up on the vid polling bit?
I have. I can
try and move my mic.
Yeah, BKS are just going to show up, but this is kind of the worst
fine.
those types of contests when you
He's a Grey Knight. The thing is, if you see a Grey Knight, you are basically dead. So, yeah. Never pray for Grey Knights, folks. They are bad.
It's like I've seen a single Space Marine. Oh, the Emperor is with us. I've seen a full company of Grey Knights.
Oh no!
God Almighty!
Bad things are happening.
We are all so dead.
Yeah, if you're in the 40k universe, you just hope that you never see any of the special stuff you see in the game.
Yeah,
ever.
just never see any of it.
If you see any of it, you are not having a good time.
Or just live a peaceful life with an Eldar on an Exodite world.
Honestly,
go be a dinosaur farmer.
Just hope that you're in Tower space.
Yeah, like go be a dinosaur farmer.
True.
Yeah. Was largely driven by Knight.
Were you ever a tabletop gamer? By the way, Trajan?
Not fully tabletop, no. A couple of my friends in school were, but I mostly enjoyed just like witnessing rather than playing. And obviously, I can only invest in so many hobbies.
True.
Yes.
Wallet, you know?
Yeah, Magic is my choice of expensive hobby for now. And like I've
now chosen Uma Musume as my hobby to find the joy of anime horse racing. Yeah, true.
But no, I have a couple of EDH decks that one of them is deproxied and one of them is definitely not deproxied.
EDH is fun.
Yeah, Sam got me the Limit Break Final Fantasy deck, and I've been enjoying it back into it. Yeah. We played an original Ravnica. Our uncle introduced it to us. So I've got an Izzet deck which I used to play way back then. I had a Rakdos deck as well. I enjoyed it a lot. It was a good time.
I can't remember what the first set I ever drafted was. It was like when I started uni, and it was the one that was modeled really obviously after like Greek myth and legend.
Oh yeah, I couldn't tell you. Knight.
That's kind of why I got into it. It's just classical, which is obvious hook.
There is a 3-item Sivir in this game. Stood behind
in against a team fight combo. Theros, there you go.
I don't know. I think that VKS are really happy now.
BLG, I agree.
I actually think like based on team comps and Gold League and stuff.
If Morteus dies here, then I have significant. Oh, the spell shield!
No, it wasn't the spell shield. He still got pushed. He just missed. He just missed. On just missed.
Oh, they can. Yeah, because Trimby's got the speed up from. They can definitely look for Baron at this point.
I swear to God,
Morteus doesn't have to blow anything. He's blown. Okay, they have blown 3 ults. Is that going to be a problem? Yeah, I feel like yeah, there might be a problem. He's got void stuff now. So, I don't blame you for looking. I don't.
I mean, that could have been the game-winning play. Instead, it became a play which then opens up potential options of.
But I feel the problem is that PLG aren't actually going to have a very good time in teamfights in general, right? So I get that you do actually have to look to blow things on Morteus. It's pretty on repeat.
This is the point where Cassante is just really annoying because this is similar to. We were talking about this in the was it one of the FlyQuest games? Yeah, it's the FlyQuest game with the Cassante where it's like, oh, but if you hit the backline, it's a load of damage. But the problem with particularly Cassante is so mobile as a tank.
Double footwork and a W and an all-out.
Yeah, so Cassante is so mobile as a tank. Even compared to other tanks, he often doesn't give you a choice to hit anyone but him. So in this, we've seen him. Hang on, that's. Where's Knight? That is the most important thing. Where is Knight?
That's the only question. Is where is Knight? Like the rest of BKS are so happy to go toe to toe with BLG.
Yeah. But Knight is a win con against everyone not named Cassante.
It is worth noting that like LeBlanc is not an easy champion to win on anymore. It's good damage.
I think if Knight can just play it slow and keep chunking out important people, that's fine. Actually, in fairness, VKS aren't actually managing to get much poke of their own here right now, because Knight has actually got vision control on this topside river, and it's making his life a lot easier.
He's basically just using Qs on cooldown.
Yeah.
But the problem is, because of the defense...
Good stun. Flash away.
What the flash?
Bloody hell.
I think you need to make sure you're not rooted up in front of like a Corky Rocket.
Yeah, I think he would have died if he'd stayed. It probably does have to blow flash there, actually. Probably. It might have been a bit overeager, but I see what he's afraid of, if that makes sense.
LeBlanc is a very hard champion to win on, particularly when you get stalled out like this a bit.
AoE blue buff for LeBlanc is nice. Actually, for Corky too, if you're trying to win off Rocket Poke.
Elk is starting to do a bit of shred if he gets time with the Gatling out.
Putting that pressure onto
Starting to function.
My problem is, it's hard for him to do that when there's Sivir, Ricochet, and Cyclone, which can kill him. I think that's enough to kill him.
And you got a chunk of Morteus here. Oh, Morteus!
Nice spell shield. Lovely spell shield.
Needed to be.
It's a very good percent W as well. It means that you can't stick around for the pop. Dragon's up now. BLG are not going to have control over the objective area.
They're going to go for Dragon. They're going for Dragon. They're not Dragon. They're going for Baron. They're saying Core's only second Dragon. Baron is important here. That's the angle.
VKS know what's going on here, but can they get through?
They can stop it with Bardol. So I think BLG are looking for the fight.
Knight's
not getting good damage on
the Samus in the back line. Oh, good! Crescent guard.
We're split. We're a little split.
Bin is
Siv's out. That's the ball step.
Really nice from on. Tempered Fate is solid though from Trimby.
I don't think it saves him. It doesn't save him. Trimby's dead now too.
Shadow's by the side.
Can we get one? Oh, he almost gets the jungler.
So you lose On's ult onto Sivir was nuts there.
Watch Knight.
He's low.
He's fine. He can TP back in. And Mirror Edge. Oh! Double golden Knight! Mistimed it!
He's trying to get Mathias to set
Elk is just better! Elk is just better!
Oh! So Knight didn't mistime it. He was going for the Sivir instead.
That's so fair.
So he ends up getting the damage, which allows Elk to get the 1-for-1 there. The thing is, BLG survive with so few members, they can't take Baron. They could take Dragon now. But they can't, I don't think they can take Baron, not with 2. Oh no, they are. They're 2-manning.
They have got. They're TPing in as well.
Because On's respawned.
Yeah,
okay. So what that means is that On can then tank, giving full damage over to both LeBlanc
and it is a Corki at this point with 3 items. He will shred it with
so, yeah, the Poppy ult was insane there. The Poppy ult was insane. There's too many things to spell shield midway through the fight. If it comes like this, if it's very split. Yeah, so watch it. I think that Knight doesn't. He's trying to get onto Morteus instead, I think.
And in fairness, Shadow's already left, so Shadow's just like, look, I just gotta heal up and we'll be fine. So Shadow didn't die here, which is really nice. And yes, Elk trades 1-for-1 there, but at that point, you're happy enough.
I think there was a T1 fan who was annoyed that BLG were winning that fight.
In fairness, I can understand, because obviously there's a real world we get T1 BLG in the next round.
What I found really interesting was that Faker was asked a question, who are your biggest world's rivals? And he said Uzi and Knight were the two there. And despite that, the fact that, Uzi, lost in that first finals, I mean, they played each other a lot over time. But the fact that he mentioned Knight, because they've actually played, that particularly, the JDG and BLG, they were realistically both finals of 2024.
Yeah, they were.
You can understand why he considers Knight to be like one of his greatest world's rivals.
Now the next Drake is already alive, and VKS.
Yeah, that's put Elk ahead now. He's actually gone straight into the Infinity Edge.
He hurts a lot now.
Big step up on the
when Knight gets death cap, I think that's the point where you can't stop. I don't think even the Cassandra can stop a death cap.
And the 20 stacks, he's gone from 10 stacks on Medjay to 20, and that is a significant burst increase.
So when you get to death cap 25 stacks, Medjay's is not unsurprisingly the highest single AP item in the game, because death cap amps it up to being over 200 AP for a single item. I think it's just no, they nerfed it again. I think it's like they nerfed death cap's percent increase, but I think it's about 200, maybe 195 AP from just one item.
Elk right now with no Baron buff. That wave is going to quickly get cleared out, and have they even really put much pressure on these tier 2 towers?
On LeBlanc while Knight's Wing in. Cassandra over 10 miles.
It's not the best Baron shove. I agree with Vedi here as well, by the way. Vedi saying actually they managed to get much done on these tier 2 towers, and no, not really. They've been very because Elk doesn't have Baron buff.
I really think
you have it on Poppy. You can stand with Elk though, so that's fine.
I mean, they promised Poppy didn't.
You have death cap on LeBlanc. You have death cap on LeBlanc. That's
this is the break point.
Yeah, and this is the kind of game where you don't actually need a defensive item on LeBlanc.
On.
Don't die like.
Bloody hell, son.
There's no one near it. On's playing with his fucking life there.
He's on, of course he is.
Can't say Ambition because of trauma. He only played against Ambition in one Worlds. Oh no, he played against Cincy, sorry. It's 2016, 2017. 2016, Rock's Tigers were a heavier across his career, I mean, yeah, sure, Ambition's like a god of fun story, but realistically, there's players like Deft and whatever who have Shadow. This is like the 4th time this game where he's been caught out by like 3 Talia shoves.
Nowhere. Knight's looking.
That much there in a minute.
Yeah, respect to VKS for like, nah, let's just air him. Let's 5v5. Come fight.
I think they're better in that, to be honest.
VKS have
Yeah.
reclaimed some control.
If you stood in the wave, the chain doesn't allow you to get like double sigil proc, which is a lot of LeBlanc's damage.
It's really important to recognize that VKS
Locket value is pretty huge this game, actually. There's a hex strength for Disarmus, don't blame him.
They've been able to punish BLG effectively.
Yeah, that fight happens. He's like, okay, and I think Morteus and Disarmus bought hex trigger on the back. Like, well,
absolutely.
I kind of understand the thought process.
I think the upgraded Merc Treads really nullify a lot of what LeBlanc wants to do, because it means that you're probably getting like minus 200 damage on your... Yeah, like this. I mean...
It does nothing to Kanek.
Yeah. No, and it's the Merc Treads upgrade as well.
Yeah, the problem is that they've indexed to deal with Knight, but the problem is actually at this point, Elk absolutely blasts them.
But he doesn't have the target access in the same way. Miru's getting gold. It's not bad for him, actually.
I've not liked how BLG are playing the map here.
No. Well, I mean, when they died around the Krogs, I think that was a good microcosm of BLG not understanding.
Yeah, they got nothing done with it. They got like 1,000 and a half.
They got a bit of map control. There's no blue wards over the river, so BLG get vision control from this, basically.
Miru?
Miru's pretty close to full build season.
I think he's in danger here. Miru, you can't. Why are you here? Miru, you stuck around too long. He's dead.
He has a flash.
It doesn't matter.
Doesn't matter at all.
man. I mean, there's nothing to take, but no need to use your flash.
The only good part there is the
Are you dead for a minute? Does that matter? I mean, it might do, because if you can look for a fight on the other side, you're pretty damn happy to be, you know?
That's a big part.
It's a
Brimby?
and a flash for a Gromp, right? You know,
I just got off the buff. I just got off the bus. 14 to 15 in kills. What the hell happened here? Knight got really fed, and BLG, and then got caught in a side lane. But BLG then all-in after that and lost the fight afterwards. So Knight got shut down. And BLG then decided to, like lemmings, jump off the cliff. That being said, lemmings don't jump off cliffs, but in the pop culture understanding of lemmings, jumped off the cliff like lemmings. Yeah, exactly.
Okay, well,
Miru's still dead, so they're just taking the 5v4.
Wow. I mean, if you don't have, you're actually missing the Talia Vialize slow is really important, actually.
Played out the Baron buff so well and didn't lose a single objective and then died anyway.
He flashed to kill Miru.
Can they get anything from it? No, they can't. Hang on, Equalizer back.
Wait, the Equalizer did nothing. Oh, God.
Shadow, not bad. Forces Morteus flash.
Civ is still DPSing.
Knight. Oh, boy. Yeah. You killed one.
It's just a Knight game, man.
Get out of there! Morteus just about survives, but is not going to be able to do anything in the next fight. Flash barrier down on the Sivir is a bit of a killer. And the Maw actually also on cooldown. That won't be up for Dragon fights. So you just got like Sivir's got to come and play with nothing.
A good use of the Rumble ultimate to quickly follow up with Knight on the flank, secures the kill onto the enemy jungle, and note when the Baron is spawning. 5 seconds away, Knight is fishing.
Knight wants Miru again. Immediately
just
distortion sigil of
buy
Malice,
half his 25 stack
HP
up,
on
half your
Miru,
HP
and
goes.
Knight wants even more than that.
This is about as close as you get to 1,000 AP in the current game, by the way, for Knight.
So many flashes spent across the board.
Yeah, he's waiting on it. He's got a Sorcerer of Elixir on.
Oh
no, Morteus is dead, isn't he? Yeah, he's gone. Oh, wonderful observing, by the way.
Knight gaming.
Wonderful observing.
That's the pick which that's the kill which ends the game.
That's the game, probably, yeah.
All it takes is one mistake. All it takes is one mistake. Well, tonight's world.
From Knight as he has continued to help BLG
it's what the Trimby said, right? The players are just so good, and specifically one of them has taken
rather good of the game, yeah.
There's been a lot of games this year where Knight just has to take it by the scruff of the neck, and I have to say, if he didn't play like this is probably VKS win.
Yeah, also going to put this out there. This would have been a much easier game for BLG if they hadn't done the patented mid-game throw.
Yeah.
Knight dies the sideline.
I will say, Knight giving the shutdown on the sideline was bad. That was like not good, but that was survivable. The fact that like 3 people died afterwards too, that's pretty unforgivable.
Yeah, but like literally from a 3,000 gold lead to, hang on, why is Miru like even in gold with this LeBlanc? What happened?
It's not even that he's like super outperformed Miru in the 1v1 either. Like, Talia's been fine most of the time.
It's a 40-minute
No,
game.
Miru's
Both of them had an illegal side lane death, but more or less they've been kind of... Knight didn't dominate the 1v1 here. He kind of dominated the 1v1 last game, but
he was doing well in the sidelines. There were the points in the sidelines where I think where, you know, Talia was just under turrets poking him out, and getting good damage. This is not bad kind of Sivir on. He's got ult, should be okay.
I don't know about that. That Tempered Fate's not great. Oh, the Equalizer. Lock it. Oh, bloody hell. Shadow survives.
He's got GA. He's
fine.
He's okay.
And he survives a fair amount there, actually. Good healing.
Bro, somebody taught Bin how to press R.
This is a problem, I know. He's not just pressing R, he's pressing R and having it land on enemy champions, I hear is the difference.
Yeah.
Well, like before he would sort of decide that maybe this bush over here on the other side of the fight could use a bit of fire. Oh!
No! Oh my god, dude!
Shadow, anybody, something, anything.
Knight! Oh my god! GA. I think Shadow's gonna die. Shadow's gonna die for Elk's bloody sins.
Oh, bloody hell.
And they can't end the game. Oh, Elk.
Oh boy.
That's a really good shot from Mira.
Yeah, it was a really good shot.
Mira's managed to get, look, it's equal parts. What the hell is Shadow and Elk doing getting caught like that? Because Shadow's had this like 4 or 5 times throughout the game. And then Elk there, that could actually be game losing in... It's late game, you know, it's past 40 minutes, you know?
Yeah.
Now, I have to also take note, this is now officially the longest game so far at Worlds 2025.
Hang on, Disarmus. Disarmus, no!
He's not, he's got body blocking by the blue buff. Oh, he's still buff.
Oh, he stole
blue buff, yeah.
I think Disarmus panic smoked the LeBlanc to stop her getting around the blue buff.
I mean, it would have been a one-shot if you get the combo on point.
Such a valiant fight, and their fight is not over just yet. I thought that with that
that's true.
it would be enough for BLG to close.
The other thing is, I think at this point, just by virtue of the champions you have, more is nice and all, but I think this is a level 18 LeBlanc with full items, full stacks. Your more is not saving you if it's a full rotation, really. Just by virtue of champions, right? It'll save you from a half rotation.
They keep their Nexus alive.
I mean,
we need a Jin Air style base hold.
On! It's happened again, man! Oh, this is just here. Oh, Knight's
now dead.
Knight's dead as well. Oh my god.
Give me the stacks! Yes! The moral victory.
What is on? No. I actually think this is more than. I think it's actually more than the moral victory. I actually think this is now a winning angle. Oh fucking hell! Oh Jesus!
They're gonna shove through mid.
A rabbit.
If they end the game, they can end the game here. Oh my god!
What a BLG fucking doing? I mean, what is On done? Like, On is just throwing away all the hard work.
They equalized wave. They've all got Baron. It's fine. They just equalized wave. Hang on. There's a TP on Knight in 25 seconds.
That's not bad from Elk, actually. It saves the game, I think.
That TP could suck. That TP could really suck.
Are actually real now. It's not even just Knight. They do have real players.
Back up.
Oh my god, big of the game.
Yeah, and Knight's up in 15. They're trying to TP back. Can they stop the TP recall? Okay, so the tower's gonna die. You still teleport after the tower's dead now. That's the change that they made.
Mirror's just gonna die. He's gonna die. He's got golden.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
It could not end any other way.
Oh, Jesus Christ. Knight's teleporting it.
Oh, it's disgusting, man.
Ladies and gentlemen, and anyone else on the spectrum, welcome to Billy Gaming at their most glorious.
Yeah, get me out.
Oh, Jesus Christ. Just the most normal BLG 2-0 we've ever seen.
They're like already queued up. They're like, no, we're done. No, let me off the stage. Just end it.
Yeah, by the skin.
Holy moly, dude.
21 to 20.
Oh my god.
44-minute game.
This is just the most normal BLG series of all time. What the fuck, man?
Damn long.
But like, how criminal, how disgusting is it that like serious misplays from Shadow and On and Elk kind of almost completely threw Knight's ridiculous LeBlanc game, man. I mean, it also shows how hard it is to win on LeBlanc, but what the fuck?
These guys cannot be getting it elsewhere, man. We cannot.
No, we can't. It's actually criminal if they make it out.
You've earned it.
No,
what the fuck?
There's a nice, wonderful space for G2 and CFO, right? Now there's room for another lovely best of the rest.
They had one of the most difficult seasons, making it here at Worlds in the first place. The crowd is cheering for them, and honestly,
Oh well.
I'm so impressed by this team. I'm so impressed by the way they managed to
I
close
think,
their way back into what
without
looked
the
like
Knight
a doom
1v9,
game for them.
it's an absolute VKS win.
I mean, especially
Game
with
1,
how
it's hard to say. It's still very big for a Knight, but they still, I don't think
right?
they had some things to do in Game 1. Game 1
until they won
could
the
be
LTA South
a comeback for
Championship.
them, I
It really
suppose,
was
but
like failed to meet their very high expectations. They grew as a unit, and this is just, I mean...
Anything further away doesn't get you there in time, or you have to go to like top tower, like in his tower, I guess.
I don't know, I think basically this combined equalizer combo from the Corky means that they just don't have the HP to either stand and fight. They needed to get out, but then obviously they've ah man. Well, that's the way for VKS to go out.
So fitting though that despite everything
it is
like that was a lost game. They should have lost the game. It just like losing it like that is more frustrating. But they did get absolutely night clapped.
But I think that the call.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, it says a lot that Knight had. I mean, in fairness, Knight had to play that aggressive to get use out of the pick, and also like no one else was carrying that game for BLG. I think Shadow and On had some pretty awful moments. Elk getting caught in the base, that legitimately can be game losing. That last death from Shadow in the base is not his fault. That's Elk's fault. Some of the others were his fault. Like Randy Atakan getting free caught, that was really rough.
Yeah. But it's also like On, when he is making proactive plays, when he is off vision and the team can follow up, he is always looking for the play. The problem is, like say at that Nico game, right, where he tries to make the Nico play onto Morteus, Varus in the mid lane, and Varus flash out and they just kill him. Like that happens pretty much every other time in the mid game that On makes a play at the minute. And it's just, holy moly, we're getting an M2 from Shadow, that'll be fun.
Oh god. Okay, do you mind turning the volume up on stream for that, Sam? I need to hear what he's saying about that. Oh, it'll be after a break, I guess.
But we'll make sure that happens. Oh, I'm sorry, CJ. Thank you for joining us for that. And that was a winnable series, is the horrifying thing.
It's still progress for BKS. They didn't getting any further than this would have been a little bit criminal. It would have been. It required BLG to have an unreal collapse, I think, for that to happen. Like, it would have been lovely to get like an MCOY match instead to try and get through, but they won the elimination series. They came a hair's breadth away from taking a game off BLG. They looked more like themselves by the time they got knocked out. They didn't just completely collapse after the first two games. They were able to play a bit more BKS-like. Still kind of messy, still not as good as they played domestically, but obviously it's as good as arena, right? The competition does not equate.
Lana redeemed a fun fact. Sam, have you got a fun fact? Trajan, have you got a just out of chance? Do you have a fun fact? We've exhausted a lot of our fun facts over our streaming career.
In Kenya, farmers in Kenya will grow tobacco around the edges of their fields to keep snakes out.
Oh, really?
Okay, that is a fun fact. That's really cool. Damn.
Right?
Does it work?
I did know that. I know that some like in different parts of like sub-Saharan Africa, like floors of the hut often have like it doesn't like smell bad, but they like basically like dry out like some feces to put over like around the ring of the hut, so snakes also don't get into it as well. I think it's really ingenious, like just using what you got at hand.
The other one that's quite a cool one on this front is this is a slightly older stuff, but during the era of the Mayans and the Aztecs, more of the Amazon rainforest was under cultivation than it is today.
Yeah, they were better at use, and that's without deforestation.
And that's without deforestation.
They were actually farming like in between the trees, and they were finding better ways to cultivate it than we do now.
Because one of the big things is the soil quality is actually very poor.
Yep.
So you need the leaf foil as fertilizer.
Yep.
And the trees, part of the problem is basically because the trees there's so many trees, so many plants, they drain a lot of the nutrients out. So the soil by itself is not very nutrient rich because it's already been taken up into a lot of the plants above ground. So you need the plants to keep replenishing stuff. So the moment you kill the plants, you then don't actually get to grow crops for very many years before the soil is like completely dead. So the art is to actually grow plants between the trees, or to take out some of the trees and grow in the gaps.
Yeah.
So there you go. You used to have more of the Amazon forest being farmed about 1,000 years ago.
You got 2 facts for that, Redemption.
I know, that's a pretty good. That's pretty good value.
W.
Yeah, well, but yeah, thanks for joining. I mean, I guess you could stick around for.
You're welcome to stick around if you so choose.
If you want.
I will sadly need to go back to work.
Okay,
go do your job. That's very
make sense. Yeah, no, so shout out to Trajan, good friend of ours who we've been casting with like our whole careers basically. Yeah, good to catch up, and hope you enjoyed. Yeah. Well, I hope you enjoyed the experience despite
it
being what it was.
Thank you very much for having me on. It was what it was always going to be. Realistically, anything different would have been very unlikely. It was not depressing. Like, it was more or less what it should have been. And like I say, VKS, they went the entire way through. being very realistic, and they still are, and the realistic thing more or less happened. So, you know, it's fair enough. And they can go back, and I will say I kind of hope we send Furia back next time, because I think they've got a higher ceiling. But that's
very
just
cool.
my opinion.
All right, well, thank you for that. I guess I'm going to take a quick break. Have we put on that? I don't think I put on that. Yeah, thanks, Trajan, and we'll see you
Yeah, enjoy the rest of the stream.
Well, I did work in that field. That's very cool. You did actual work in the field with the black soil. Damn. Well, I guess, I mean...
Yeah.
Scientific field. See, that's a joke between a field and a scientific field. I should take my headphones off now. Okay, so now we have 100 Thieves T1 next. I guess I can go hit up... maybe I could hit up someone like Rafa or... Oh no, Rafa's not around until Wednesday. He's not around until a little bit later because he's doing a Wild Rift event, I think. I don't know whether the other NA folks are around. I don't. Cubby tends to sleep through the games, and because he doesn't have to wreck his sleep schedule for this stuff, which
is
does
fair.
make sense. I did accidentally flame Shadow by saying that. How criminal is it that Knights 1v9 almost gets overshadowed by again, I don't want to dunk on. By the way, folks, I don't want to actually dunk on Shadow too much individually because again, the same problems exist with Shadow and Beichuan. I don't think it's an individual issue with them. Well, it kind of is, right? But I think that the same problems crop up with both of them, so whatever. Oh yeah, I'm gonna go to the toilet real quick. Okay, back to back.
Oh, well, I am now slightly more relaxed. We've changed some titles. Give me a second, guys.
And welcome back to Worlds 2025 here for the Verizon post-game interview with the victorious Shadow. Shadow, give me your first thoughts on this game.
Sweaty.
Yeah,
You know?
I bet.
I
The
really
volume
didn't
list of
expect them
Shadow.
to be playing this well, though. But I think props to them.
Yeah, props to them, of course.
I think we all needed to catch our breath after this one. I want to go back all the way to the beginning because obviously the series didn't start off very well yet. The top dive.
Yep.
But then I do think both you and Elk bounced back really nicely with a lot of, in your case, sideline plays. In this case, also uses of the Kai'Sa ultimate to pick up a lot of kills. So you go for that dive, it doesn't work. Like, how do you kind of bounce back, keep your head in the game? Because we were looking at them like, if I'm that jungler, I'm so tilted.
I mean, we just need to like look forward, right? And I mean, our comp late game is still good, so we just need to scale, and it worked.
So not worried at all?
I mean, well, it was a little bit shaky at the start, but at the end, it went well.
Yeah,
so.
game one was,
Game one was a little bit cleaner.
Yeah. Having watched you guys through playoffs and in the LPL finals, right, it's been kind of a drop-off in play this Worlds thus far. I feel like you guys definitely haven't had the performance you would have wanted. So going into the 2-2 matchup tomorrow, regardless of opponent, what do you think you guys need to work on the most?
I think actually we're just a bit too nervous, I think, on the stage. I think we're just not, I don't know, free enough.
Okay.
We just play too strictly, and it's not our playstyle, you know. So I think we just need to shake off this today, even though it's a win. I think it didn't stand our standards, so I think tomorrow is gonna be a new day, and we'll make it to the playoffs.
Yeah, and you don't have a lot of time to get ready and bounce back actually. So to get ready tomorrow,
Yeah,
what
you
is
play again tomorrow.
one thing that you would have to focus on? One thing that you especially have to work on to get ready for this best of 3?
I think we just need to get a good sleep and play our game style. It's gonna be easy.
Have some fun.
All right.
Nice.
Thank you.
Well, have some fun. Thank you so much for joining
Thank
us
you,
today,
Shadow.
Shadow. Best of luck tomorrow.
Very
now
fast.
we have another matchup coming up. It is going to be 100 Thieves versus T1.
Shadow looked so nervous giving that over.
I'm here with Trimby after the exit for Vivo Kid Stars from the tournament against BLG. My God, that last game was so incredibly close. Can you tell me a little bit about that and about those moments and where do you think you left it?
Yeah, I mean, the game was winnable, as you said, right? Like it felt like we had it in our hands, but as you may like think or not, like BLG is like a team that actually has like some fundamentals like prepared, and I think for us it kind of showed that throughout the year we didn't put like that much like good practice into that. So at the end of the day, you know, even though we had it in our hands, we just slipped it by, and it feels bad, you know.
Yeah, of course. I can see you're immediately thinking, okay, these are the things we can work on, which is good, of course. But can you tell me how you look back on this Worlds journey overall, and perhaps also your time in this Brazilian team?
Yeah, I mean, I did like when I joined, and then like after our first split, I was actually rethinking like whether like I'm gonna even be here. So I'm really happy with the fact that I'm at Worlds, and I think the players stepped up massively. And even though there were like days that we are all like really frustrated with how things were going, especially at Worlds, you know, we actually all of them stepped up, and I'm really thankful for that. You know, it just felt like, yeah, they were there stepping up massively as like rookies, which is incredible.
Yes. Final words for the LTA fans, the Brazilian fans, maybe also the European fans. You have them all.
I'm sorry, because I was a European representative, and almost all of them won, right? No, versus BLG won, so I should have done that too, but sadly they were better. And yeah, hopefully I gave something to cheer for you guys.
You absolutely did. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Let's go, Trimby.
It feels like David versus Goliath in today's featured matchup presented by Mercedes-Benz. 100 Thieves meet T1.
100 T versus T1, here we go.
Phase one has to come in, but with that, he's sealing his own death warrant as well. The first LPL team is getting bodied by a couple of risky thieves.
After a huge upset against BLG in their opening match, they found no respite in the subsequent draws and now face the defending world champions and gods of League Esports to stay alive in the tournament and as an organization.
Whipple's got to try to stay alive. Pop Blossom finds Faker. Gumayushi's already killed Buzio. Masu flew into the back line, but he crash landed. And T1 tears them apart.
For T1, despite finding themselves in the 1-2 group, this should be a clean sweep and a reminder to never bet against them at Worlds. Will 100 Thieves rise to the occasion to slay the giant, or will T1 leave them in the dust and secure a spot in the quarterfinals?
T1 versus 100 Thieves. Owner versus River is definitely the matchup I'm looking at. I mean, this 100 Thieves team, I love them so much. Yeah. I'm so sad that this is, let's just say, likely to be their last potentially failed heist. But yeah, where it starts for me for both of these teams is really in the jungle. River is kind of the engine for a lot of what 100 Thieves want to do. Owner has been such a standout for T1, even when they have struggled. So I think that's where I'm definitely going to be looking as we see some of the draw reactions. A classic.
And you love 100 Thieves. They're easy to love. These guys are really funny. Like the continued memes with what I think is one of the best Worlds quotes of all time. This video I even retweeted. Yeah, if you haven't seen it, it is hilarious.
It's so funny.
You have all the flavors of what could be a reaction. Dokla is super happy. The rest of the team is like, yeah, but...
Oh, thanks for the extra subs there for that. I appreciate it.
Oh, sorry, I missed it while I was...
Obviously, most recently back in Challengers, but he still knows, right? And he's just like, guys, I don't know. I don't know if this is good. And then I think it was River.
His mom basically being like, good luck, and he's just like cackling at it right here. Yeah.
I mean, that's how you want to take it when you're facing against the world champion, right?
They truly do have.
Honestly, that was such a funny quote that God has abandoned us, but we'll try to enjoy it. That was so funny. I think it's actually more. I think it's actually more funny just leaving it as God has abandoned us. It's such a good mic drop.
Here we go through. Talking about how poorly they were performing towards the beginning of Split 3.
Worlds 24 lost in planes. Oh yeah, they lost in planes. How can I forget that?
Sniper at the
Didn't they get knocked out by... Did they get knocked out by CBLOL? Was that it? Or was it by Rainbow 7? Oh, who was it?
Gosh, I don't actually remember.
In the meta, they really wanted to be able to play Rumble and Sion, and those were two champions that Sniper had been having a lot of trouble with. Dokla was stellar on those picks during 100 Thieves' kind of rise and qualification to even get here. And 2 champions are still really relevant.
You know what, folks? I think if it... Oh my god, what happens if BLG and Top Esports face off in the 2-2? Like, I mean, it's really close in finals. Neither of them are good at Worlds, really. I mean, I think Top Esports are just completely just blasted.
They haven't looked like the world champion that we have been seeing, that we were expecting this year. So how do we think this one is going to go? I want to check out the MasterCard fan predictions here.
T1's
going to
win. It's a T1 2-0. 76% of a prediction. Yeah, the fan prediction's also going to be.
Come on, guys.
I thought it would be higher. I thought it would be at least 80.
Yeah, I'm actually surprised it's not like 90% T1, because T1 has just such a ridiculous fan base. And their fans are so engaged.
And I'm sorry, I keep repeating it, but it just keeps being true. I will not count out this team for winning Worlds until they are mathematically eliminated.
True.
I've seen them do this 2 times in a row. 2 years in a row, they somehow find a way.
They always find a way.
They always find a way.
They're T1.
You know what? I love the smiles on the face of 100 Thieves here. Dokla wanted this matchup. He was thriving for this matchup. Let's see if this is going to go in his favor. In this do or die matchup, once again, 100 Thieves, the last dance that there is for the history of the organization. And T1, as we said, they always find a way to come back, and you can hear the crowd roar for this team. Obviously, they're favored in today's matchup. One player that we want.
Everywhere's a home game for T1.
I mean, it's a no-brainer.
T1 is definitely, they're not dead until I see the body, true.
If 100 Thieves are going to target someone, it's him.
All right, and let's see.
Until they're actually sat at home,
3 games
like missing games, like they have a chance, you know.
Thank you very much, analysts, and welcome back, everybody. Our first series has concluded. Won't spoil in case you're tuning in just now. And it's time for our next elimination best of 3 with North America's 100 Thieves going up against the winningest team in the history of professional League of Legends. The team that won back-to-back twice before anyone else has ever won back-to-back at all. The current reigning back-to-back world champions led by the greatest player to ever touch the game, T1.
I actually don't know if BLG or Top Esports win their 2-2 match, you know, folks. I'm actually not sure if either of them win it. Genuinely quite worried.
Accolades of the 2 teams at international competition.
And how many times have they won the LCS, buddy?
Okay, all right, you got me on that one.
True. Yeah.
T1 have 0 LCS trophies, I will admit that.
Yes.
Wait, how many 100 Thieves have?
They've got some.
They've got some.
Oh, do they?
Yeah,
Nice.
yeah. They won a couple of times.
They won with that someday roster.
Oh,
Yeah. They won someday.
Exactly.
All right. Well,
Time
anyway.
for the real world finals. So let's lock in here.
I mean, I'm excited.
Okay?
Hey, if the first series has taught me anything, be prepared for the unexpected. Because we saw some things in our first series, and while the results certainly went a certain way,
The crazy thing about BLG is I think actually both junglers are playing worse than their previous teams. If you look at Baytron and TT, he was genuinely a level above what he's showing now. Hey, Nim, do you think Faker is still a good Ahri, or has he been falling behind recently? He's not been playing it. How can you tell? No one's been playing it.
But their opposition wasn't exactly easy.
I don't know, Ahri's just not been that prio. She doesn't have the stats for laning phase anymore, which means that she can't survive matchup. There are too many mages in mid lane. Ahri's not good at laning phase versus mages, so then you have to like play from behind in your first skirmish, and it becomes really difficult.
It's gonna be a big battle in the draft. If you watch Dokla's vlog after getting T1, he said it's gonna be a battle on many fronts. Who can draft the worst, being one of the major ones? And he said they've been dominating in that area so far, so we'll see what they're cooking.
Man, some of the stuff leading up to this game is so funny.
I mean,
yeah, both these teams have had some pretty bad drafts on the whole. Is she game 4 or 5 in Fearless now? I don't even think she's in there at that point. The problem is by that point, often Vi is gone, so you don't have like Vi Ahri. Both Vi and Ahri have both been nerfed to hell, so that combo's just not great right now.
When 100 Thieves is at their best, and they need to be at their best, they even have a chance.
I mean, it's kind of a similar story to what we were talking about in game number 1, wanting to see VKS play aggressive.
Orianna Azir banned, Sion's gone, so you're left with what, Rise, Talia, Yunara, Rumble,
100 Thieves have got to turn
Ambessa.
those nameplates off. Literally go into the settings, just turn it off. It doesn't
Yunara's
matter.
gone,
You've
so
got
what
to
is this,
play your
Rise,
game.
Talia,
Fans
first
are
pick,
already
one of those
starting
two,
hard to see
Wukong,
Poppy
not bad
down
here
by
as well.
100 Thieves, T1 with the Yunara.
I think you can Wukong.
It's actually not Poppy, so that is a bug. bug. That's what I was trying to get your attention for. Because we're in-game in the client. It's an Alistar ban, so it's not a Poppy ban.
Okay.
So it's actually not showing correctly there.
Oh, so the Poppy's not the correct ban, it's an Alistar ban. Oh, okay, interesting. So it is the Wukong first pick. Poppy is actually still available. Wow, the UI's just gone.
There you go.
That's a throwback.
Wukong first pick, and it's going to be an instant.
Look like Licorice? Oh, you mean the Albus Nox Luna support? Is that just because I have long hair? That'll probably be it.
Very powerful. Has been really high prio.
Yeah, we both have long hair.
River, though it doesn't really give them a
So Talia Shinzao's not bad for T1. Yeah, there's a problem with the pick ban UI. It's actually not a Poppy ban, it's an Alistar ban. Interestingly.
But then you are looking for like scaling 5v5. You're not looking for early
Poppy ban is the reason you have to clarify, though, isn't it?
This would be more what I would want to see.
Poppy's a good ban on the whole.
Some spiciness here from Quid.
Okay, right, wow, Silas into Talia, right. You steal the Shinzo, well, Talia's not bad. This is not something like Rise, though, interestingly.
Okay. Yeah, Quid is a really fun Silas player. There is I was supposed to say there's a world where it goes jungle, but
This is what we wanted to see as well.
And I'm
so it's
guessing
in the Wukong's really locked, yeah.
Well, that's a pretty damn good dive combo. Now T1 need to be aware of what ults they're giving over to.
I mean, in fairness, Talia Shinzo's not a bad combo to manage some of that.
I mean, do you rumble as Doran or do you go Kasante? Do you feel like they've got enough melees now to play? Yeah, I think you want to play something that's better at anti-melee.
It's another decent ult for Silas to steal. It's not the
Right?
best.
No, it's not. I
I
wouldn't.
thought Dominus was alright for Silas.
It's like mid tier.
I thought it was like, so I wouldn't have it as like, oh my god, insane.
It's like a B tier ult.
Yeah, I had like B to A because I thought that like
it's not really A.
my understanding was, and again, this is might just be not getting it. It's like A, like the AP scaling on Dominus is kind of immaterial, though it is nice for Silas. But it's more the fact that it's going to give you a lot of HP, which I thought was good for Silas in general.
It's okay for early game. It doesn't really do much late game. It's not like it's got the rage for you, right? It's okay.
That's fair.
Like
That's
it's
fair.
okay.
I hear.
Like put it this way: if I'm Silas, I'm not looking at acting up. Ooh, that's a good ult.
Yeah. Well, there's a reason why I said decent, to be fair.
But that's the thing is like I would call it. I wouldn't even call it like. I think decent's maybe giving it a bit too much credit. Because it's like how much flat HP is it? Like 300, 500,
Yeah,
300 HP.
I thought it was fairly significant. I thought it was significant enough for like Silas with like vaguely defensive ults is a big one. I actually don't know what the AP scaling is on
0.1 per second. It goes for 10 seconds. There's 1 AP ratio over the duration.
Yeah, it's not fantastic, basically.
So long ago, we never even thought.
And in fairness, Shinzo ult is by far the best ult you can steal here. And then alongside the Talia ult for globals, because globals for Silas is very good.
Summer split with just like a winless record. They swapped Dokla into the
Silas, so Ziggs Rakan banned away, Karma Nico, so a lot of hits towards bot, well, like playmaking supports, I suppose, or pressure supports.
Very powerful laning supports, which again tells me they want to play early, they want to play fast.
Ghost sent you a fun fact on Discord, apparently.
Oh, did he? I've not really looked at
Wait,
Discord.
why couldn't you send it in chat?
What was the
Why does it need to be sent in Discord? That's ominous.
Where was this sent?
Corki pick. Corki's, yeah, it's an okay. Now Corki's actually a decent. That one I would actually consider a decent ult for Silas to because you get a full set of ammo for the Corki. I did send it. You missed it. Yeah. You could just send it again in chat and tag
I
us.
have a fun fact. So here's cool Ghost. Actually, we'll wait until after draft because draft's important. We can do this. We can do this. We get the downtime. I have not seen it, Ghost though.
Now the thing is, you could leave Alistair to the other side. So, oh, that's why. So if you
But we'll see where they want to go.
Wait, hang on.
Apparently, the Poppy was Poppy, and it's the in-game client that we have on the laptop.
So, because as Zale said earlier, we're in client. It's an Alistair ban, not a Poppy ban. So Alistair is picked.
So it's their in-game client that's bugged and not the UI.
Okay.
Not bugged, but the in-game client is bugged.
Don't worry about
Whatever,
it.
move on.
It's fine. It's fine. We're not going to worry about it. It's Alistar Varus for 100.
Now, T1 not Braum, their engage is effectively nothing. But they do have a lot of anti-melee. So they punish engage well, but they can't engage themselves
And in fairness, they've got those, like, 100 Thieves are obligated to go forward with 4 out of 5 of their teammates. And if T1 are ever in the river first, 100 Thieves are going to have a real task getting into river, okay? Leona is a bit more, gives them a bit more ability to go forward, and it's still not bad defensively. And it's a good pairing with Corki because Gatling Gun and Sunlight passive from way back in the day. You proc it super easily with Gatling Gun.
That is a very good ult to give to Silas, man, the Solar Flare. That's now your best ult to steal. Shinzo. Yeah, Leona's got a huge AP ratio.
True,
and
true.
it's your and what that means is now you have like both Varus and Leona ults to range engage. Shin's ult is better for like raw fight value, but I think in terms of the actual
what your
meat
comp
and bones
wants to
of the
do.
comp,
Yeah.
the Leona ult is insane.
I hear your argument, and I think I see the value. But to be fair, I don't think you're going to feel too bad about stealing either the Shinzo or the Leona ult this game, to be fair.
I remember interviewing
what was the fun fact?
The fun fact.
He talked about
For the
he wanted to make the most
For what?
of his second kind of lease
For the
on
record.
life as a
For the
pro.
record,
They
right.
really
Cocoa beans are the closest to being a vegetable as a tree. And also the berries harvested for coffee are closely related to berry trees, which are fruit.
So the fun
So if
thing,
you're having coffee and chocolate, actually having a fruit and veggie for yourself.
so the fun thing about that is there's no such thing biologically as a vegetable, and there's no thing biologically as a tree, because so many things have evolved into trees.
Trees, yeah.
That trees are not like a biological like overhead or anything. It turns out growing really tall is just a thing which all plants tend
I
to do.
do grant you that barks and like if you were to point out non-scientifically, logically, outside my window there is a tree. It has bark and leaves.
Yeah, but
on
then you look at
bark.
so for instance, palm trees don't do it in the same way. But they are still trees, and they're quite visually trees. Yeah, convergent evolution. Like in the same way that crab-like things become crabs. Carcinization. Although apparently there is decarcinization as well, where crabs become less crab-like.
No, the anti-crab agenda.
The anti-crab agenda. Exactly.
Blabbers out there fighting against it with all his worth.
As we're already scrapping a little bit
Okay,
here
you start from silos, even trade between mid laners, come back before anything matters. That's actually a slight victory to Fake because he gets some mana flow bound off of that. So.
Okay, I think eyes for me have to be on Ona as well. Rivers on the Wukong, it's really scary, and I think Ona has, when T1 have lost this tournament, it's largely because Ona
it's
has been
T1
forced to be
Varus, by the way.
disconnected from his team. Oh, it is as well. That's a bold choice, I love it.
I wonder, wait, so Guma always used to use Arctic Op Varus. I wonder whether he uses his skin or Arctic Ops now, because basically if you're playing Varus, the auto attacks on Arctic Ops are just so satisfying.
I think, from what I heard, T1 Varus is pretty nice to play.
I haven't played it, I don't know. I didn't get any of this T1, so I didn't want to spend the money. I spent too much money on the Ari skin.
That's very fair.
The other expensive one, the fish Ari one.
That is some pretty insane group stats.
Yeah. First time they've ever lost 2 games in a group stage.
In fairness, 2015 was nearly a perfect run, by the way. They dropped a single game the entire tournament.
Still waiting on the Shyvana rework. Yes, Shyvana's needed a rework for like the last long time. And like the thing is, Shyvana's play rate is so low. One of the things which I really think that League hasn't done well is a good dragon fantasy. Smolder is actually the closest thing to a dragon which... Smolder is the only high play rate dragon champion. He's actually in the top 10 in China.
I can see why Smolder's like, it's a scaling pick that's kind of cutesy, but actually feels like a powerful champion. You get this
Fake
kind
can
of...
actually kill here, by the way.
I think he can, yeah. Oh, Quid. Yeah, has to flash.
I actually think Faker could have flashed an auto for the kill there. Close. So one of the problems about Silas is that Silas needs to get Doran's ring and doesn't get Doran's shield. You can't go double Doran's anymore, so you can't get Doran's ring and Doran's shield.
And that is a horrendous start for Quid. His buy is a refillable.
Asol is not popular at all. Asol is one of the most unpopular champions in the game.
Though I do grant you that since his rework, it does feel more like a Dragon Fantasy. That Empowered Ult is one of the most satisfying things in the game.
Still one of the least popular champions in the game.
He got quite popular, then he's got nerfed into the ground.
No, he wasn't popular. He just had a couple of people who were very good at him and he was played in pro. He was never popular in solo queue.
He ended up with decent solo queue play rate for a while post rework.
Smolder is the only dragon champion which had like genuinely good play rate stats. Like Asol, as far as I'm aware, is still in like bottom 3rd percentile. But yeah, considering how dragons are like the most popular creature in any mythos anywhere in the world, because everywhere has their version of it, the fact that League has not managed to have like a genuinely good, popular dragon champion is a huge L so far. So I really think Shyvana needs that rework.
Oh, I agree. I mean, like, she does. Guma actually does have the barrier there.
Yeah, legitimately, my favorite dragon champion is Zyra with the Dragon Mensa skin. I play so much of that in Arena.
They got off the heal and the barrier. Guma is really low now.
Yeah, this is actually not bad 2v2 from 100 Thieves. I mean, you do have Varus, right? And it's Poke Varus. This is not a bad game for Poke Varus either, actually. Especially because the rest of your team is going forwards. Doklo's just dead, no? Okay, good. Oh, very close to 1-for-1 to try and fetch that.
Nice dive.
Yep.
Yeah, so, now, so for the record, post-rework, Aurelion Sol went from sub 1% to 15%. So he did have about 3-4 months of being a pretty solid play rate. And then he got nerfed into the dirt, basically, because he was too good in pro.
Yeah, I mean, also reworks always give a buff. So same thing, you could say the same thing with Skarner, right? Skarner is now the least popular champion in the game, despite having the buff of rework.
Yeah.
Yeah, really nicely done. And this is also great.
Yeah, like his pick rate is under 2% now, which is...
It's still better than the sub 1% it used to be, I suppose.
Yeah, no, for sure, to a certain extent.
And in fairness, not every champion... There is something to say about design philosophies in general. I know there are some really good blog posts about this from Riot as well. Like, not every champion has to be incredibly popular. And actually, there is something about appealing to a subset of players that may not enjoy the more popular stuff. Actually.
So currently, Aurelion Sol is the 1.63% pick rate, and is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. The 13th least picked champion in the game. And we have like 200. So
low, yeah.
Alright, River showing up mid, just wants to help get this wave shoved in a little bit there.
I wonder whether it's a lot of other scaling champs that are in a similar position.
On the minions, just make sure that one gets all
like, where's Kale on that would be interesting.
Let me have a look.
Trying to go in after Dokla here now with the Carriot and Gumayushi combo. Dokla can, of course.
Kale is at 3.67% pick rate, so like double. Okay. Still like low, but
because I feel like a lot of scaling champs people are tough in solo queue instances because actually giving up the early agency can feel pretty rough, and you end up getting like you either have your team going, oh my god, you don't do anything, or you feel like, oh my god,
Well, Smolder is one of the highest pick rate champions.
Yeah, I know that, which is really interesting because I like.
Jinx is the third most.
Oh my god, he nearly got that as well.
Getting flash that's pretty damn good, no?
Yeah, it is.
I don't know, they're 1,000 gold ahead at 8 minutes, folks.
Look at the CS lead.
The dive onto Dokla has been just monstrous. I mean, yeah.
Like, every lane is winning by a significant margin.
Yeah. Yeah, if they could fall... Because I think one of the things with early levels of Sylas is that you feel like if you land your full combo, you're good. Which is actually just not true. Often you don't have the damage to kill, and your cooldowns are longer than enemies a lot of the time, especially very early game.
Chunking both of the enemy laners down to half HP. This is a free ticket for T1 to secure a very early first Drake. It's still a minute and a half until the grubs are around, so it's not like they're punished for overloading the bottom side of the map. Really good early game from T1.
They're choosing not to match the waves back to normal. They're going to keep putting the Varus into this Renekton. Ayla, with his TP into bot lane, he'll be able to hold the wave here. So at the very least, 100 Thieves will get something back as the waves have been in a really awkward spot for them for a lot of this early laning phase. Meanwhile, in the mid lane, though, remember that Quid, after burning his flash very early, actually finds himself with a small CS lead.
I mean, that's because of reset timers. It's not going to stick. He was actually down to NTS.
So good job on him for being able to claw back the small deficit that he found himself early on.
Top wave still bad, though, for Ambessa.
Yeah, Fake is just holding for a better reset, so ends up dropping a little bit of the wave. But this will even back up again. Fake's got another wave to catch. He also ends up now with the Lost Chapter and the Dark Seal early. So at this point, he just doesn't have to leave lane for the next 10 minutes, whereas Sylas probably will.
But we'll just be bleeding gold out, just trying to stay in XP range for now.
I actually think Sylas is in a big... I think on live patch, Sylas is going to be in a lot of trouble, actually, because Second Wind's just been nerfed.
Very true.
Second Wind, because there are a lot of champions which have been benefiting from Second Wind a bunch. Because if you went Dawn Shield, Second Wind as a melee with really high base. So for instance, Akali has one of the highest base regens in the game. Your laning phase is kind of... Because you can gain like 300 HP in a couple of seconds. Legitimately, it's an insane amount of healing. But it means that a lot of melee champions have been really hurt by that. Because you can't just like spam that nearly as much now. To the point where Yone's actually had to get buffed. Because he needed the Second Wind too much, basically.
To bait you into team fights that you maybe shouldn't be taking. But T1 doesn't need to fight. They can just take the advantage down on this bot side.
Oh, nearly stole that with the Force Bomb. It forces a sec. It actually does force a
Goddamn, Guma just randomly threatening objectives is one of the funniest things in League.
Does time his steal so incredibly well. It is genuinely like a surprisingly clutch part of just like why T1 win games. Because like, it feels like within a best of 5, Guma has 2 to 3 clutch steals in him.
Yeah.
which is ridiculous.
Yeah.
Like that's
Well, I think,
like,
look, put it this way. So, weirdly, you know how I complain about BLG not getting to objectives first and stuff like that? T1 also have that problem, but again, they're good enough at rocking up and then potentially getting steals. They're very good at timing their approach to the objectives with the miracle flank to make it work, despite the poorer.
Agreed. And I think also, like, if they're doing something else on the map and Guma just wants to make a Varus or a Corki that's kind of safe and on the other side of the pit, can just, like, not play Safari, look to poach. You know, you've decided to become the villain. Just say, well, maybe I should be able to steal this from the rightful owners. But if I can. Oh, I think just about okay.
Yeah, Faker was really threatening with the knock up into the knockback from combo from mid jungle.
Yeah. So you get the flash and the ult off the Wukong.
As a Victor player, it's nigh impossible to push melees with second wind out of lane. Yeah, I think that's one of the underrated things about one of the ways that I think people feel less satisfied in League right now is that it feels like you can't, even if you do well in lane, it doesn't matter because there's so many different ways to kind of survive. With teleport back to lane, second wind orange shield. I get that it means melees are playable, but also it's too much because it feels like you don't actually get the chance to punish. No one's coming to save Doug.
He's a dead man, and he's not managed to ult yet. He's lost all his HP, but no one's taken turret aggro yet. He's stacking Q on the tower.
There's no point of him ulting before that. Oh, okay. Oh, not bad. Not bad. Oh my god, not bad at all. So he's gonna die here, but how much does he get? Hang on a second.
He's gonna get both.
Oh my god. Old man Doke's giving it. Holy shit, that's
really
insane,
clutch
no?
flash.
So that's why he didn't ult at first, because he's actually like, look, I need someone to tank aggro and then I can lock him up. But I think he also hopped over the wind becomes lightning in. That's what he was waiting for.
Yeah.
Because you can get to the other side of them going, that was insane,
I'm fairly certain he buffered the 3 Talon Strike with the ult.
That is the hugest of dokes. Yeah, because typically what Shinzao does is do the knock up into the wind becomes lightning. So he ignored one and hopped over the other. Oh, that's insane.
River is nearby, and right there is a situation.
So that gives a ton. Wait, Dorn's now behind in that matchup. I mean, there is a world in which if 100 Thieves survive this matchup, then you have. Well, I don't know. I don't think it's actually a straight out scale.
Oh! What? What? How? What? I think he's landed an E. He's probably the answer, isn't it?
He didn't even steal an ult. It's not like he stole like a big ult.
He hit a landed an E.
Using that, that's really well played from Squid actually just clear the wave insta, by the way. Fucking hell! And that is, dude, I want to see more of this. Oh my god, if 100 Thieves actually beat, I mean it's the best of 3, right? But if they actually beat T1, biggest
crazy. I think Dorn's dead.
He doesn't have Dominus. Yeah, he's dead.
5 seconds on Weaver's
He'll clear the wave.
5 seconds on Weaver's. What does it matter?
Oh, he's tanking with ult there. Okay, fine.
Nice.
So they're giving up Dragon for this. Giving up Dragon for this, but the gold lead went from a little over 1,000 to 500-ish. Faker's getting plates here. 2 grubs that, I mean, T1 have a double lane shove going in.
Yeah, this is a big overcommit, I think.
From who?
From 100 Thieves. I'm not sure you need to put that many members top.
You did. You needed the Alistair to tank with ult there.
Did you need 4 members for it, though?
It was 3, wasn't it?
No, there was a FBI there as well.
Oh, in that case, that is, yeah. I thought it was only 3 for some reason.
Yeah, it was
I mean, even with all this, I mean, 100 Thieves still get kill on top lane. They get a plate or 2 there. It's not like the other towers have fallen.
He lost about 4. Was it 3 or 4 plates?
The gold lead at the top went from about 1,000 plus to 500, so it's still a gold trade for 100 Thieves.
They were about 700. Yeah, I suppose it's still...
No, it's about 1,000 before that, though.
Okay, so lands the shove. Did he just buffer through it well? Yeah, just flash. Nice. Q-slow. And Faker flash late. Faker needs the flash to go. He's dead again. Faker's dead again. He come out of replay. Oh, he just went Weaver's wall out. Nicely done. Faker's having an awful game. Well, actually, after the early start. Doran's about to die as well. Man, that's 2 kills. Hang on. Solar Flare. No, they got it. Buffered through it. Man, and the Solar Flare sucks as well. That's 2 kills.
Holy shit.
They're doing it.
They've gone from 1,000 gold down to almost 1,000. What has happened to T1, folks? This is plates for Ambessa as well?
Yeah.
I mean, this is a game which is pretty good for Ambessa too.
Oh, yeah, it is.
Look, I mean, this is going to be a real meat grinder melee game. Stats are going to be really important.
How was Faker in the river by himself, by the way?
Into a level advantage.
What? Dude, what has happened to T1?
Said at the start of this series,
I mean, The thing is, folks, when teams start, when particularly most popular teams start to have bad performances like this, you know, T1 losing to CFO, 4th place coming into this tournament. He's looking for the, well, he had wards, and then
wow,
we didn't have flash, and there's an Alistair in the brush.
Wow,
I mean that's a pretty low percentage chance to happen, but that's pretty nuts actually.
Yeah.
And another kill is secured.
I think he thought he'd be out of vision, but the heal means that he can get in range for the cancel.
Good heal. Actually, for the speed up.
A vibes team. When things are feeling good, this team feels so ridiculously.
Sion rework, and I know this is going back to the rework discussion earlier, but Sion rework and Urgot's rework saved those two. In terms of play rate, absolutely. Yeah, no, they were really good. Sion rework is probably the most successful league's ever seen. It's very, very good.
Aatrox in some ways, but what they did was create a new champion.
Yeah, and weirdly, when they actually when they reworked Aatrox, he actually ended up being meta just before they reworked him. I actually quite liked old Aatrox. He was a fun. Quick, if you use your dash there. Credit was a broken thing.
Hijack the Crescent Guard, correct.
Don't think you needed to do that. You can teleport back in, especially if they're looking for a fight now. They can. But...
Absolutely. I mean, Quid, good use of the rocket belt there. Barely gets out.
I mean, River on Wukong is a hell of a team fighter.
He's really. He's been good at this for years.
Go on, my son. I am wearing a T1 shirt. I say this is a long-time follower and supporter of T1, but like, go on, my sons.
I mean, should get first turret here.
Sometimes, you know, like fandom kind of takes a back seat for history. Sometimes, you know.
I think that's gonna be first turret. That's not bad. Okay.
It is. Which means that next objective T1 will get them feat to strength.
Yeah, which is fairly significant. Herald. They'd rather go for soul point. They'd rather go for soul point.
I think the Rift Tower is really important for 100 Thieves, though, because when I think about playing into Talia with Silas, that siege is not the strongest. We talked a lot about in draft how relatively short range on the side of 100 Thieves. You really have to get into the face of your opposition, and this Herald should really help open up that mid lane tower.
Also, Doran went from playing a really good game to dying 3 times, which is really rough. That failed dive really sucked. He's gone Stridebreaker into a lot of dashing melee champions. Stridebreaker this game makes sense. Do you go... What do you go second up to Stridebreaker? Is it still Black Cleaver?
You can go Starax.
I can see that.
In this game, I think... Well, I mean, you can go Shojin. Stridebreaker Shojin's been okay. You can go Black Cleaver. You can go Starax. I think in this game, you want the damage, so you don't want to go Starax at least. So it's a choice between Shojin or Black Cleaver. You have AD jungle who's building Black Cleaver second. You have an AD carry that does some magic damage. I actually think Shojin might be the build.
Azale calling out the lack of redemption right now for Ayla, whereas it is in for Carrier. Could be a big difference when you're all-inning.
Yeah, redemption's brokenness.
Fine. If T1 gets soul point, I think the game is still very tricky for 100 Thieves. River may need to get out of here.
Goes over the wall here towards the Drake pit. He has Ayla off to his left. Owner jumps in after the Wukong, stabs him with the wind, becomes lightning. Not a huge trade on either side, but Owner still wins it, and T1 are ready to start the objective.
Baker looking for the wall angle. This is Talia prime team fight spot. Look to wall from this position. Herald for battle, Herald. Weaver's wall, nicely done. That means the Herald's not going to have a lot of easy value, and that'll be soul point.
Well, the Herald's going to get value because it's going to go into mid lane. So you're getting that
Quid. Quid. Oh, they've left the dragon, guys.
Oh wait, whoa, what's T1 you do?
Oh, T1, what have you done?
doing? And Carrier's just dead. What is Carrier doing?
Good. Dear me, T1.
What is Carrier doing? Faker and Carrier tunneled on that so hard.
That's really good.
So FBI's dead.
Actually, they can still get the
Owner saving the game. The clone.
Doran flash. Doesn't have it. Stridebreaker slow.
So the clone from River actually ended up kind of...
100 Quid's now in danger.
100 quid?
Yeah, he's 100 quid.
100 quid is in danger.
100 quid.
100 quid's in danger.
Faker's here as well. They can't get over the Unraveled Earth. They're all dead.
I don't know. No, they're not all dead. No, one of them is dead.
I think they might go for River as well.
No, one of them is dead. Yeah. You do have flash, but you're not getting in range for flashy at that point. So, I mean, despite honestly Faker and Carrier inting the start of that fight, River's clone gives the Renekton E for the Stridebreaker Q, which then kind of ends the fight after. Yeah. Also, FBI just got black.
He didn't flash the seismic shuffle. Faker freeballed him.
Owner flashed and killed him, no?
No, it's Faker gets free seismic shovel in the second watch.
steals the dragon, and then you're thinking this is going to be 100 Thieves win as long as they play it slow. But FBI
has flash and plans.
Yeah, and he just gets
oh my god. Oh wow, yeah. I mean, he has flash and cleanse. He just honestly, FBI might have just thrown that entire fight.
Yep.
Fucking hell. So I think Faker and Carry actually played that fight poorly. But yeah, I mean, you have both sums there. You cannot get caught by a free shove.
Yeah, I don't know how to put this. I don't think Faker went that crazy because he was still sort of like, I'm just throwing Qs at this. I'm not actually going that far off the other side.
He was out of position to defend the dragon.
Because he couldn't go towards the left because he walled down that angle. So he had to come down to the
followed Carry on the pick attempt, which dragged 2 people away from the dragon, leaving them out of position.
He was still moving towards the rest of the team, I think. I didn't think he went crazy after Carry.
Threatened 100 Thieves into taking the fight.
I still think they went too far off onto Quid, obviously. But hey. And it does still... It actually gets 100 Thieves the feat of strength, by the way, as well, because they got the...
He uses 2 Qs and the full combo.
Okay, then it's 2 fast. That's fine.
Yeah, two Qs and the full combo, which leaves him completely out of position to use, say, Minefield to stop a Wukong dashing forwards.
That's fair. I hear you. That's fair. I thought it wasn't as much of a commit.
No, it was really hard commit from both Carrier and Faker. And then the fact that Quid managed to kill Carrier and also distract 2, that was a really high value fight from Quid.
Yeah. And it gets some feat of strength. Gets some feat of strength.
It's about Otacon now, and 100 Thieves trying to get up there, reclaim.
I mean, it's still slightly rough to give that many kills to the Shinzo, who I think can be a problem for a lot of these divers.
Yeah, Owner had a very good air back end of that.
And they're going to get another turret. Oh, I mean, that's the other thing is 100 Thieves are not. They've made a lot of aggressive plays for picks, but as we've seen from Western teams who get the feel-good kill scores on screen, what we've seen off screen is actually you've sent how many members to make this play happen? You burned this flash to make this play happen. You've just given up every turret. Like this is that has been the trade, and like people are going to meme some of the deaths, and some of them rightly so. But I do also think like that some of the issue has just been like, yeah, how many people did you commit to make this play happen?
If 100 Thieves gets the opportunity to try to push, they will be able to secure it easily. As the Scryer's Trinket is going to see the
okay, Faker's seen on this. He's bot side, so Ambassador's teleporting up really high HP.
River?
River's in range. River's in range for a W.
He's gonna now if he has to W over the wall, Soul Flare. River can steal it. River can steal it!
Oh my god, he's stolen it. Oh my god. Okay.
Fight after looks rough.
It's... Yeah, how many people...
They lose 3.
Okay, alright, they lose 3. Do they get any back? No, 3 for none, but the Atacon goes their way. Oh, fucking hell. River...
T1 just keep coming out ahead in the fights. 100 Thieves...
Yeah, they're just... T1 has a very good meat grinder comp, and realistically, 100 Thieves were just not in position for that at all. So it's still a good fight. T1 lose the Atacon, but they actually, realistically, it's still a 1 play. They lose an Atacon, but they win the fight. They get an inner turret. It's a 1 play for T1.
I genuinely thought that the Weaver's Wall and the Leona standing on the other side of it meant that even if you Warrior Trickster, it should have just been a Wukong never getting anywhere near this. Especially with Crescent Guard available.
Invisible.
Yeah, I just thought I thought they would have enough to force, like, to be able to stop Wukong getting in super easily. And you can see what the thought was. Leona stands here, Weaver's Wall comes down, Wukong never gets over it.
Invisible Wukong is the thing.
Yeah, but you can Solar Flare it, and you can Crescent Guard it.
Then you could have flashed. Or eat out of the way of it.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, like, yes. But I can see what the thought... I can see how they were planning to stop the Wukong. They just didn't succeed.
So Leia needs to be the one stopping, so you can't dash over it. So right here, he actually eased towards him first.
Yeah.
They drag the Atacon towards him as well.
And it's there's the Qs. The Q is late because the knock-up lasts long
I
enough.
actually think Dokla shouldn't have ulted in. Just let it be a steal attempt and don't lose 3.
And the FBI has to flash, so then you don't actually
This
have a
is another feel-good versus substance trade, where this often happens versus T1, where T1 might lose a feel-good play or 2, but they do get the substance.
And they're 4,000 gold out now.
Yeah, no, that's what I'm saying, because 2,000 of that gold came from the play after the Atacon. So that's exactly what I'm talking about.
Yeah, no, absolutely, I completely agree. Completely agree. Quid stolen Crescent Guard, that might be good. In goes Quid, that's a good knock away, but Owner still gets in, gets his own Crescent Guard down, it's going to be a flip. Oh, Faker. Carry is low. That's not bad from Dokla. That's not bad from Dokla. Oh!
Doran says it's a top lane for top lane trade.
Health bars are not great. Oh, Faker's got so much more HP now. And in goes Owner.
River.
Oh, shot! They got the kill.
What?
Oh, they got the kill onto River as they get the kill onto Dragon.
Yeah, they get the kill is really vague, and that's oh my god, fucking good arrow.
FBI. There are dead
Faker.
bodies in
Faker.
both jerseys all over the Dragon Pit. And
Hang on, another arrow might kill. Hang on.
He wants another rock here on
Ayla's trying to
Yeah,
body block a little.
it's the slow from Ryalize.
Seraphs.
Ayla's next to fall. It's a 4 for 2 plus strike for T1.
Yeah, again, the substance goes to T1. This time, I think the gold lead which they built up after the outer car makes it so much harder to play. I mean, it's not bad from 100 Thieves. I actually think they're playing pretty well on the whole, especially given their level. Hang on, there's a W arrow available from FBI if Faker goes too far here. Hang on, W arrow can kill here, by the way.
We had to go gold on that one.
That W arrow could have killed. He had no Seraphs.
TP
Oh,
behind.
hang on, that's Quid. That can kill. He doesn't have ult. Oh, I think he's safe. with rock surfing. Red belt maybe?
Guma
Guma's
behind
coming
it.
over.
Quid's now pretty deep. Oh, wow, I get the thought. He's alright now.
And they had redemption as well.
I mean, Dokla just keeps getting into
Rock
the back
surfing
line
from
in these
Talir is a
fights,
hell of a
but
passive,
the
by the way.
Woodblood can never get there with him. The Silas can never get there with him.
100 Thieves are doing well. This is a good game. It is, but I think post that, I think they committed too hard to the fight at Atakan, and it meant that they lost 3 instead of realistically what could have been 1. Faker doesn't have teleport. He does have ult to get into the play. He's not going to be here in time. They stopped his reset. They want to fight now. This is not bad. So they
They've
get
gotten the jungler.
Guys, if they get a good enough fight, they get Baron off this.
And Doran's gone really deep. Doran's dead.
So that's 2 dead, because Doran's trying to teleport in to save them.
That's Baron.
Honestly, Quid teleporting but not getting a kill on Faker still achieved what the goal was, to make sure Faker was off the map, chain it into a fight, go Baron. Holy crap, that's a good play for 100 Thieves.
What an engage from Ayla there is 100 Thieves.
But the unsung hero of this play is Quid teleporting in, even though he doesn't get the kill on Faker. Faker is in base, so that's a good... Holy crap, they get Baron off of it. They get Baron on 5.
Crescent Guard value was so low from Owner as well.
Great ult, they're in on the owner, they take him out, and then Doran...
Yeah, Faker can only get back in like halfway after the fight.
Yeah.
And Doran's TP sucks once the shape of the fight
breaks apart that way, yeah.
Yeah, once it basically... Look, he needs to teleport then, he does. But teleporting where he did when T1's backline kind of over-tunneled onto River, I mean, you want to go jungler for jungler, right? It means that Doran's completely left out to dry. I wonder whether T1 could have...
There's a lot of turrets. Remember, 100 Thieves got no turrets. There is so much gold on the map.
Doran is a mighty 1 and 5 right now.
Yeah, he's also gone Black Cleaver second, so he has no sustainability. Like, he dies.
I mean, it gives you HP. It's similar to Shojin.
Yeah, I know, but it's like, it's not... He doesn't have a Starax or anything like that, right?
I'm not gonna lie, I don't... Yeah, I think it's vaguely similar, because the cooldown gives you a Q cooldown.
The point is, I think 1v4 he's still gonna die, basically, with that.
Well, that would happen even with
Oh, yeah, no, sure.
So
But he dies fast enough, right?
I think this is still the right build, personally.
Oh, no, I agree, it is. I just meant in that scenario, without something like a Sundered Sky, without something like a Starax, you do just get killed.
So now then the gold lead went from about 4 to 5k down to 1.5k, and it's going to get more than that now. That's a bit much, River.
And in fairness, that we've just been saying actually 100 Thieves hadn't been getting all the substance. That's the substance they need.
That's the substance.
And now they're getting all the turrets they hadn't picked up earlier in the game.
Did they have it? I don't think they had objective bounties at that point.
No, they didn't. But they just got a lot of standing gold to pick up.
Yeah. If they can swap around to push in top lane outer, which I think they will too, they'll get full outer ring of turrets, and this is now a playable game. Now the problem is T1 still have Soul Point. Scaling's a weird question. I mean, Ambessa is terrifying. Ambessa is terrifying, but I think Corki, Talia, Renekton are actually very good slap damage.
So Faker went for the Fiendish Codex, doesn't have the NLR,
so he's not going towards Zhonya for the next fight.
Yeah, but he means he's obviously with the Broken Arm Guard, doesn't have that. I wonder if there's an angle where he goes Medjay just for the move speed and for the...
But you need... That's true.
And just the raw spike.
No, with the 10 stacks, you're right. With the 10 stacks, it's actually worth it. I think that would have been better than the Fiendish. The move speed is kind of big versus dodging Silas skill shots.
It's 100 Thieves looking to dive onto that backline.
Surprised it's 10 stacks actually. So what did he?
He's just died twice and been involved in everything else. He had the Dark Seal for first back.
That's true. That's fair actually.
This Silas does not get on top of your Corki.
That's fair. Oh, so he sold the finish and got. So he sold finish to get Zonya's now.
Okay, I think that's probably understandable.
But that means he's lost. Quid is dead.
Quid is dead.
That's a big mistake.
Oh, Quid. Even with the Crescent Guard, it's not going to matter. He's dead.
It didn't bop them back enough.
Ooh.
Hang on, does he get a W?
Not bad. No, he's supposed to get the heal. There's not bad damage on to Carrier though. Is it really the bigger trade though? The Silas is much bigger value.
Owner's doing awesome here.
Work. Guma. It's not bad from Dokla. It's not bad from Dokla. It's not bad from Dokla at all.
Dokla is doing some mad damage.
Dokla just did insane work. He gets out as well.
Oh my god, FBI's alive?
Yeah.
I don't think FBI can walk up though. Okay. Oh, careful.
They don't know how easy Dragon is here.
Well, I mean, there's smite to no smite.
Oh, but there's TP.
I don't think it matters. No, Doran's TP is still like 10 seconds off cooldown, no? Dokla needs to teleport back in.
Dokla's TPing deep.
Wow, if you can catch Faker, that's huge. Faker doesn't have flash. He has Zonius, but he doesn't have flash.
He's out.
Okay, yeah, he doesn't want to go into it too much.
That's really
so they
big.
stop cell point.
I thought Quick dying there was going to be huge. Dokla absolutely saves that play, by the way.
So close. It was supposed to be a disastrous fight for 100 Thieves. Quid with the face check, he was supposed to die, and T1 was supposed to have the numbers advantage. But the resilience pays off. Quid buys so much time using Owner's ultimate. He drops the arm guard as well, and the rest of the Thieves collapse. Ayla with a quick flash onto the back line, River targets Guma, and that was enough for Dokla to clean up the fight.
Yeah, Dokla has just been teamfighting beautifully, helping out FBI there. And then again, look at that ult. He finds it past Doran onto Guma.
That's man, because Guma dies is a massive deal.
Dokla is doing some mad work in the back line.
So what? And Carrier died already, but then Owner can't get out as well. That's huge.
On the 100
Man, okay. I mean, the gold lead's non-existent now.
They are still in it. This game
And also, by the way,
is almost
FBI now has some insane items.
Yeah, he does. Yeah, he does.
The 4-item Poke Varus with 5 kills is going to be much easier. It's much easier for him to put down damage on like the back end of the fight than Conquorky, I think.
Bollywood Bin is such a good nickname for Dokla.
Who was that on the chat?
It was in the chat.
They put that on live.
Oh yeah.
I
think it is a nickname he goes by sometimes.
That's kind of funny.
As slowly but surely, they are bringing this game to T1.
Some huge purchases though.
I mean, considering the dance moves, I'd take that out of Bollywood.
I want 100 Thieves to win a game.
It would be cool.
It would be absolute cinema. I mean, realistically, I want T1 to come to life and be the best form they are. Because realistically, I'm here for the best gameplay. But if 100 Thieves take a game, oh my god, this
FBI's 5-1. Because the other thing we realized is like T1 are supposed to outrange right and punish people coming into them. The Varus is proving a real problem for that because actually it has led to the death of Doran a lot here. Owner's struggling actually to survive through the end of his Crescent Guard as well.
The previous Baron was the big turning point here. As remember before that, it was T1 with a 4,000 gold lead, but the pick
Here we go again.
play ended up setting up 100 Thieves.
Holy moly.
Ayla did a really good job.
Reminder folks, 100 Thieves lost in a best of 5 to Viva Cade Stars.
Yep.
You know, how crazy is the bounce back?
Another vibes-based team, folks. There's another turret. Dokla
I will say, like, Owner's been trying his heart out. I think this Shinzo has had, again, Owner may be, like, best Shinzo in the world.
Yeah, and like, don't get me wrong, people like Guma, people like Faker have team fought pretty well.
They want to get teleport out of Doran ASAP.
Yeah.
Okay, so now we're T1 are hoping on Baron Steel, which they're, you know,
they can do
pretty
here.
good at.
I say, you got to deal with the Shinzo. Here comes the TP.
Hang on, that's not a good Renekton TP.
Oh, flash for Quid, don't get it.
Hang on, whoa, no,
the only one that claimed a corruption.
No, it was the Taliyah wall almost completely fucked Doran, because the Taliyah wall kept Doran on the other side of Baron Pit.
Yeah, also, mistimed ult from FBI to stop not shooting at Chains of Corruption.
Right. Oh my god, if that had hit, that would have been fucking insane. So Tau does go down. I'm not actually sure if anyone gets local gold from that, though. I actually don't think anyone gets local gold from that.
Doran's finally got Starax. Finally.
I'm not going to lie, I don't think it makes a difference now. Maybe it does a bit, obviously it does, but I think that Renekton at this point is just so decorative.
I think Tenacity's not bad here.
Baron shouldn't die that quick, but it just melted, it was disappearing. Doran had to get involved in the fight.
Death Dance for Dokla's huge. He's nearly at GA actually as well.
My goodness, the level of confidence.
I actually think that T1 really needs some anti-heal at this point as well. You're into Wukong Death Dance Ambessa with Omnivamp from her ult at level 16.
There's another one on there.
And you're in a Silas as well.
Doran loses the 1v1 here.
Yeah, he does.
He can't walk up.
Here we go. They know it's happening.
Oh, this is so tense. Zone is coming over. Okay. I don't think... that's a very low HP everything.
Oh dear, I think they've gone too far.
I don't know, Kerry's dead.
Oh, Kerry's gone! Bloody hell, the Leona's getting popped! Quick! It's not... Oh my god, they might have done it! Faker, can you do enough work here? How much work can you do? Oh, he's got in the shove! It's enough! It's enough, Doran!
Oh,
my Faker, that was sick!
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Faker, bloody hell!
How did FBI die?
Shoved again, I think, and Doran.
Oh my god, the shove from Faker was nuts.
I think you literally just 3-man shove.
So initially I was like, well, Quid hits the E over the wall, like the second E over the wall here, I think, which goes kind of mad.
Is it onto Guma? I mean, also Kerry just isn't tanky, by the way.
Yeah. So what happens here? So
massive
FBI.
marker.
What happens to FBI?
The GA
Oh my god, he flashes forward, gets his shield popped, and just immediately dies.
Faker!
FBI just completely fucks it. He flashes into the Renekton respawn, which gets the spell shield, and then he gets shoved for free.
Yeah, it gets W by that into a three-man show.
FBI just completely threw the game. FBI just completely threw the game.
Yeah.
And just like that, that's the game. T1 will snuff out the hope.
Tell you what though, Doran and Kerry are not having a good time with things, but come on. That's 2 times where FBI's had like game-changing poor fights. Despite the fact that he's had, you know, 5 kills and a bunch of stuff. Which was looking really good for him in terms of arrows. Yeah, FBI's flash there might legitimately have lost them the game. That is terrifying.
Oh.
All you have to do is walk up and then just, you know, flash the fucking shove at minimum.
Such an impressive
The fact that he flashed in, lost his spell shield, and then got shoved is just a triple whammy.
Yeah, it's tough.
They've shown so much tenacity and so much creativity. Big Dokla will set his sights.
Oh, 100 Thieves, this is like a golden opportunity, man.
It is.
As T1 threaten the siege.
You have you know, you have feats of strength 100 Thieves too, which really help them as well.
I mean,
you've just given Infernal Soul over. You've given.
The thing is, people are gonna clown on T1, and there are some mistakes they've made this game. But I want to give some serious credit for 100 Thieves' really good, proactive, mid-game decision-making. Actually, because of this TP from Quid, we can make this play onto Ona. That will give us Baron. We can make these plays from here. Oh no, Quid's been caught. Wait, we can turn this around. Because actually, that is a good play from T1 to make the pair come to Quid.
The Varus poke is just not
hitting anymore.
No, it's hitting. It's just not the damage isn't there.
Yeah. So, well, that's what I mean. Sorry, I mean hitting.
Because he's hitting the skill shots.
Sorry, yeah, but I'm going with the Gen Z slang, Al. Just saying hitting the same, you know. That was where I was going with that.
No, but you said not hitting anymore. Hitting the same is different.
But it's not hitting anymore.
It doesn't hit the same. It's different. So in other words, yeah, what you say is like it just doesn't hit the same.
Yeah. But I did. That's where I was going. It wasn't. It wasn't landing the skill
for this.
I'm too uncoded.
Hey, I think. Oh my god, how did T1 get away with this, man? I don't want to throw this all on FBI either, because actually, you know, like the problem is it's 2 clutch moments where I think that sadly FBI has been the victim of. You know, he was the one in the spotlight. Just a free to Leer shove at the dragon with flash and cleanse up. Flashing into death. Oh, FBI, man.
If anyone starts saying 6-7 in chat, I'm going to start screaming.
Onto their carries, and they refuse to give them that space, so they slowly chip away. But 100 Thieves protect their inhibitors. They hold the line for now. The Baron will wear off.
I mean, you see, there was multiple points in this game where T1 had it, and then 100 Thieves managed to claw it back.
Yeah, because realistically, I mean, this is the problem with T1, right? T1 can look like this one game, and then they'll just go back to, you know, crazy form the next. The 6th is for FBI. Oh, shut up.
Hold on to the driver's seat for now. The next objective, not for another 2.
You don't know what the 6-7 meme is? All it is a. So Northern Lion put it best. It is a. It's a club. It's a club where you understand the reference and people get annoyed when they don't understand it. That's what it is. It was a reference to someone going 6-7, and that's it. It's just that's it. It's not even like a reference to anything in particular.
For that really important fight. And Guma very likely to be that full 6 items.
Oh, by the way, Northern Lion started playing Binding of Isaac again, by the way.
Has he?
For the first time in forever.
How's it?
You realize he has over 2,500 videos on Isaac.
Where's the guy who's going to be starting talking about bad clicks?
Exactly. There is the fucking the devil statue, which just does. It's not bad clicks. It's bad damage, and he timestamps all of it in every Binding of Isaac. He's finally got a job again, Sam. Finally got a job again.
Bad damage.
To come down to a smite for Elder, because if they allow that flip and River wins it, that is the possibility for 100 Thieves.
I mean, you've got Talia and Corki with an Infernal Soul. Your poking capability is very, very high.
Okay, Elder in 2 minutes, 5k lead for T1. Corki poke can actually be disgusting post level 16. It's kind of whatever.
No, you're right. So I wanted to make a bigger point.
I heard them.
No, I know. I was lost in my own thought. I was thinking, I kind of want to go back to that sort of conversation we were having about, like, you know, oh, T1 made messy plays, etc., etc. Compare this to the last series.
Yeah.
I actually want to say that 100 Thieves are stepping up. And yes, there's been some misplays from T1, but I want to say 100 Thieves have actually stepped up to a really solid level here.
But compare this to the last series, how?
In the sense of, like, last series BLG won 2-0, but we're like, oh my god, BLG still looked pretty ass.
Yeah.
Do you think T1 have looked ass this game?
There have been bits which have been pretty worrying. Like, Doran's been
Yeah, I agree.
bad. Like, for instance, he's just uses E.
Yeah, and then maybe I've just cursed Doran. He's alright, okay. Weaver's Wall.
Forces, it's just all for ult, but at this point, Silent... So this is the point where you can actually use, like, cheap... hang on a second, circle a hit. You can actually ult Faker and do, like, a ton of fucking
Faker's
damage.
got the Magi's by the by as well.
Yeah, and I think that's a good buy. The move speed is genuinely huge.
But yeah, basically what I want to say was actually I do think 100 Thieves have made some really good proactive plays and reactive plays to some of T1's actually pretty good proactive and reactive plays, and that's made it a good back and forth. And I actually think if 100 Thieves was named KT here, people would not be...
No, branding is a thing.
People would not be looking down on 100 Thieves.
No, I think
that's really important.
Yeah, but I'm not looking down at them for this game. Now, the problem is I'm like, they actually got into a position where realistically they should have won around that Baron.
Yeah, and it's an unfortunate moment. I agree. I mean, part of it's like, oh my god, very clutch as well. But yeah, FBI, that's really frustrating.
Quizcox, Crescent Guard. This is the point where you can actually get 2 ults in a fight. Death Cap on Silent.
No, that's fine. You keep going.
You do that sound when you want to talk.
We'll come back to it after the game. Now is not the time for it. I had a thought, and we'll come back to it.
Okay, that's right. Hang on, don't. Big dogs.
Stolen.
It's only on carry. It's only on carry. It's not good enough. Oh, that's
taking down
great.
10%, and they're going to lose Doke. Good flash away. Can he get rolling? No, Guma's got him.
Oh, that's massive overplay. Massive overplay.
Oh, if that stolen solar flare had been a little better.
I don't think it makes any difference. The damage onto carrier.
That's what I was thinking. If it had been onto Guma, that's what I mean. If he'd landed on the...
Yeah, with Death Cap as well, it's scary. I think that's probably the play which loses the game here, folks. Where do you teleport at the start of the play?
Can Quid get some value?
No, he doesn't. I mean, Doran's got GA there.
Let's say with GA.
It's a steal or nothing. You're not winning the fight.
They're there. Oh,
Ayla didn't have ult, that's it. Doomed. They overplayed. Kerry's the only one taking damage again. I'm not gonna lie, folks, I think this game was totally winnable for 100 Thieves. I think FBI had a couple of bad moments, but it's not all on him. 100 Thieves did very good at punishing T1's mistakes at various points. T1, more clutch team fighters.
Yeah.
And I think T1 once again had to thank their fucking jungler. Owner has been insane on the Shinzo again.
With the exception of the death before the first Baron. Because him getting caught out on the river was what led to the first Baron.
That was also Faker getting caught on reset as well, though. They stopped Faker's reset for forever, and then they pounced when Faker was back in base. And then Doran TP'd in the bad spot.
No, that was the second Baron, wasn't it?
What was the first Baron? Second one was the one they stole. Second one was the one that they stole. Or like they took the 5-5-3.
100 Thieves had 2 Barons this game.
Oh, maybe I'm wrong. Oh, yeah, okay, I can't remember that then. Oh, yeah, no, the first one was when Faker was on the reset.
That's when they tried to TP to catch him from Quid, and then Faker got out.
T1 shut them down. The fight execution was...
I'm pretty sure, and then it was like 3, and then basically Owner ended up ulting in the river by himself and couldn't get out.
A really fun game to watch here in this first one. Analysts, what do you think?
That was fun, though. That was fun.
I think this is so frustrating to watch for 100
but the other thing is, this was the thought I had earlier, and I'm hoping we get a replay, because I want your thoughts on this one, Alex. You know when FBA flashed forwards to try and, in that kind of really clutch play around the second Baron, or the really messy play around the second Baron?
Oh my god, that was...
sorry, just gotta run a message real quick, sorry about that. Second Baron...
Where FBI died when he flashed forwards.
Yeah, that was the second Baron, yeah.
Yeah.
I was just hoping they could come in like, okay, it's going to be a T1-2-0.
I wonder whether actually he almost had to flash there, basically because he nearly flash Q'd and killed Faker, and Owner had just respawned with GA behind him and 3 items.
But he flashed, so the way he flashed, I'm saying that the flash was badly executed. He flashed and still got hit by the Wind Becomes Lightning, getting rid of his shield. He flashed into melee of the Renekton, who instantly gets to punish him as well.
Yeah.
Stride Breaker means that he doesn't have move speed to walk out of the slow, even with Swift Marches.
So it's and
then he doesn't have flash to dodge the Talia shove anyway, and still doesn't kill Faker.
Fair.
So it is a I mean, God, this play as well here was just the free flick. The thing is, right before this, Faker had entered this fight and then saves it with this shove.
Yeah.
So this is kind of like Faker giveth, Faker taketh away. You know.
Faker is still an exceptional team fighter. He has been known to give up some free kills in about the first 10 minutes of the game at the minute.
There were a lot
of those fights.
Yeah.
But it really, to me, showcased, even though some of the other team members had the redemption moments later on, why Owner, to me, right now, is the heart and soul of this team. If he gets his ins out, he can make miracles happen. Obviously, the big talking point is that they needed a miracle. They were the heavy favorites today.
That's the thing. It's not only on the Zinsao, because for me, that's been Owner's performance the whole year.
Yeah,
He's the
absolutely.
consistent member for this T1 lineup.
Yeah, I feel like when other T1 members have stepped up and kind of retreated a little bit in terms of their performances, right? Owner has just been so consistent, so solid, so good for this team. But you already set it up, Chronicler, because we had
Owner had a really good game.
Redemption for T1 solo laners who were kind of getting 100 Thieves were getting the best of them in some of these fights, but at the crucial Baron fight that decided it for T1, it's Doran and Faker, of course, coming
That
through.
three-man shove after the stun. Oh, it was really good. Yeah, this was really. So this is the one, and I think Alex has got the right of it, right? Saying, look, yes, probably did need to flash in some capacity, but the fact that the flash ended up so poorly.
So watch this, right? Watch this, right? So he ends up getting hit by the wind becomes he gets hit by like 3 different things. Flashes and doesn't kill Faker anyway.
Yeah, and in fairness, good Zhonya's from Faker.
No, it is, but he has Zhonya's.
Yeah.
Oh my god, FBI man.
Just keeps getting away with it.
That's exactly what it is. They keep on getting away with it. No, just of course. It comes down to these flash moments.
That's actually what happens every time.
Give me one thing we want to see from 100 Thieves for this next game, which could be their last game.
Oh my gosh. I actually might get emotional because I love this team so much. This is going to be Rivers last year.
Oh, I can't believe it. Rivers going.
Yeah.
Going to serve his
River.
military service. So yeah, I would like to see a little bit better map play from them when they do get these objectives, because it did feel like even in the early to mid game when you had that insane dive where Dokla got the 2-for-1, right? You had some of these early skirmishes that they somehow managed to come ahead on. Quid had the solo kill, but it still felt like T1 were taking control of the map. And that, I think, is where, if they're going to take a game, 100 Thieves does need to recognize those advantages.
And that's the big thing, and that has been an ongoing theme, not just today, but for the entirety of the tournament, is that you can get kills. We saw Quid literally solo kill Faker, but when it comes to the rotations on the map, when it comes to actual gold, T1 throughout that entire game.
Oh, what a mess of a game.
Right? Like, they were always able to outtrade. I think that's really hard to fix. I just hope they can keep holding on to the momentum, because the fight is there. A couple of key moments differently, and we might have been seeing them one up here.
Chin up, guys. You had this, and you can still prove it. You can still come back against the world champion, which would be huge for this organization and their last run at Worlds. This might be the last series, the last game for 100 Thieves. The team will not be returning to the LCS next year. That's right, you heard me. The LCS next year.
I mean, I think Owner is the best Shinzo in the world, folks. I think Owner's the best
so
Shinzo.
good.
He is so damn good. It's between him and maybe Tarzan. Tarzan's really good too. Oh my god. Okay, I'll go run some adverts. Go for it.
So what he got in LCS, or like LTA now?
It's just LCS.
I wonder what happens to this FlyQuest roster if they don't make it out of Swiss. Surely I think the roster can't keep
Oh, it
everyone together.
implodes. I suspect with all of the negative press anyway, Bwipo is likely gone regardless. They were thinking about switching him out anyway, moving into a coaching role.
LCS pros need to work on their signatures. This is honestly the best plug I've ever seen for an LCS player.
Last game of LEC we'll watch, and then we'll go into LCS, obviously.
It's going to be really exciting to see on the LCS.
Coming into top lane as an LCS player. Sorry, I was thinking ahead, and I was like, LCS.
Well, 100 Thieves gave it a good shot, honestly. But
Not gonna make that mistake.
T1 to T1, they are very clutch.
LCS or LTA. After their LCS
I can't believe they went through and clipped all of this shit.
Blaming the other LCS teams.
The second best at the time.
He said that.
Support in the LCS.
The return of the LCS with a smiling face.
Oh,
Hell yeah.
You know, when you're playing against LCS teams.
Fantastic.
This is an LCS thing now, isn't it?
We want to do a check-in for Fantasy LCS as well.
Just wants that LCS trophy. I don't think I said LCS unintentionally.
Yeah, I don't think so.
I did it. But I'll have to check the tape.
Wait, what's the one thing BLG needs to focus on for tomorrow's best of 3? This is to Shadow. We just need to play a good, get good sleep and play our game. It's going to be easy, alright? Which area does BLG need to work on most going into tomorrow? We're a bit too nervous on stage. We're not free enough. We need to play strictly. We play strictly, and it's not our play style. We just need to shake off today, even though it's a win. It didn't meet our standards. Tomorrow's a new day. We'll make it to playoffs. Right. How do you adjust after the failed tower dive in game 1? Just need to look ahead. Our comp late game is good. We just need to scale's a bit shaky at the start, but it went well. I didn't expect VKS to play so well today. GG, well played to them. Oh, and then there was stuff on stage from Elk as well. Tomorrow's last series in Swiss stage. Right now, we just want to leave no regrets. There's no pressure on our shoulders. We need to play our best. I'm sure there's no pressure on there, actually. We need to be more patient in our communication. It's not really about game content, but to boost our confidence and adjust form to prepare for games in the future. Thankfully, we won today, and we'll prepare for tomorrow well. And that's from you on Twitter.
That sounds about right.
Where I got it. Figured you could beat it with a better deal on one of these big boys.
Man, it doesn't work that way.
Guess you're not as cool as Verizon.
Bring in your AT&T or T-Mobile bill for a better deal.
You don't know that?
Red Bull gives you wings.
Okay. I think a lot of the teams not from the LCK LPL have been stepping up and playing well. I mean, we thought that G2 FlyQuest CFO would be like legit teams, as in they could push for top 8, and we wondered whether maybe 1 or 2 of them could make it, I suppose. I think it helps that LCK LPL are not nearly as consistent as previous years. Like, even KT, I think, well, obviously KT made it through undefeated through Swiss stage, but also, like, they're not convincing to me. Genji dropped a game. CFO have taken a couple of games off of the LPL LCK teams. HLE have obviously looked a little bit floundering. Top East was BLG are way off form. So realistically, what are the solid teams from LCK LPL? I do think that Genji are in there. And I think that AL are looking solid. Those that are solid. Everyone else, I think, has been actually beatable.
I completely agree. I think...
And this does apply to KT, even though they're undefeated. Of course it applies.
I'm looking at the 2 teams that went 3-0, and I'm going, you know what I mean? It's just a little bit. You just wonder.
Yeah, I mean, it'll be different when it gets to best of 5s. But even when it's coming to the best of 3s, you know, I mean, T1 here, they look beatable. BLG look beatable.
I mean, I also...
Top esports are collapsing.
Yeah, and I think there have been moments for Genji where you've gone worried. I think obviously the best of 3s, they look so much better. But, you know.
Vestian and who else was it? Vestian and Blue Panda have had like a video on Twitter about their thoughts on LCP so far, which is cool as well. So go check that out. I retweeted on Twitter.
Hell yeah. We've run ads, haven't we?
Yep.
Cool. Did you break for anything? You alright?
No, good.
Right, run to the bathroom. An empty can. I'll take it with me.
It's not an empty can, no. That was...
Oh, obviously. Yeah, I can talk that. No.
And I've gotta record some voiceover stuff for the Yote content we're doing after Worlds, so I'll go do that after we're done with the stream. Okay. Not convinced. I'm not convinced. What is that? AL has wonky weaknesses at times, though, or at least I find their laning to be suspect on and off. Flandra's laning is pretty rough, and I think some... Hope's champion pool is a bit rough. Compliment for Harold. Yeah. Double, why not? Compliment for Harold. As opposed to Harold, who has no rough edges. Harold is smooth in both personality and friendship. Harold is the smoothener of waves. It makes any interaction wonderful and joyous. Rose to Zareth. Zareth is a many-pointed object of chat and of friendships, making every interaction spiky, perhaps even puncturing. Are you saying, am I saying you're rotund? I'm saying that you have presence, Harold, in a good way. A physical, non-intrusive presence, which is easy to grasp and interact with. Whereas Seraph is the many-pointed object of chat. Within proximity, you are within stabbing range. Interact at your own discretion.
To Worlds 2025. Here you can see between the games,
Quid stayed out on stage
all
a
the
bit
rest
longer.
of 100 Thieves are convened elsewhere, doing whatever they need to do between the games. Quid ruminating on game number 1 there at his seat, at his computer. It was honestly a very close first game. The outcome still being
I didn't post my
everyone
G2
expected
reel
with
in reels. I
T1
should have done
taking
that.
the victory, but the road to that outcome was anything but expectation as 100 Thieves truly put T1 to the line.
Right into drafts again.
Played one of the
Nice.
best games, honestly, feel like I've seen from him in his career. He was really on one. You know, gets put in such a difficult position after that early dive, outplays in the 1v2, gets both those kills, and every team fight finding the backline time and time and time again. Him and Quid really were shining in that game for me. And now the question is, can you try to harness that magic once again? Because now you have to beat T1 twice in a row.
Okay, so yeah, you need to beat them twice in a row. God, if you've gotten that one over the line, at least you get like one game in hand to try something ambitious and try and punch up, you know?
The last game we'll ever see from River.
Oh, is this the last game we'll see from River? If he loses. Oh my gosh.
We saw such a massive AD carry gap in that game. Gumayushi, his positioning was so fantastic, and his ability to dish out damage, and from FBI, overstepping one too many times, getting caught by Faker's knockbacks on the Talia. We'll see how things change if they do here in Game 2, as 100 Thieves looks to try and equalize the series, as the bans have already come through thick and fast.
Exactly. We've got Bard, Kiana, and Caitlyn banned out by 100 Thieves, looking mostly towards that bottom lane. As
First pick Rumble. I mean, folks, we're getting to the point where, you know, Jarvan's not... I mean, River's Jarvan is damn good.
In what could be their last game in League of Legends, 100 Thieves will lock the Rumble for Dokla.
I mean, honestly, it does make a lot of sense. And, you know, when I'm thinking of Quid, I wouldn't be shocked if they're doing like a Yone Rumble, like full, kind of like...
Yone Rumble? I mean, not with Orianna up. You've given Orianna to Faker. That's ballsy. So what's Quid got that can lane okay against this? You've taken the Jarvan away. You might Poppy now from River, you know?
The Ori is going to get taken, so we might just have an Ori versus
Bard ban against Carrier, no surprise.
And have more kind of that standard style, but we could also look towards like an Akali or something like that if Quid really wants to stay on the melee champs, stay aggressive, because I do feel like that is probably your best chance, you know, really getting in the mix. You could go like Pantheon Akali, something along those lines, and just full send it, because you can't play standard.
I don't know if I like jungle matchup here, but I guess you have to, right? Otherwise you get double...
I don't love Aurora into Orianna.
Aurora into Orianna is a tough lane. Quid is very good at it, but I don't love it.
Especially given how Quid played the laning phase in the first game. Maybe he just feels confident in his ability to get the outplay. Yeah, I mean, he's playing around with some options
The Aurora's the losing lane, but it's rough outside of that. Azir's a bit rough into Jarvan.
He will struggle in the early lane, but you know in the side lane...
Akali's fine. No, Akali's okay here, actually.
Later on.
Yeah, I think...
So now you really need some point-and-click CC for the Akali, because you don't have that in Jarvan Ori. She can hop out a lot of that CC. Can T1 get Poppy? They can do. The problem is if you lock Poppy now, you might get double range bot lane, and things go very bad. Because you can't play Poppy into Rumble. Rumble destroys that matchup.
Right? But it's against
if you Poppy now, you can't Poppy now, I don't think.
Get aggressive. So I actually really
even though it's good into the double dash champions.
I think though
Galio top lane Fedora? Okay, that's not bad. Not bad. Yeah, this gives you an okay set of 8 double AP champions to fight into. Full dive comp, you probably ban Xayah Kai'Sa now as T1, or you pick one of them on 4.
Lock down these low mobility mages, low mobility AD carries, and just execute them. But with the Galio protection on top, it's going to be that much harder for Quid to find those executes.
I mean, taunt is so problematic for Akali. You get pulled right out of the smoke screen. And
it's not too bad, because the thing is that Akali can just make sure that, like, if the thing is, Akali should never be going in if Galio stood on top of the carries. What you do is you hop over the engage if Galio follows the front line, and then you dive the back line beyond them.
That's far back, maybe like a Jhin that is, you know, staying kind of less involved in the fight. And
banning away the Rakan. Oh, okay, Poppy ban. Now you ban out the Poppy because
I really like the Poppy ban.
There's a chance that T1 can ban out some ranged supports and make sure that the Poppy's in a good spot.
I don't care about you diving me. I'm diving
The wombo's
you,
kind of
right?
insane
So
from T1.
those are the kind of two schools of thought. I think knowing FBI, like I would predict that he would play something like the Jhin. That would be kind of my expectation.
I think Jin's really
more
risky
so
here,
than the
no?
other options, but I do think you have a couple different paths you can kind of take from here. And Ezreal ban does make a lot of sense, just seeing as, again, it's like, how do I stay alive against this?
I think Jhin for Guma could also be a solid option. Of course,
totally, yeah.
Against Akali, it is a little bit scary, but when you've got so much threat, sorry, squishy front lines, like there's no real tank on the side of 100 Thieves right now. So Jhin from the back line with your
It's still in the balance right now, because if you have a carry that can survive the combo from 100 Thieves, I think that Akali can sometimes hop over, and with the extra equalizer damage can cause a lot of issues. T1 obviously going like heavy dive. I think FBI should take Kai'Sa. I mean, the problem is then you maybe, I mean, Gumi can still go something lane bully on the last pick. You can't really go Lucian now. Lucian doesn't love Nico.
Yeah, I mean, it's all just AoE. It's like, I don't care if I see you because I'm just going to shockwave and Galio ult and Nico.
No, 100 Thieves might take the Kai'Sa.
Smoke screen there. And not only is this great engage, it's also great counter engage.
For
right?
cons
Because
bans,
if
you can't
are
take that.
this melee heavy
Sivir,
class,
I think you take the Kai'Sa
Kai'Sa.
or
So they are going for the Kai'Sa option, so that means it's going to be a hard engage support. We're thinking like Rel or Nautilus or whatever.
Nautilus is okay for Ayla.
Regardless of what it is, you basically have 5 short-range champions, and you're going to be flying in on a target, whether it is the Orianna or whatever AD carry that Guma goes. I think something super defensive could be smart here, whether it is the Jhin or Xayah or whatever. And then, all of a sudden, in comes the Nico ult, in comes the Galio ult, in comes all these things. So I feel like the draft was fairly predictable. Both teams clearly have defined playstyles. If you're looking like, you know, just standard comps, I feel like T1 has a pretty big edge, but if there were a way to win, I think for 100 Thieves, just full sending it, so I don't mind it whatsoever.
I am not surprised even in the slightest by the Xayah being picked against the full dive. So powerful to buy yourself the time while the Pop Blossom or the Galio ulti or whatever else comes in to just create space. 100 Thieves showed us last game that they are willing to play aggressive, that they will not be intimidated by the fact that they are playing up against T1. And with this type of composition, you need to have that mentality. My eyes are locked onto River on this Pantheon. You've got point and click stuns. You've got an incredibly powerful semi-global ultimate to try to turn numbers in your favor when they shouldn't be. And I feel like River's performance will be paramount for this team to have a chance.
I'm keeping my eyes on both Guma and Faker. In the last game, Faker really did struggle throughout the early phases, but he had very significant knockbacks on that Taliyah, whereas Guma, in this composition, he's very relied on to be one of the main damage dealers. This is really only a 2 damage threat composition, and 100 Thieves are going to be sending everything that they've got to take out these 2 carries.
So Guma gets Xayah.
Positioning is going to be important.
Akali's pretty good into Xayah.
Impact in the team fights is going to be super important. Let's see if River can find the advantages.
I don't know. I trust T1 with teamfight comps. I just trust T1.
Pantheon has been struggling so far at Worlds. It is 1-5. Only win was won by Tarzan. And you know, sometimes when you have these
Science getting like a latte out of that Velvet Touch, because it overdoes it if you leave it for the whole duration.
Yeah, well, it does cappuccino is what it does.
You just kind of know
Okay,
that the
so
character's gonna play to a level that it's going to work out. That it's
the Xayah doesn't fit the comp very well from T1, but Guma is such a good Xayah, it doesn't always matter. Guma is one of the best Xayahs across history.
And he has such impact in the early game.
What isn't he proficient on? That's the problem.
I mean, that
with
is
this guy.
Yeah, that's true. That's very true. That he is in fact quite good. I mean, he's been
How's
kind
his
of
Azir jungle? You know?
Probably quite bad, actually. There you go.
Okay, there we go. We just need to ban him into a point where he has to play Azir jungle.
We need to shift the game into 126 bans. I see what you're saying.
Exactly.
But yeah, I'm very much expecting a huge early game impact from him. Bot lane is the lane I expect him to be focusing his attention towards. Right now, he's sitting in the middle of the lane, deciding where he wants to start his pathing.
Just pondering a little bit.
Well, look, the delayed invade, he was prepared for it. He's now going to change his attention. Great read from Ona.
Yeah, that was actually so impressive. That is what he's doing. He's just waiting. He's saying, okay, I have a ward protecting on that side. He knew that they had that ward over on red buff. So he's saying, I don't want to get caught on this invade here. And as a result, is just going to be able to immediately go to his wolves. It's going to turn into a split map situation.
So how are we feeling about drafts and stuff now?
T1's comp.
And Rel weak-sided here.
Okay, this comp is actually very good at killing Rumble until he gets Equalizer, and then no, until he gets Zonies, and then things get a bit wild.
The Panther could end up getting very isolated.
I'm quite worried about 100 Thieves' early lanes.
Yeah.
Because Orianna is very good in lane just in general. Nico kind of carries almost all early laning phases. The Galio gets early shove versus Rumble. And I mean, I guess this is why they're Taeyin swapping. Good E-poke from Dokla, gets some good poke there. But you can see that Faker is just smashing early lane. Even Quid is getting good accuracy on his Qs. It's just...
Command Protect ignored the Q.
Ori is just disgustingly good.
I do also want to note...
I mean, Fleet Footwork is doing its best here, but, you know...
So much more survivability in lane, especially with the additional healing that you can get from your passive, but your kill threat is significantly lower in the late game. Electrocution has become such a staple in Akali's kit to give her that
it's true, Fleet.
To not run it. I have some concerns around the potential kill threat later on, especially when we move into the side lane, but for the laning phase, it really does allow you to stay that much healthier when playing in the 1v1.
Ooh, that E hits? Wow.
Talking to players about
that actually makes this... I thought that Quid was going to take a much harder trade back there. That actually makes this a lot more playable. He's got Doran's shield, he's got second wind.
Faker did have the pot at least.
Kind of the argument I've heard from some players, whether or not that does actually remain true or whether it does pay off, that's a different question here.
If you can stop the recall, that's kind of big.
Nice edge thus far.
Fake to ward drop.
Maybe could have engaged, but it wouldn't have mattered because no one is in range.
That's true, actually. Yeah. But then they see he did, so they know. Yes, they know that he didn't put the ward down. That's interesting because I wonder if Faker now is going like, haha, I have a ward which they wouldn't expect, and actually like, haha. We know you haven't put the ward.
Alright guys, so what's that? That's 3 minutes 30 or so. Track some of the jungle and support path then. Because there's a world here where Faker tries to ward on the other side and they just go through that bush anyway.
The final heist for 100 Thieves. It's not just
final heist. Yeah. I don't know, man. I think 100. I'm really annoyed when there are orgs within. There are orgs which don't capitalize on their limited time sometimes to make a brand and become a mainstay. I think Misfits are one of the biggest examples of this. After 2017 Worlds, they should have become huge and they became whatever and then dropped out because I think their branding was very poor and they didn't really capitalize on it. I think that some teams like Immortals in NA put a ton of money in and then just didn't get much out of it. I think 100 Thieves are obviously been a team which is won LCS and then they're fucking dropping out, you know? It sucks. I think that a lot of teams have not capitalized on the moment in the sun to make the most out of their brand.
DT1 in the event that they do lose today, I mean, I couldn't really think of a better opponent to lose to.
Yeah, if your final game in League of Legends ever is an elimination match against T1, there are worse ways to go out.
Hugely so.
There are worse ways to go out.
And I say it, by the way, when I say that, I say it out of love because those teams have the possibility to be something great, and you just want more for them, right?
Close to winning that first game even. As Carrier has snuck his way in.
Yeah, Carrier, the extra cannon minion, but he misses the tangle barbs.
BW from Fake is really dangerous here now.
I think that's almost certainly first blood.
Yeah, very likely, but either way, he just walks up, chunks down Quid. Quid has no TP, so that is actually so problematic.
Yeah, I mean, you do have Pots, Doran, Shield, second wind.
They're looking to try to keep this pressure going on him. And this is a difficult spot for Quid.
And I like
interesting thing about Nico is that you hang on a second. My dude. Yeah. Taking that E in is I'm kind of surprised he's within 5 CS still. Obviously that's going to get less now. Late in mid. This is why Orianna has been so ridiculously strong at this tournament. Just what does anything against this champion in lane, man?
Yep.
Not that Quid's been laning that well.
Yep.
You can sometimes Galio, you can sometimes Azir, right? Depending on how good the player is.
When there's no enemy mid laner to contest, when you know that your Orianna is level 6, should be an easy objective secure.
Yeah, Dokla's still holding onto his TP though.
Isn't 100 Thieves popular outside of League still? They had a lot of content creators, but they cut down a lot of that too.
Oh! Yo! And the double crash down? They've gone quite deep for this.
Yeah, but
like Faker just runs at them, doesn't he?
No, but Faker just used Shockwave into the Pantheon.
And they got
Ona has Fly Drag. I think they just get out, don't they? No. No, you're just making sure that like you have enough threat on someone following up. That was awesome. That was a bad smite. 4 HP. God damn. Ona has been so good at 4 HP. God damn, man.
Spear is enough to secure it. 100 Thieves lead the objectives, and they slink.
Thanks for the leash, nerds.
No kills on either side.
A very rare miss smite here from Owner, down to 4 HP, and River just walks up. Thanks for the leash, brother. It's normally Guma pulling these off, but Guma's not here. The true smiter on 100 Thieves.
Oh, 604.
You tried to time it with the auto attack. The problem is, like, there was a chance that River could, like, flash Q smite if you really wanted to full send it.
The guy in the audience who's literally doing Pepe hands as his reaction as T1.
I don't know, having a good jumping day. He had a...
Hang on. Faker has flash still. Oh, this
dead.
is
No point flashing. No
Damn.
nice combo.
First off, River steals ult, hits level, steals Dragon, hits level 6.
I mean, there's no pointless Brenda Flash.
Like, I really gotta say, folks, it is very hard to be, particularly against the best teams in the world, it's hard to be proactive and successful. This is why I was praising CFO a lot through the Swiss bracket, because it's really hard to be both proactive and successful versus the best teams in the world, because it's very easy to respond to plays being made as opposed to making them yourself. That's a really good set of proactive plays for 100 Thieves. Two Dark Seal stacks, hell yeah, it is. Oh, it's actually up in CS too.
Yeah, I mean, at least it's a cannon wave, so he doesn't lose all of the wave to Faker, but yeah, that's really good, because again, it's forced to...
Wait, T1's early game read has just been not there this tournament, man.
And what I find interesting is 100 Thieves is
And even IG had a decent set of early games against
them. In the matchup against Doran. I think across the map...
Yeah, I will say that, as with last game, some of the stuff on screen isn't necessarily tracking, like, the like... So like last game we had this issue where like T1, for all they gave up some of those big early kills, they still managed to get a lot of value in the other lanes that weren't on screen in that fight. They got all 3 turrets very early on. They managed to get that big goldie. So for all those kills came on through, it's like, yes, but how much have you committed to do this? And actually, did you actually get more than the kill? Really?
T1 is going to get access to these towers, and they're going to be starting to shred through plays,
yeah,
which is
so that actually still, but basically because you blew that ult in mid lane, you didn't play for the grubs. You give up another plate top side. Like, yes, it's a good kill on the Faker, but Faker didn't bother burning the flash.
In fairness, I think Akali being ahead versus this comp is actually a win condition in itself.
Hear you. That's fair.
But yeah, giving grubs is a problem. You are worried about Cataclysm, Hero's Entrance though, so I don't think it's wrong to avoid that and play for 3 lanes. Like this is, until you hit 1 item, I think T1 is stronger. At 1 item, I think the conversation opens up again. Particularly if Quid gets a good angle.
Yeah.
Because the idea of 100 Thieves comp is you wait for T1 to engage on you, disengage as best you can, and you jump over the, well rather, you wait for them to engage, you jump over the engage once the Jarvan, Nico, Galio have used their CC to jump onto your carries, and hopefully Akali is fed enough to actually dive the carries and be successful at it. I think that's the idea for me.
Yeah, he's going Seraph's Row. I think that's fine this game as the Orianna. Like, if you have additional defense on top of everything else, this Orianna can be very hard to kill at 2 items in particular. Like, Quid's going to go in and go, there's still Seraph's, it's still Roa, there's Galliwell.
Barbie's saying that Ona might be on track for Dade Award. Now, I don't agree with that, because I think, look, the Dade Award has to be, like, pretty intense.
And I think Ona's actually had some good moments.
Oh no, I think his Shinzo game last game was game saving. And I think and against IG, game 4 and 5, despite being out jungled, game 3 and 4, I think he was out jungled by Wei in games 1 and 2 of that series versus IG, and then I think he blasted him games 3 and 4.
If anyone, it would be someone on BLG, but even then, they came in with enough flaws that, like, for all they won LPL. The thing is, you got to, like, they won LPL, but they also just came off a really awkward regular season. It's like, actually, is there a Dade Award there when they weren't coming in without some fragility to their success?
And the thing with top esports is I don't think it counts for them because it's just international top esports. Yeah. I think if BLG bomb out in Swiss, then you have to start thinking about anyone not named Knight on that roster, I think.
Yeah.
I mean, maybe, well, I don't think it counts for the junglers because they were criticized there anyway. I think some, I wonder, I mean, was Bin rated highly enough? Some people were. I mean,
where was he on your top 20 list?
I put him outside top 10. I put it like 11 or 12, something like that, I think.
Yeah, that one's not going to make the highlight reel anytime soon, I don't think, but I also don't think 100 Thieves...
Top Esports wins the Top Esports Award? Exactly. And for those of you who don't know what the Dade Award is, it was awarded on Summoning Insight many years ago because of Dade's crash and burn in Season 3 Worlds, despite being one of the top top like 2-3 best players in the world.
Ayla, does he have? No, he doesn't. Okay.
But they started it up, remember, so
Okay, so the thing is, 100 Thieves have given up Grubs and a Dragon, but it's given them a chance to farm 3 lanes for forever, and they're happy with that now.
I don't think that ward is in the...
I will say that Guma's playing well here.
Hang on.
wrong, but I thought that ward actually
That vision toggle got me scared for a second.
Yeah.
I don't know why. It wasn't a vision. It wasn't. I didn't look at the
Vision
minimap and I was like, wait, what the heck?
100 Thieves trying to force that in a 3 versus 4, even without Faker.
But I'm with you. 100 Thieves is just so good that they should have 3v4'd that. That's an easy win.
Yeah, I mean, Akali with that ulti, very scary at this point in the game, that's for sure.
You've seen enough.
Yeah, I mean, Rocket Belt Akali ult at this point in the game is scary.
He did solo kill Faker in the previous game. He started off strong, and I imagine he has to be riding that high with the level of confidence he's playing.
I thought you were going to go with he did solo kill Faker with the help of River.
Quid does have flash. No shockwave.
I think it's probably just Faker wanting to get a shove and a reset here, isn't it, as well?
It was an opportunistic look. If there's Nico CC, you kill.
That was another bit of Quid's HP bar. Ayla's around.
Thing is, though, trading just a Q onto him is actually not... Hang on a second. You can maybe go onto Owner here.
Pop Blossom is good time.
He's dead. He's very dead. Wow. Shockwave doesn't get Quid either.
Yeah.
So Quid can actually stick around to wave clear.
And Doka would roam down as well with the shove, so he actually gets a lot of value, and that's a really good ult from River.
It's a really good ult from River. And again, like, 100 Thieves, because they stole the first dragon, I think the game plan changed to being, look, we can farm up a couple of lanes for a while now. And now Quid has got 3 Darksteel stacks.
It's a get down, Mr. President moment, but
yeah, I think 100 Thieves are okay with this. Even if they're even in gold, it's not like a crushing win, but they're getting to the point where what did we say? We said like 1 item. That's why 100 Thieves. The conversation changes. They're at that now, and they're not down. They're not down against 2 dragons or something, which gives the soul threat.
Advantages gained for 100 Thieves. A small gold lead in their
My worry is, even with this lead, it will become an execution battle, basically of Quid versus Guma, and Guma is very, very good at winning the execution battle.
I will say we are 2 out of 2 for Pantheon ults being effective, though.
Why does it seem like T1's comp is way easier to play? Because it is.
Because it is. But that said, that's why we're saying things like River getting a big value of both those picks there, with good collapses from Ayla and Dokla at the same time. That's solid. The only thing is, because Dokla roamed to that River, he lost another plate top and half a wave, which is a bit frustrating. But hey, and he didn't even get involved in the kill, which is again a bit frustrating. And I have had some issues with 100 Thieves in game 1 as well, in this stage in the game, putting too many members into plays, especially when T1 then aren't, and going, okay, well, we've lost 1 member, but actually in trade for that you've lost a wave. So your actual value from those plays kind of sucks. And if you look at the damage on turrets across this game, T1 have gotten 2/3 of pretty much every turret.
Yeah. So as soon as they win a fight, gold's going to start raking in.
So do keep your basically just keep your eyes on that, because again, for all we've seen 100 Thieves make some cool proactive plays, it's not been as simple as like we've made the players like actually Ayla and Dokla around and didn't necessarily get, that's a lot of members on the screen to just get a single kill.
They need to try to fix those lane assignments when they get an opportunity.
And you guys mentioned it back in draft, but it is
Want to see FBI bring out his inner Viper this game?
The taunt hard counters.
He's been a pretty good coaster in the past.
And Ayla gets caught by
Herald spawning now.
Carrier.
River jumps in after
This might be, he gets a decent
flash down on that is pretty valuable though. No flash Nico ult now.
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't think Carrier's been that fantastic in this series. I made a tweet. I actually took down this tweet because I misthought it really, but because I think Kyle was best of all. But I think that Carrier, on the whole, has actually been pretty damn good. You look at his bar and whatever, fantastic. Then you look through it. First game of this series, Leona.
His Leona's always been a bit hit and miss actually.
And then you look at this game now. I don't think he's. You give up mid lane turret. That's. Hang on, they're ulting in mid lane.
Has ult. Good route. And Galio ult.
That's not
and the Cataclysm after. Oh dear.
Tower's down as well. Oh well, River did not think that out very well.
Quid. Oh, good interrupt with the Justice Punch. Flag and drag after. Oh, I would have got him blind, by the way. Does it matter? Taunt?
Goody. There's no ult on Guma. You can't kill from that HP. Okay, so that's 1 for 1. All right.
1 for 1. You did lose turret though.
But you lost turret, but you got Herald.
And you loses you multiple flashes on multiple sides.
It does. Next objective to T1 gets them feats them strength. Losing mid turret is bad for 100 Thieves though.
And Faker's got shoved top as well. There's a TP behind. There is.
It does look as though Faker does have 3,360 stacks on his tier, all out of ages.
Yeah, he's got phase rush. He's just got.
Quid doesn't have ult. This is not a kill here, no?
Maybe it is shockwave. Oh, hang on.
Oh my god. Okay, 1-for-1. Good play by Faker there. I didn't think that was going to be a kill, but I guess...
They TP flash for that to go 1-for-1?
I mean...
It does make it a 1-for-1.
I thought it was Faker. Wait, no, it's an ego clone.
Yeah, I mean, I guess what it does is give... Quid is now insanely fed. He
true.
does have
They're going to lose another
7...
turret.
They're starting to lose track of the map a little bit. T1 have been better at hitting turrets. And they do have the 3 grubs, so...
And I genuinely think this is one of those games where you're going to go back, you're going to mute everything, and you're basically going to play this game at 2x speed. For those who want to watch, and you're just going to watch the minimap. Both games. For the first 15 minutes. And you're going to see where T1 got wave crashes that 100 Thieves didn't get to respond to. And again, they've managed to get all 3 of these outer turrets to basically dead. Without much response, and once the map goes down, you're playing a global collapse comp with no turrets? Like, your options get very limited.
They have a very clear win condition.
They absolutely do, but at the end of the day, I feel like a close game at this point heavily favors T1, right?
Yeah,
it's
agreed.
so hard to really play into this composition, and the more time you give Faker without him being super behind, it's like, not only is he going to have Archangels, well, guess what's next? It's going to be Azonians after that. Then you have no easy target at all to dive.
I think Akali actually kills Orianna through the defensive build. We've actually... Faker showed that against Rookie, actually. God damn, I wanted IG to be in Swiss. I think IG would have done better than BLG and Top East also shown.
Yeah.
I think it's almost inarguable, actually, at that point.
I mean, they did it to themselves, though, right? They fumbled. They didn't have the best early start to the year. They fumbled playoffs. It's the same deal with T1 being in 4th. Like, people, oh my god, T1 4th.
Quid doesn't have flash. They might hard force in top lane.
Alright, they're going to look for carrier. The Feather Pole's going to suck. Yeah, that's rough. They can't kill Ayla. Okay.
So Ayla's alive.
Taunt. That's going to be one back, maybe.
He's used his full combo. He's trying to ult out.
He gets out.
Nice, really good escape from Doran there. Faker still has Shockwave.
That's a lot of ult blow in general.
Quid has ult now.
So honestly, a 1-for-1 there does favor
double TP. You're right. Hang on,
Quid has ult. If he hits an E, you can actually do something here.
I don't know how much he'd...
I love that 100
They will get the turret. They won't quite get the turret.
It's like there's an equalizer and a perfect execution. There is actually a world. Yeah, there's a world where you can punish someone here.
Yeah, I agree. There definitely would have been a world there. That's double TP though. That's a good buy from 100 Thieves there. It was a good escape from Doran. At least you did get the one back.
Wait, hang on. Where's the Rumble? Is he still in the brush?
Yeah, he is.
If he was in the front brush and he managed to get a
yeah, the Faker's warding in case. I agree. There you go.
Yeah, but he's warding in case now.
Yeah.
So he didn't do that potentially when Doka was in there.
Ult is down. I don't think there's much of a response that T1 can have to that sort of aggressive play, but didn't want to risk it.
T1, look, 100 Thieves are playing really well for us.
They are.
I'm really enjoying this. I mean, clearly T1 are very good at just getting the extra bit out of the map. They are just brute force better at macro. He do not be having flash or roll.
Goom is down. I think he's dead.
There's no push on any of the lanes. This is just a really bad overextension from Doran.
He got the turret for this, I think.
Yeah. Give it to Doka. He gets the shutdown. He's adding gold now. But Atakan's just spawned? Oh, Doran, man. So now FPS, Quid's coming out of base. I mean, Faker's not going to be here quite not be here at the start of it.
Hero's entrance is a big deal, though.
Yeah, but he's dead for 20 seconds.
Herald's buying space.
Well, it's not. It's buying the push and bot lane. It's not really about space, really. I don't think really.
Okay, they can't do the Ashcan.
That's fair. I mean, just don't force it. It looks like a good angle, but you can't die for it, you know.
Quid? Is he going to be all right?
He has Predaball. He's fine.
Trying to collapse, but he will push them back with the assistance of his team.
Dragon's not.
Ayla loses half his HP bar and his celestial opposition.
But no, Quid is actually completely fine when he has like Predaball and ult.
They get some damage onto the bot tier 1.
Remember, this is not like a huge burst Orianna build or something. And like it is.
No, it's because it was 3 members around. It's like, are we going to see them really hard force?
That would be probably a game ender or a series.
And they're starting it.
But I mean, they know
it's only a bait. It's only bait. It's only bait.
And Doran is dead and has no TP, so I thought that
double Infernal games as well. Yeah, you're right. Doran goes top.
But definitely
the early Dragon Steal of 100 Thieves gives him a lot more breathing room, folks.
Genuinely does, though.
Storm Surge for Quid second.
Interesting. I don't know if I like that. I suppose what it means is you can get the chunk and then get out, and basically that way, even if
and Storm, what's his name? Shadow Flame is a bit of a bait item because you don't actually get to use the pass. Because I think in this game, Quid is the one who's mainly taking them down from full HP. Maybe the Equalizer helps you a bit, but you're not getting huge value out of the Shadow Flame pass.
There's something about just like, look, actually, I just need the chunk.
Hang on, Doran's going to use this like wait.
He got the turret top side.
He's just used a lot of his cooldowns here.
Going after Doran here, gonna allow the
He's
taunt
dead
to
again.
expire.
He has flash, so
River
he's...
ready to join up.
He might get out with flash.
He does flash! Doran!
Wait, he can follow with the E if you want. He's following.
Oh, no!
He's following.
Oh no! Oh, they interrupt his flag. They interrupted the shuriken flip as well.
Oh, but he kills him.
Oh! Redemption! Redemption kill! Oda might die here as well, by the way. Yeah! Oh my god, he got the shuriken flip! Oh, they got the
No, it's a full HP Nico. Full HP Nico. So that one you evaded by the Nico HP a bit there, mate. Oh my god.
Ayla's gonna die.
He has plans, he's fine.
I don't know, I think you might go for that.
Nah, he's safe. There's no shockwave either now.
Oh my god.
Quid. The problem, he aura farmed very close to the sun. He did lose a lot of stacks for that, but who gives a fuck?
I
That's
genuinely
so funny.
thought the moment the shuriken flip was interrupted by Ona, it was a done deal.
At the end of the day, it's a Jarvan and Galio. Like, they don't have that much damage. It's a tank Galio.
2 items, I thought maybe we could pop him.
It's a tank Galio. It's a tank Galio. And Jarvan doesn't one-shot.
But are 100 Thieves just gonna give the dragon? I mean, you killed the jungler. You killed
Like,
the
in a 2v1, they don't get to stop him before Quid gets to use his ult.
Doran absolutely fumbles this though, doesn't he?
I don't know, man. Doran's having a very bad time, folks.
Flashes early and flashes into the wall.
Oh my god, the fact that he followed, that's so funny.
I genuinely thought with this flag and drag it was going to be a disaster.
That actually stops the taunt. Oh no, it doesn't. It doesn't. But yeah, they don't. Look how much damage the two item Jarvan does.
I didn't respect Dokla being close enough for the equalizer.
But even then, I think Quid kills him by himself.
You did burn like all your ults as this from 100 Thieves though.
It's back up.
You don't have Pantheon.
That's separate. You have Dokla and Quid's ults.
So did mean they couldn't set up for Dragon with it though?
We didn't see the resets after really, so I don't. No, we were in replay.
I thought we saw again on the minimap. Okay, anyway, that's unfortunate.
Powdy's not awful. Redemption is way too late.
FBI gets locked away. That's not bad from Quid. That's not bad from Quid. He doesn't get the kill on carrier until way too late.
Guma just flash killed
yeah,
FBI.
Like Quid's taking so long to kill carrier.
It's only carrier as well.
Yeah.
Okay, so this is what I was saying. It's a battle about execution between Quid and Guma just massacred that first fight.
Faker wasn't even there, by the way. That was a 45.
Dokla wasn't there either, though, no? 4v4?
Yeah, you're right. Sorry, I thought Dokla was there, you're right.
It was a 4v4.
You're right, you're right.
Yeah, Guma just mashed that fight. That was a really good Guma fight.
Kills. 100 Thieves positioning. They did not respect the possibility of T1's collapse. They lose so many members. They lose the dragon. They lose
Guma's having a good game as well, actually, to be fair. He's gotten a lot of value quietly in this game. Let's have a look again.
Watch it one more time. The dragon was already down.
Yeah, you're right. They're both are solo laners on there, so it is a 4v4.
River has the 2 items. He moves over here.
Apparently, Kana has agreed to re-sign with Carmine Core in the LEC.
From T1, start the fight very early.
Yeah.
Owner then just
Also, Quid just doesn't get any value this entire fight. Quid literally gets interrupted multiple times by Quid, and yes.
And then all of a sudden,
Interesting that kind of has agreed to reset.
Even though Quid had a really great engage, avoided the Pot Blossom, he
2 years, damn. Well, I mean, a lot of the time that just means that they have...
through the rest of the team.
He has flash.
Doesn't matter. Phase rush. Oh, he's so tanky. He's so tanky.
It does matter. Like, yeah.
Holy moly.
He didn't even need his flash.
Like, Gumayusi doesn't have flash. He's gonna die. Oh, they missed the shuriken flip. Oh, he missed the shuriken flip.
He's still dead. Takes down.
There's no turret in mid lane's TP behind.
Quid's out.
I'm gonna lose mid tier 2 for it.
Yeah, but that's not gonna. The teleport doesn't change the kills, but yes.
No, I wondered whether Quid might be under more threat, but the rocket belt wasn't quite in range.
Dokla didn't have the damage to get through the shielding.
That is, in fairness, the value of the Seraph thrower build, guys.
And while Quid set his sights on the AD carrier,
they get double tier 2s off that.
Too resilient. Carrier was providing enough support.
Also, I don't know. I think FBI's just had a pretty poor series in the clutch moments, folks.
He has.
FBI, I think he could have flown a different direction in the fight, which in the 4v4.
Behind, they are.
It's Rumble, he doesn't have Equalizer. Faker still has Flash. They're gonna get the recalls off before he gets through, isn't he? He can't get there in time.
Yes, he can.
Oh, Faker cancelled it.
Owner here. Magnet Storm just.
Faker still has Flash.
Oh, he can flash out of this.
Owner versus Fladrick. Owner put the flag over the wall.
Watch. Quid. Get one. That's not enough. Oh, no! Oh, the interrupt! Shattering strike from Ayla was sick!
It didn't interrupt, it was short. It was short.
No, shattering strike from Ayla into like managed to like stun, so he couldn't get the martial cadence auto off.
I think he was out of range of that.
No,
he was out of range. It was short.
River flashes away.
Holy crap! 100 Thieves doing great with these follow-up teleports.
Members are very strong, and the health bars are too low for River and Quid.
But yeah, I think, oh my god, really good extra teleport from Dokla. 100 Thieves doing a really good job of putting the extra follow-up TP. He has flash, he has flash.
One could be important, but the flash of the wall keeps Doran safe for now. 100 Thieves yet again looking for any.
They just don't have the damage on FBI. They don't have DPS because FBI is so far behind the game. Okay, so Ona Faker are both dead. You can start this, I guess, on Spawn.
Yeah, you've got T. You don't have TP on Faker, I don't think. No, he's not. There you go.
100 Thieves need to be converting these kills into something to turn this game around.
100 Thieves have not claimed a
Anyone
single
there?
turret this entire
Dragons up in a minute.
Quid was off vision.
has been spotted out. Important to note.
I think, well, Ona's completely off vision
It's
now.
not, it's Kerry.
Oh, sorry, Kerry.
Dokla.
They did, I mean, Kerry gets a magnificent play out of vision there.
Yeah.
One for each of the T1 carries.
Okay, there you go.
Top laner and jungler down in the 100.
And FBI just doesn't have damage, man.
Are feeling emboldened.
No, he doesn't.
Doran just distracting
On to Baron. Oh, 100 Thieves, you've done all the hard work to stop the damn Baron!
I don't think they could.
I mean, Ona was dead.
He would have been alive again, but he would have been there, I think, in time for it.
They take out the top laner. They
Don't
convert
know,
it
man.
Their Baron damage is not...
Rumble and Kaiser at 2 items is still pretty good Baron damage.
Maybe they could.
And just what I was
I think you take that opportunity. Well, when else are you going to get an opportunity to start the Baron?
Yeah, no, you're right. They should just take the Baron. They should start it.
Just from the flower petals. This is one of the most one-sided flower petals.
Tell you what, though, Quid's been having a hell of a time.
It's been good.
No, folks, I think Quid's probably been the best performing mid laner on the Western teams.
Oh, yeah. I completely agree, actually.
Yeah, I think Quid has actually been the best.
Consistently been very good.
Best mid on performing out of the Western teams. So that's Infernal Soul to T1. T1 have just been that little bit better on resets and a little bit better at pushing the map.
Yeah, and it feels like their kills actually lead to stuff, whereas 100 Thieves have still got no turrets, have not really got that much in the way of objectives. Yep. They got a steal from a Comet Spear. That wasn't actually, that was off luck, not prize winning, if you know what I mean. So
13 kills to
12. Yeah, again, and it's one of those games where, as we said before, look, yes, there's been a messy game in terms of numbers of kills, but like what T1 have done when they've given up kills has often been get a lot of value elsewhere. And at which point they're kind of happy to give up a kill or two if it's giving them like all of these turrets. And you know, River and Quid and the on-screen stuff has been cool from 100 Thieves, but it's the connective tissue, the lace trimming to the fancy dress that just haven't been there.
Quid should go to BNK Fair.
Nice time on the hero's entrance. Oh, that's rough.
Quid's in the backline, just doesn't matter. FBI is immediately dead.
Yeah, and basically, River got immediately hero's entrance, and then Quid got immediately taunted.
FBI just can't play the game.
Shockwave is Rocket belted away from?
It doesn't matter, right?
Does it matter? No, it doesn't, but it's just like, you take what you can get in these moments where you're losing.
It meant that he couldn't reactivate Z.
Yeah.
So T1 just way more clutch. Way better team fighters, way more clutch. But honestly, 100 Thieves, a really good showing. I enjoyed watching this team. They've done themselves proud. They have, actually. The last heist, I think, was a successful one, I think, in terms of pride.
It was always going to be such a long shot against the back.
And then we get the draw after this. That's basically what we've been waiting for the whole damn day.
100 Thieves,
they made us wait for it, but yeah.
They left it all out on the Rift. They played aggressive. They played to the best of their ability. They came close at moments, but T1 always building those edges, especially in this second game. Full control, played towards the objectives, had great setups, and the killer instinct that they had to find these picks.
FBI had a stinker, folks. FBI had a stinker.
T1 will move to 2-2. They still need another series to make their way towards the quarterfinals. But what a valiant effort from the Thieves. These players put everything onto the Rift. And what a showing it
Guys, did you see Odoamne's cryptic post on Twitter being about like his beginning with a black and white photo and stuff like that? With words of like Baus dropping out maybe from LR, I wonder whether Odo becomes left and turns to the top laner. Oh, he's been coaching them anyway.
Yeah, I know Odo's still good.
Yeah.
I think he'd be a good fit.
The thing is that like it's been really fun working with him on broadcast, and I think he clearly is good on that. But yeah. But then the question is, you know, basically for Odo, it's like, if he goes to Lost Returns as top laner, what happens to him on broadcast? Because that means he wouldn't be there for Winter Split, which means that... I guess he's been pretty good. Maybe they just say they slot him in later in the year, but it leaves him in an odd position with the broadcast, because then, you know, what happens with other people around the broadcast? Because there's only so many slots, right? And do you prioritize someone that's dropping in and out of the broadcast, you know?
It was an absolute banger of a series. One of those times where if you just look at the scoreboard, if you look at the nameplates, it's just not going to do it justice. This was a back and forth. This was an extremely hard-fought victory here for T1.
Yeah, no, I think 100 Thieves did themselves proud. Really did themselves proud. I think BLG and T1, despite the 2-0s, have shown continually the same flaws. It's not like they've magically fixed themselves yet. In fact, actually, I'm going to just run some ads now.
They did steal a lot of the hearts for that final series.
Yeah, I was really surprised actually to see, because obviously everywhere T1 go, they're always the home crowd, right? Even here.
That's a really good way of putting it.
I said that earlier.
Did you? So many people standing here
multiple times actually.
I don't know why
I've said it multiple times over this entire whole co-stream, Sam. It's a very this is like a saying about them. This isn't just they've said that a bunch of times.
No, I don't know what.
I've said it a bunch of times
Was it
on the stream.
Was it when I was doing the coffees?
I've said this multiple times over like all of our co-streams this world.
How is that not registered? I do pay attention to you, I promise.
How
did I?
Really playing to.
That's genuinely mesmerizing. Actually, like, I feel Twilight Zone now.
Good job, guys. Good job, guys. Good job bringing the vibe, saving your season the way they did.
But man,
as
FBI
well.
had a stinker.
I have only admiration for these players, for the way they fought. Inspirational here on your side, Emily. And
I won't sing it. It's a thing from my way. I won't sing it because I will actually get emotional, unfortunately. And
yeah, don't do that.
Oh, River.
Bad, guys, don't have them. But
She's pointing at the wrong camera.
So much. Thank you guys for everything you've done all year. You've been amazing to watch.
They put it onto the single for her when she was pointing at the group camera.
Later, but
It's really pretty.
It's still good to see the whole message though.
See you around, Space Cowboys.
Yeah.
Next round, as I was saying, they always find a way. They did it again today, and it
100 Thieves really made
once again.
Yeah, and for me, there's a very clear number one, which obviously is Owner. I think Guma had a solid series as well, but you know, being an AD carry in T1, we'll know that you.
It's the two junglers of T1, as I call them.
It really is the two junglers of T1 because Keria has just been absent this Worlds, unfortunately.
I agree. I think Keria, with the exception of that cool bar game, I think Keria has not. I think especially because they often rely on Keria to be the creative spark that sees T1 snowball get rolling. Keria, and the other thing is, remember when Keria last looked most mediocre? When you were playing loads of melee supports. He's not actually a great melee support player. He's a great pick support player, but that's partly why he likes things like Bard, like Nico, I suppose, although he's not had the greatest game on it here either. He wasn't actually the best Leona or Rel player. He was a good Alistair player, but I actually do think, you know, if things like...
Gen.G, the distance, the 5, Gen.G.
What do you think they're missing? Ultimately, right now,
it's just form. You know, I think with a lot of the drafts we've seen, there were one or two where you could just specifically point to meta read or draft. But for me, it's just the gameplay, right? Like Keria has thus far, I think, had one of the weakest tournaments maybe that he's had internationally.
Yeah, Keria's not looking great.
You know, maybe there's the Dade Award angle.
That's a fair point. If Keria really bombs out, is Keria actually Dade Award territory? Oh damn, maybe that'd be horrifying for him.
That is something that would worry me. That combined with the fact that both solo lanes are certainly...
There's potentially my potential.
Award going into tomorrow, and I think even Owner, we're starting to see him kind of buckle. The smite steals, it might be a River specialty, but Owner normally is a guy that you can trust with these, right? So that to me is pretty telling to the state T1 is in right now.
And it's funny because at the beginning of Worlds, he came in an interview saying that, guys, I took you guys there. I want to chill now. I want to be the one relaxing. I want you to do the dirty work. But so far, it has been Owner's Rift and him finding the opportunities for T1 to win game. And he is the Oppo player of the series once again for T1 today.
Yeah, and I thought so many of the crucial team fights that they had, starting with this one, we already covered it after game one. He's always just
Domestic Doran is gone. Oh god, yeah, he's been
so much to set up these fights for the rest of his team. I thought
Dream Draw, T1 BLG, CFO Fly, MKoi Top Esports.
Probably find it kind of boring, but his response to River's invade was really
I can see that one from Yamato.
constantly
We could get T1 BLG
aware
now.
of what the opponent wants to do, keeping track of it, and then again, his team fighting with this team just sets up so much.
For me, Owner is, when it comes to the LCK, the jungler that does skirmishing the best. His sense for where he needs to be in engagement. You can see it if you slow down some of his Jarvan fights. It feels like he's
Okay, so now we need to see CFO having a good draw. I think honestly, my biggest thing here is I want CFO to have a good draw. Because they fucking deserve it for the year they've had.
So there are a few permutations we've got to be aware of here. CFO cannot draw T1 because they've already beaten them.
Yep.
Now we see.
Mkoy can't. Who can Mkoy not play?
It comes to this clutch moments, these team fights that T1 knows to
play
play
everyone?
around so well. But again,
There's some people out here. Hang on, wait, there's a Reddit post.
They couldn't play, so they played against. Couldn't play against KT, but they're already through. Couldn't play against G2, but they're already through. Couldn't play against Fnatic, and they're already through. So Mkoy can play the whole pool. Mkoy can play the whole pool.
This is not the T1 that
FlyQuest can't play against
is a little concerning as much
T1.
as I love that they just won, and I really want to see them make the bracket stage, right? It always stinks when the defending world champion doesn't make it.
Right?
So I do hope
I'm
that they
just
make
pulling
it
things up now because there was a Reddit post with it all on. I just want to see whether there's the.
Let's send it over one last time to River in the Verizon.
Because there are some permutations here that are impossible, basically.
Yeah, okay. Things get weird, yeah. I'm just scrolling through Reddit now to see where it is.
How do you look back,
interview here.
let's say, on this series, but also on Worlds in general?
Today we had chance to win against T1, so it was really close, and it was my first game against T1 in my Worlds and MSI, so it was good experience too. And then I want to say thank you to Dokla because he joined 100 Tips during the season. So yeah.
Yeah, I can see him right there. He's listening to you right now. Is there anything more you'd like to say to him?
Nothing. Just thank you.
Nothing, maybe off air. Okay. You've had such an illustrious career from the LGL to PSG to your history in the LCS. How do you look back on that journey, on the memories, on the achievements?
We love casting him in LGL.
Yeah, he was really cool.
We didn't get to do it for long, but we loved him though.
Playing in LCS and LTA was a really good experience. And then maybe today was my last game. So yeah, feeling is weird, but yeah.
Yeah, we've really loved to see you play. It's been an honor for us as well, and I'm sure for a lot of the fans that you've made. Is there anything you'd like to say to them as a final goodbye?
I want to say thank you for fans and everyone, and then I hope I hope we can meet again, in future.
I hope so too, River.
Thank you so much, River, and we'll head back to
That's my world traveler goat.
The guy who has played all over the world.
That's a really nice.
I love River so much. I've loved watching him since he was on PSG.
I mean, yeah, he was on PSG. He was on V3. He was on V3, formerly known as Baby back in the day, renamed to River. He's a remarkable player.
When he was on bottom LCS teams, he made them look so much better just because of how well he'd played.
Got to remember that 2021 MSI as well. He was pretty damn scary there. So when he left LGL in 2020 for
Yeah, and
PSG went back to PSG,
and it was yeah. I mean, you just saw how good he is.
Start crying. It's your fault.
It's my bad. Apologies, everyone. Unfortunately.
Yeah.
I hate you.
You don't often see players being able to find success in multiple
I hate you so much.
Yeah.
Oh, River. Wait, we get the draw now, folks.
Yes, we do.
We have a draw show to go through. Starting right now, of course, with Candice being on
River's going to military service, and it's very hard to come back from that, obviously. So we'll see.
What do you have for Candice?
What is the expectations, guys? Do you have any matchups that you want to see?
Well,
Fancy.
I mean, I know what the funniest would be, given the, I think, tumultuous, even though the results...
Chie!
that we
Oh, cool!
today,
Damn, haven't seen him for a while. He was positional coaching for Top Esports, I want to say, at some point last year. year?
Yes, as well as
I believe that was the case. I think it was positional coaching for top esports last year. I think I'm right in saying that.
Would be crazy because I think neither team would really trust them, or rather trust their fans.
Okay, I want to see. I mean, the funniest thing would be FlyQuest MKOI. Who can't play each other? BLG can't play. BLG can play everyone, right? T1 can't play FlyQuest or CFO, so T1 can't play those, which is huge. Top esports can't. Top esports can play all of these teams.
No, I'm with you.
FlyQuest can't face T1.
Peak cinema would be BLG T1, Fly
MKOI can face everyone, right? Yeah.
So yeah, CFO. Basically, T1 have played Fly and CFO.
Oh my god, this is so tense now. I mean, oh my god, this is so tense.
So who we get?
I mean, FlyQuest MKOI would be very funny. T1 BLG would also be very funny. Okay, so top esports are the first one.
Imagine we get top esports.
So
T1 would be good.
Top esports can face everyone, because they played against MKOI, then 100 Thieves, and then
so they can't play MKOI or 100 Thieves, or they can't play MKOI.
They didn't play against MKOI. G2 was the first one they played. G2, so they can play. Oh my god, who's facing 100 Thieves? Top esports. Top esports. Who's facing top esports?
BLG, it's a team kill. It's a team kill. One of them's getting through though. Fuck. It's LPL finals all over again.
Fuck. I mean,
one of them's getting through.
One of these fucking teams is getting through, and they don't. Oh my god.
What does this mean now for our responses?
Fuck. So who gets this? Okay, who goes next then? I mean,
it could be T1. I think FlyQuest could. Hang on.
Please don't get CFO T1.
We can't have CFO T1.
Oh, sorry, we can't have CFO T1. So who? Okay, in fact, okay, who?
Quick course correction.
So do they get FlyQuest or do they get MKOI?
It has to be MKOI, doesn't it?
Oh, no, the little
It has to.
They haven't played against FlyQuest before.
Have they not?
Oh no, but FlyQuest can't face against T1. Hang on, no wait, doesn't this mean that they're guaranteed MKOI? Because they can't face against T1. Hang on, doesn't that mean... No, so that means I think we are guaranteed CFO FlyQuest. That's another meme image. CFO has to play against FlyQuest, and I think that's fine for them. You're not against, potentially, an LPL team with a chance of reawakening. And then it has to be MKOI T1, right?
I think so. I'm not quite sure on the permutations here. Let's just see.
Here we go.
CFO.
MKOI.
So that would be MKOI CFO.
MKOI CFO.
Yeah. MKOI CFO. I think MKOI are about to have a horrible time. So that means FlyQuest T1.
No, it can't. No, Sam's FlyQuest CFO because FlyQuest can't play T1.
Oh yes.
Remember that T1 can play MKOI. They haven't played before.
Yeah, that's true.
So we should have
T1
top esports BLG. We have.
He's done it again.
We have FlyQuest CFO and T1 MKOI. Those are our three matchups.
Yes.
I believe that's the case, folks.
Yes, sorry.
Also, he just picked all of these things upside down, which is very funny.
This is what
top
it is.
esports BLG, CFO FlyQuest, MKOI T1. So we don't get MKOI FlyQuest, which would have been very funny. CFO FlyQuest is funny as I mean, if FlyQuest go out to CFO,
yeah, I think CFO FlyQuest is the closest series.
It is.
There. Well, there's top esports BLG.
And I'm not gonna lie, I think top esports BLG, like that's.
Now, the question is that a nerve settler for top esports? Because I know these guys.
Again, I have a lot of thoughts.
I don't know. It could be for BLG too, though. So this is all happening tomorrow, folks. We have 3 best of 3s, so it's going to be an early start tomorrow.
Hell yeah.
Top esports BLG, CFO Fly, MKOI T1. I mean, honestly, top esports BLG, very close. Neither of them on form. It was a 5-game finals. CFO FlyQuest, very close. CFO's objective players looked a little bit meh, but I think that FlyQuest have fumbled a lot of games too. And then MKOI T1. Okay, folks, for tomorrow, we're going to get some LPL English folks in to talk about top esports BLG. So watch our co stream tomorrow. You're going to get the most LPL knowledge possible.
We're going to go full LPL.
We're going to like get. I'm gonna go ping some LPL folks and see if they yeah.
Those are hard. I think particularly the obviously I am going to favor T1 given.
I think T1 destroy MKOI.
Yeah. I think unfortunately MKOI are scrappy enough that T1 are going to be just fine.
I don't know.
I don't.
Actually,
I don't know. I don't love this draft, folks. I don't like this draw, folks. Not that much. Not gonna lie. So top esports BLG first up.
Is it?
Yeah, I'm there with you.
No, match order on lolesports.com.
The thing is, like, if they play like they did domestically.
So this might not be the order. They might decide this later, folks.
Yes.
If they play like they've been playing at this tournament, I actually do think it's TES.
I don't know. I think that BLG Top Esports is very close because both of them look. I don't know. It's so fraudulent that one of those teams is getting through this draw, actually, which is so weird.
Where is Ox right now? He needs to be here with me.
I know mentally he is.
He is. He's with me in spirit.
I cannot wait to take my phone and just see the reaction on his face.
I don't love the finals rematch though.
Guys, tomorrow the show is going to start 3 hours earlier. That's going to be 7 a.m. CST.
3 hours. Oh my god.
PM Pacific. But before we wrap up this day, I would like to call Dokla to join us to the desk one last time this year. And man,
hey, Dokes.
Nothing but respect for you, for you're here, for coming, for saving the day.
The biggest Dokes.
The biggest of Dokes.
Incredible League of Legends. Incredible vibes as well. Emily, I know how much you enjoyed watching this team. Any closing thoughts for yourself, for the tournament, and maybe for your Western brothers and FlyQuests?
No thoughts on them. Final
They.
100 Thieves, I guess.
No thoughts on FlyQuest. Dodging the question. Fair play, Dokes. He's actually been very mature, folks. Dokes has been very good at handling this because, like, he's been very clear. Like, look, this is not okay, pretty much.
And he's thrown his memes.
No,
out.
he stood on business and said, like, look, no, I'm not like. You know, the shaking hands after someone shit-talked and whatever. I think he's done a good job of interacting with that. But he's actually been fairly mature about it. He's not overdone it or milked it too much, you know.
But, I think we did the best that we could. I think, you know, we showed that.
I think they did really well this tournament.
T1, which I think, you know, is a very strong team. And, yeah, it's a shame that it has to end here. But, yeah, I'm just proud of our year. And, you know, I'm going to miss River, especially. You know, this is the most talented team I've played on. So, I'm going to miss all my teammates, yeah.
Thank you so much, honestly,
Thanks for being here.
For this year.
Also, yeah, thank you for everything. You guys have been amazing.
For this last ever run for 100 Thieves, it is not going to be your last run. I'm expecting to see you again, of course. Thank you for, again, this incredible League of Legends that you gave us and for the emotions with this roster.
Stop it!
Yeah, thank you, Ryan, for the draw.
Yeah, wow.
For the draw, and yeah, chin up. Cannot wait to see you again, Dokla. And that's all for us here on this day for this stage. Thank you for joining us again.
I apologize.
I hate you so
my
much.
bad.
I'm not crying. You're crying
until you start crying.
See you tomorrow.
If FlyQuest lose, they have to swim home.
You have to swim home? Wow.
They have to.
Honestly, folks, pretty entertaining games today. Even though it was the oh my god, Knight was so good.
Knight had a good
I'm not gonna lie,
series.
folks. With Cream on current form,
there is a world where Knight just blasts him.
with Cream on current form. Okay, the question is Cream on current form, but also like Shadow and Beatron on current form.
I also think
it's going to be an arms race to see who can abuse the instance harder.
There is a world where Kanavi gets Kiana one game and auto wins a game for top esports. Like that is absolutely a possibility.
Charges in for the headbutt pull, but it's not going to connect. Ayla now going to be the target here with the redemption coming down, but Carry is first to die. River Thieves already have the first kill. River's going to the back line. He wants Faker and Goma. T1's killed River, but what about the rest of the fight? Quinn into the back. Faker staying alive, trying to kite him out. Joker with a little bit more damage, but he's down.
Oh, what a shove, man. Faker was so up and down that game. Nearly through a bunch of situations, carried a bunch of others.
For exactly this reason.
Yeah, this is not... I have to say, folks, this might be the worst draw that we could have had, actually. I'm not going to lie.
I like seeing CFO fly, at the least. I think that's probably... I think one of those teams deserve to make it through.
Looks like that is the match order, then. So Top East will SPLG up first, so that's going to be the early start. CFF, FlyQuest, and Enemy and MCOI.
I think the one that I've gone, oh, that kind of sucks, because MCOI T1. But in fairness, T1 would have been a tough draw for anyone.
I'm not going to lie, like... Realistically, that's the strongest team in the bracket versus the weakest team in the bracket. I think maybe CFO could have been that. I think maybe it would have been better as... I think it maybe would have been better CFO, MCOI, and then FlyQuest T1. You can't have FlyQuest T1.
No, you can't.
Then I guess FlyQuest T1 playing against two of the two LPL teams.
You could have T1, Top Esports, BLG,
I think
Fly.
My favorite draw would have been CFO, MCOI, FlyQuest, BLG, Top Esports T1.
I could have seen... Yeah. I think the other thing here is it means that FlyQuest actually do have to get through by playing... Like, again, they got the G2 match. Yep. Now they've actually got to go against someone who is actually kind of scary in LCP1. I think in some ways it's probably reasonable that they do pull an Asian team. And I think this is a beatable Asian team for FlyQuest, but I do think that's going to be a close series. Yep. I think, in fairness, with recent form, one of Top Esports or BLG probably does deserve to go home. Not that they have to go very far, you know what I mean? But I think off recent form, one of them deserves to go. And that's probably not unreasonable. MKOI locking T1. Like, MKOI, I'm sorry. You ended up in the 1 and 2 bracket. You were going to crawl against some tough opponents at some point. And to qualify,
and like,
yeah, this is going to be tough.
And I'm not going to lie, folks. MKOI have had, honestly, an easy draw to this point and still went 1 and 2. I mean, they went, KT should have won that game. I mean, all the Asian teams, KT were the one that actually, I think, were the beatable one. You had a winning position, you threw that game. You drew G2, whatever. G2 went on great form as a region kill. You had, they're not the strongest team. You could have, you know, could have drawn, I suppose, there.
You then beat.
And then Fnatic, which is another, you've had 2 region kills, which I think are actually, on paper, just easier in a lot of ways, because you know them so much more. And then they made their way through Team Secret Worlds.
Yep.
And that was a 3-game series.
Yeah, and again, they would not be in this position if they closed out the game against KT and had no forced around Atacon in that mid lane wave.
Radio over to someone.
Hell yeah.
Thank you very much for supporting us. Join tomorrow for peak LPL action with LPL people that know stuff about the region. And, well, tomorrow, folks.